The next few days flowed by without any trouble as we received various tasks ranging from solving a puzzle around the city to taking care of a sudden outbreak of monsters in the forest nearby. In the forest, we met up with 3 other groups who were assigned to the same task and dispatched the horde of goblins without any trouble. As the horde of 10 goblins approached our group of 12 students, I was the first to step away from the front line. Watching Irene cast countless fireballs, Ruby with her fire tornadoes, and Zack charging into the battlefield with his battle axe in his hands, I patiently waited until the entire battlefield was covered by smoke before making my move. Using dash to appear in the center of the battlefield, I took out my daggers, now completely covered in a night-black aura, before locating the various goblins with my eyes. Like a true assassin, I silently crept around the battlefield, killing each goblin with a clean dagger strike right into the heart. As the aura surrounding my dagger grew in size, I could also feel my mana capacity growing bigger, and my elemental slashes seemed to grow more powerful. The corruption of the night was essentially fuel for the rest of the movements. The more fuel you had, the longer you could use other skills and the more powerful they were. As for my planning, I was able to find time to visit various stores and areas without the others noticing. Well, Ruby would notice occasionally and tag along, but I didn't really mind as she didn't question my motives. Thus, the last day of the training camp arrived, and only one group was sent home for failing a task. Walking up the ramp to the ship, I could feel the freedom as we were no longer forced to stick together with our group besides the banquet in the evening. Immediately heading to my room, I pulled out my new cloak from my backpack and laid it out on my bed. After getting my room situated, I headed back down the stairs to the breakfast hall, where hundreds of students were already eating and talking. Waiting at the hostess stand, I looked around for a second before confirming that there were indeed no tables left. The hall should have been large enough to accommodate our first years, but the problem was that students were sitting at the tables with empty plates and talking instead of just leaving. Currently, we are at maximum capacity, however, if you're willing to share a table with another guest, we can accommodate you in 2 minutes. Nodding my head, I sat down in the restaurant lobby while browsing my smartwatch. Let's see what my luck decides to be today, G or S+. Better to know it now than to be surprised during the incident when 10 S+ ranks randomly show up and jump me. Receiving a gesture from the waiter, I got up and followed her to a table that sat in the corner of the hall and right next to the window, displaying the sea that seemed to sparkle under the sunlight. Sitting down at one of the 3 chairs, I wasted no time grabbing my plate and heading towards the buffet area. Today was going to be a long day. No matter how much planning and strategizing I did, there were bound to be variables that could cause me to adjust or even completely change my plan, rendering all my effort useless. After scooping a variety of food onto my plate, I headed back to my table, where a bag was now wrapped around one of the chairs. Taking out my smartwatch, I sent a quick message to Han and Jean, letting them know I would be unavailable today. Ren, will be busy today. Jean? WDYM, this banquet is actually the perfect place for you to get with that girl. Ren, what girl? Han, he's talking about the transfer student, I think. Yeah, let me just ask out my boss, who is one of the biggest threats to the world. Ren, yeah, Jean, why don't worry about getting a girl yourself? Jean, low blow. Han, he's right, you know. Jean, look at who's talking? Han, really? Putting down my smartwatch, I began to enjoy the scrambled eggs and toast on my plate. The soft and fluttery texture of the eggs danced on my tongue, while the toast's saltiness perfectly complemented the eggs. The sweetness of the apple juice next to me just made the already amazing meal immaculate. If only the Academy cafeteria food was this good. During my last fight in the museum, I accidentally learned about the 3rd movement of the shadow arts. When I placed my corrupted daggers to the mana cage of the caster, I had done it as a subconscious reaction, and it had caused the blue mana cage to turn to pitch black. What if I made a mana cage of my own and then corrupted it so I could have my class's perfect environment whenever I wanted? That was the whole idea of the 3rd movement. A shadow cage. By spreading out my mana and creating a mana cage, then corrupting the cage with my daggers, I could create an area with absolutely no light, activating my cloak and creating the flawless habitat for an assassin. The 3rd movement also increased my capability in handling spell attacks, as by touching my dagger to a spell attack like a fireball, I could somewhat corrupt it and take control of it. If I held my daggers long enough to a fireball, I could completely steal control over the spell and send it right back at the caster. Well, the domain part was easier said than done, as after an entire week of practicing, I could barely even cover myself with the shadow cage. The entire movement depended on my ability to control and spread my mana, and my ability to do that was connected with the severity of the wound on my hands. So, technically, I already had full mastery over the movement. If I made a deep enough wound on my hand without killing myself, I could flawlessly create a shadow cage whose size would be unknown even to me. Of course, with the cruise ship incident coming up, I hadn't been crazy enough to do something like that, but who knows what could happen on the cruise ship. Snapping me out of my thoughts, a very jolly voice suddenly came out from my left side. "Hey, Ren. Even though we're not required to stay together anymore, I think as groupmates, we should still SD-. I'd rather jump off the ship, Zach. Actually, well, I was assigned to sit here by the waitress, so if you don't mind, I'll G-. I actually do mind. This confrontation alone has ruined my appetite." Ignoring Zach's crumbling figure, I picked up my fork and went in for another bite when another voice sounded from in front of me. "Ren? Zach? Are you two sitting here as well?" A very relieved Zach sparked up at the prospect of not being alone with me as he responded. "Scarlett, hey. Yeah, we were sitting, he-. Who's we?" "I just said I do mind." "Ignore him, Zach, he's grumpy in the mornings." "How would you know that?" Ignoring my question like always, Ruby headed towards the buffet with Zach following behind like a sad golden retriever. "Well, I guess I'm in for a streak of bad luck today. I would say, at least Irene isn't here, but at this point, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if she just appeared at the table. But seriously, what were the odds of us three all deciding to eat at the same exact time? After finishing the last of my eggs, I decided against going for another round and instead went back to my room. Sitting down on my bed in a lotus meditating pose, I stabbed the tip of my dagger slightly into the palm of both my hands, feeling the mana immediately flowing alongside my blood to the wounds. Instead of controlling my mana and channeling it all into my daggers, I did my best to let my mana run wild as a small blue barrier surrounded my figure, trapping me inside. Feeling the amount of mana decreasing, I stopped the leaking of mana and began sending the blue orbs into my daggers. Seeing the pitch-black aura surrounding my daggers, I placed the tip of one of them onto the blue cage. The intersection spot became black, then quickly spread like a plague before covering the entire cage in pitch black. This movement did not require skill or practice. It was simply, put more mana in, get a bigger cage. After 1 week of trying to use the movement, I had finally come to that conclusion. Then, how does one progress to the next movement? I technically already have full mastery of this movement, yet the information on the next movement still isn't available. Drawing back in my mana, the cage disappeared, revealing the sun shining through my cabin's window. I had hit a wall in progression for the Eclipse Arts, so is time to switch? Well, if I had hit a regular wall in progress for my Eclipse Art, then I would have hit the Great Wall of China in my progress for Dragon's Will. No progression had been made in that at all. Menu User, Ren Montclair. Class, Rookie Assassin, Level 2, 92%. Stealth, D+. Intermediate Dagger Mastery, 95%. Arts, Eclipse Blade, 3/5. Stats. Rating, D, Dream Not Yet Completed. Strength, E+. Agility, D. Stamina, E+. Magic Power, D+. Luck, GS, Conditional. Intelligence, E. Charm, G+. Traits. Passive, Dragon's Will, 1/. Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Skills. E, not requiring any mana usage, the skill allows the user to move 10 meters from their current location in any direction with a cooldown period of 7 seconds. The skill does not instantly move the user, but temporarily increases the user's speed until they move 10 meters. Completing my next dream would take who knows how long, so I decided to attempt it any time after the cruise ship incident. Getting off my bed, I patched up the small wounds on my hands before walking to my room's terrace. Yes, every single room on this gigantic cruise ship had a terrace. Putting my hands on the railing, I peered down into the ocean, examining the various species of fish and resisting the urge to jump off the railing and into the ocean below. At this point, it just felt like second nature to do so. With all my preparations made, I passed the time by covering any wounds with bandages and peering into the ocean with a wistful gaze like a king looking over his kingdom. Finally, it was time. Hanging my cloak on my shoulders but not putting my arms through the sleeves, I walked out of the hotel room, the bottom of my cloak hovering right above the floor. My main goal was not to allow Liam to defeat the jinns, as in the book, rather, it was to allow the jinns to take hostages. Enraged by the jinn's actions against his fellow classmates, Liam unlocks a new ability and uses it to defeat the jinns. This ability is used throughout the book, so Liam's not receiving it would pose a massive threat to my attempts to maintain the plot. By analyzing Lily's past interferences in the book, it was clear that she wanted to protect and ensure the safety of innocent bystanders. So, I was almost certain that she would make a play here to prevent hostages from being taken, inadvertently stopping Liam from unlocking his new ability. But, what was the play? Walking down the set of stairs, I finally reached the banquet area, where I could see various luxurious chandeliers hanging from the high ceiling, countless tables spread about, and even a dance floor, which was currently empty. Each table was shared between two groups, and with my current luck, I had a decent idea of which group I was going to sit with. Well, can I really call it bad luck? What if sitting with them is actually good luck? Finding my table, I saw Irene and Zach sitting at the table, next to some empty seats. Zach wore a tuxedo with a red bow tie, and his short brown hair was slicked back, revealing his regular-sized forehead. On the other hand, Irene wore a one-piece red dress that revealed the pale white skin on her right leg while the other leg was completely covered. Her red hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her eyes seemed to contain more fire in them than usual. The empty seats either had bags or backpacks near them, so it seemed that the other group had arrived but left already to get their food. Of course, Zach and Irene were stuck waiting for Ruby and I. Glancing at the food area, I saw everyone was either wearing suits or elegant dresses, making me and my cloak, which wasn't even properly on, look out of place. There was no dress code. What is this? Pushing back my hair off my forehead, I sat down on the chair next to Zach and patiently waited for Ruby. After another minute, I saw Ruby walking into the banquet area in a black dress that sparkled when light reflected against it. Her glossy, long black hair was parted to the right. Upon seeing Ruby, the three of us got up and headed to the food area, which already had a long line of people. Despite the hundreds of people in the room, I could feel Irene's piercing gaze locked onto me. Didn't Ruby arrive later than me? Why am I being blamed? Interrupting my thoughts, I heard Ruby's voice speak out from behind me. You know, no dress code doesn't mean show up like. Although the cloak was considered a magical artifact, it did not look like one. With some burns and rips from my fight in subspace combined with the entire thing being colored pitch black, it looked like something you could get from a vendor for less than a silver coin. You know, fashion is subjective, right? Interrupting our conversation, Irene interjected. Not when you look like that. Hearing someone break into laughter behind me, I resisted the urge to retort before finding some familiar faces ahead of us in the line. Ignoring Ruby and Irene, I walked out of the line and headed towards the front. Upon getting to the front of the line, I squeezed my way in before wrapping my hands around the shoulders of Han and Jean, who were right at the front. The two of them were wearing jeans, a collared shirt, and an oversized jacket with a logo. I could always count on them. What's up, friends? Oh hey Ren, it's you. When'd you get here? SHHHH, Han. Look in front of us. Following Jin's gaze, I saw one of the Imperial princesses, Kate, scooping some food out of one of the buffet containers only a few feet in front of us. Nudging Jin's shoulder, I said. Oi, don't get your hopes up. Trying to comfort Jean after he was rejected by a girl was the last thing I wanted to do right now. Grabbing a plate, I ignored the stares of the tens of students I had cut in line and surveyed the food choices. Heading back to the table, I saw some familiar faces sitting alongside Zach, Kevin, Liam, Lily, and Alia. Who would have thought that? Oh wait, I did. How does luck even work? Were they originally supposed to sit somewhere else, but my luck changed that and made them sit with me? Isn't that just fate, then? Or destiny? As I halted a couple of feet away from the table, Ruby caught up and asked. What? I think I'll eat on the floor today. Staring at our table, Ruby replied. That bad, huh? By now, Ruby should probably have heard all the rumors about my encounter with Liam at the start of school and the rumors about Lily and Ren. Out of 200 groups in the hall, just how unlucky are you? You don't want to know. Well, it's not like they'll kick me off the ship mid-banquet if I'm not with my group, right? What the hell are you guys waiting for? Oh. Behind us, Irene also stared at our table with a dismayed expression. As the three of us stood in silence with our plates of food in hand, Irene made the first move as she walked toward our table. Staring down at the delicious food on my plate, I contemplated just leaving and exploring the ship until the time came, but how could I let this food go? Is it really that hard of a decision? Don't rush me. As I picked up a piece of medium-rare steak, the juices squeezing out, and put it in my mouth, my decision was made. Who cares about Liam or others? I was saving the world, too. Why can't I get a break? Strolling over to the table, I ignored the conversation going on and sat down at my seat, which was next to Ruby and across from Lily's seat. Picking up my fork, I didn't even acknowledge the others at the table and focused completely on the perfectly cooked and seasoned steak. Oh, Zach, what happened at the museum that day? I already told you, Liam, it was nothing big. We just held off some gins until the actual heroes came in. At the words I heard a slight laugh come from my right, where Ruby sat. Got something to say? PFFT*, YUS said, I'm good on that, then RNL like a PFFT, IIC can't. Wait, no, wasn't she in the wrong? Both of us are villains, not heroes. Letting out a slight cough to cover Ruby's laughing noise, I looked up from my plate of food to immediately meet Lily's gaze. Entranced by her ocean blue eyes, I kept eye contact for a second before turning my head to Ruby, acting like nothing had happened. Alright, I'm done. Paying no mind to the ongoing conversation, I got up from my seat, which made a screeching sound, and headed to the empty dance floor. By now, the gins should be on the cruise ship and making their way to the banquet area. However, Lily had definitely set up some kind of defense system to stop them. Well, let's see if the past 2 weeks have been for something. I needed a distraction. Neither Lily nor I knew the exact location or area where the gins had infiltrated, and it was impossible for Lily to defend the entirety of this gigantic ship. That would mean her plan would be on standby until she noticed something abnormal, and then, once noticing something, she would commence her plan. Reaching my hand into my cloak pocket, I felt the smooth and cold surface of a small button alongside the hilt of my daggers. Pushing my hand down further, I pressed the button, feeling it shrink down under the pressure of my hand. Boom. 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 The sound of 3 explosions echoed throughout the ship, and the shockwaves shook the floor, causing some people to lose their balance and drop their drinks. Keeping the hand in my pocket, I glanced at my table out of the corner of my eye and saw Lily immediately reaching for her smartwatch. It wasn't just Lily, though. Kevin, Alia, Liam, and even Zach were also reaching for their smartwatch. The guard in school wouldn't trust Lily if she randomly said there would be a gin attack on the ship today, but who would? The main cast. So, to save the world, I have to go against the very beings who are destined to save the world. What a joke. Silencing everyone amidst the chaos, Liam's loud voice echoed throughout the room. Everyone evacuate immediately. Not good. How are the gins going to take hostages if there's no one even here? Well, I wasn't completely unprepared. All I had to do was keep everyone here until the gins appeared. Pressing further down on the button with my hand, another explosion sounded. However, this one wasn't at the bottom of the ship. Boom. The roof right above the set of double doors, which were the only exit to the banquet room, immediately collapsed. Debris, brick, and dust now covered up the exit, halting everyone who was rushing towards it. Snapping everyone out of their daze, Liam, who, after speaking to Lily for a moment, immediately announced, "Find another way out." Most people would disobey or just ignore Liam, a commoner, but in the past year, Liam has come to be known as one of the most powerful students due to being ranked highly, being part of the student council, and being friends with the main cast. With all those accomplishments and Lily, Kevin, and Alia behind him, everyone blindly followed his instructions as if he were their leader. I mean, I swear I even saw Han and Jean following his orders just now when, last night, they had been making fun of him in the group chat. It was only a matter of time until they cleared their way through the rubble, and I had no more explosives to use. Grabbing a grass-green-colored potion from my pocket, I shied away from the crowd and the watching eyes of the main cast, heading to the corner of the room. In that corner of the room stood around 5 people who were barely able to stand with the support of the wall, and they were oblivious to the situation happening around them as they continued to laugh their asses off while just staring at the wall. seriously, getting drunk at a banquet is insane. Well, don't worry, Celestial Academy, I'll punish these delinquents for you. After taking my cloak off my shoulders, I put it on properly, causing its pitch-black color to disappear and be replaced by a blood-red color. Taking my daggers out of my pocket, I stabbed both of my hands, and instead of letting the blood fall to the ground, I pulled out my arm and let the blood fall out onto my cloak, creating a flower symbol. My previous black cloak now had various red streaks along the middle of it, and on its arms, it had a blood-colored flower symbol. If an unaffiliated random person showed up, Lily and the school's investigators would find it far too suspicious, so I would just have to demonstrate that I was related to an evil organization. Of course, it couldn't be a real evil organization, as Ruby would probably know all of them, so I was basically faking being part of a non-existent organization, or technically, I was creating an evil organization. Was I finally moving up the ranks in the villain world? Could I be a second-rate villain? Nearing the corner of the banquet hall where the drunk students were stumbling about, I stamped my foot down hard on the already weakened floor, causing the drunkards who were barely holding on to the wall to lose balance and fall to the floor. Unscrewing the cap of the green-colored bottle, I held my bleeding hand above it, allowing droplets of my blood to fall into the potion. Instantly, the potion's green color transformed into a dark purple, signifying that it was ready for consumption. After delivering a swift blow to the nape of one of the drunks, rendering him unconscious, I held up his head and forcibly opened his mouth before pouring the entirety of the dark purple potion into his mouth. Dropping the empty potion bottle onto the floor, I watched it shatter into thousands of glass fragments, making it seem like another case of someone dropping a beverage due to the explosion. Stepping back, I watched the student's face quickly transform to mimic my exact face. Of course, it wasn't exact, as I had accumulated some wounds from rubble falling on me, but it was good enough to fool anyone who didn't have my enhanced eyesight. His body type was also different from mine, but I doubted that amidst all the chaos, people would take the time to examine his body type rather than just look at his face. Pulling the hood of my cloak down, completely concealing my face, I wasted no time as I took out my daggers and watched them light up with a night-black aura from the corruption of the night. Unfortunately, today wasn't going to be an aura farming session. Swinging my daggers at the air, I sent 3 small elemental slashes right at every chandelier and light source in the room. BZZT. The once fully lit-up room was now enveloped in darkness, only small parts of the room visible due to the moon shining through the windows. Jumping from table to table silently, I reached the pile of rubble blocking the exit, where tens of students were already doing their best to clear it with their bare hands. As it was a banquet, no one brought any weapons or swords. Well, the main cast did, probably due to Lily's warning about the attack. Seeing the students run into chaos due to the sudden darkness and Lily talking with Liam, Kevin, and Alia, I wasted no time as I sent a night-black elemental slash right at the students, clearing the rubble. The room, now illuminated by my elemental slash, displayed a scene of 10 students standing weaponless and frightened in front of a flying slash that seemed as dark as the night sky hurling toward them. Lily, now what? The lights went off. I'm not sure, keep trying to find an X, BZZT. Instantly capturing the attention of the 4 main cast members, an elemental slash flew through the room, illuminating its target of the 10 innocent students. Even though not a single word was said, the 4 immediately sprang into action as Lily pulled out her wand, casting a current of wind that instantly propelled Kevin and Liam toward the slash. Alia pulled out her ice-covered sword and immediately created a barrier of ice between the helpless students and the elemental slash. Finally, Liam and Kevin, who were flying right at the elemental slash, had their swords in hand and faced the slash directly. Alia pulled out her ice-covered sword and immediately created a barrier of ice between the helpless students and the elemental slash. Finally, Liam and Kevin, who were flying right at the elemental slash, had their swords in hand and faced the slash directly. Confronted by the 2 swords, the elemental slash got sent right back to where it came from, hitting a wall near the corner of the room. Desperate and on edge, Liam screamed out, "We need light." Instantly, a red inferno of fire appeared in the hands of Irene, who was sitting awestruck at the table beside Ruby and Zach. Unlike Lily's group, these 3 had no idea that the attack was going to happen. If only they had someone like Lily in their group. Now, being able to see everything once again, Liam regrouped with everyone at the original table. Unbeknownst to them, there was one issue. There was a slight difference between magical fire and natural fire. While natural fires are technically light sources as they result from combustion chemical reactions, Magical fires do not constitute being a light source as they are created from mana. Looking at Irene, Ruby, and Zach's confused expressions, Lily started off by explaining the situation. Look, we're being attacked by a group of djinns who plan to take us hostage to blackmail the academy. I can't say much now as we're low on time, but that's the situation. Looking at the three nodding their heads, Lily paused for a second before continuing. However, there is a problem right now. One of these djinns or another enemy is in this room right now. Confused, Zach asked. Wait, how do you know that one of them is W-? Kevin, who had been silent up till now, angrily responded. You idiot, where the hell do you think that elemental slash came from? Interrupting them was Liam, who was in a state of panic after staring at the already injured students from the explosions earlier. Ignore them. What do we do now, Lily? Pausing for a moment, Lily glanced around the table before asking. Has anyone seen Ren? Yeah, I did. Expanding the fire in her hand, Irene lit up more of the room and then pointed to the corner where an unconscious Ren lay on the floor beside a couple of other people. It's kinda his thing to run away when anything remotely dangerous happens. Pfft. Kevin, is now the time to laugh? My bad, dude, but honestly, just look at H-. Enough. Our primary goal remains the same. Get out of the banquet hall. It's only a matter of time before more djinns come, and then they take us hostage. Nodding at Lily's words, Liam stood on the table and loudly announced, capturing everyone's attention. We need to get out of here. Picking up the utensil knives from the table, the remaining group of students walked towards the exit alongside Lily's group. Alia, who had been silent due to the severity of the situation, picked up her sword and manifested 5 icicle spears above her head. Not skipping the beat, the icicles immediately hurled towards the pile of rubble. However, before the ice could reach the rubble, another night black elemental slash intersected it. The elemental reaction caused by the ice and darkness hitting each other generated a gray fog that enveloped part of the room. Lily, he's over here. Alia was smart. She knew that she wouldn't be able to destroy the rubble without any interference. She actually wanted the interference so that she could find the location of the intruder. Lily, who was waiting for Alia's signal, cast 2 wind tornadoes, but she stopped right in her tracks mid-cast. The icicles that Alia had created were now flying right back at her, seemingly having a mind of their own. Alia had no idea, as she was looking straight at Lily. Changing the direction of her attack, Lily sent the tornadoes right at the returning ice spear and screamed. Alia, move. Hearing Lily's urgency, Alia immediately dove to the right, narrowly evading the wind tornado. Looking back, Alia's confusion only intensified as she saw her own icicle spears attacking her, while Lily's tornadoes held them off. As another bout of smoke appeared from the elemental reaction between the tornado and the ice, Liam, Zach, and Irene joined them outside the smoke area. What's going on? Liam, the intruder is preventing us from leaving. Alright, I'll take care of him, you good dash. Pausing mid-sentence, Liam noticed no one was paying attention to him. He followed the other's gaze and saw a figure emerging from the smoke. Clad in a mix of blood red and pitch black colors, a figure emerged from the smoke with 2 ominous dark shapes in his hands. They couldn't even be identified as weapons. They were just roughly the shape of something covered by a black aura. Before anyone could say anything, the figure swung the 2 ominous shapes at them, releasing an elemental slash that was as dark as a black hole right at all 5 of them. Duck. At Lily's words, the 6 students dove toward the ground, narrowly avoiding the slash as it whizzed right above their heads. Glancing ahead, Lily looked at where the cloaked figure had been previously, but he was no longer there. In fact, he wasn't anywhere in their sight, he had disappeared right back into the smoke. Snapping Lily out of her thoughts, Liam spoke up with his sword aimed towards the smoke. It's just one of them. Even if it's just one, we have to get to the exit and defeat him while he just has to stop us from clearing out the exit. Nodding at Alia's words, Lily regrouped with others, her wand ready to cast a spell at any moment. We need to do something about that smoke. Oh, good fucking insight, Captain Obvious. What? Are you going to tell us we need to escape this room next? Kevin and Liam. Is this really the time? Irene, standing at the edge of the group with the fire still burning in her hand, considered using her fire to burn away the smoke but dismissed it because it could backfire and add more smoke. Yet again, she was useless. Interrupting the silence, Alia asked. Lily, why don't you use water to dilute the smoke and make it slowly disappear? That could work, but the time it would take. Why don't we just go into the smoke and take him out? It's a 6v1. I think we might actually agree on something, Liam. Am I dreaming? Shut it, moron. Lily turned to Alya, Zach, and Irene, who nodded their heads at Liam's suggestion. Why did they need to devise a complicated plan? It was 6 main cast members against some random third-rate villain. Recalling the earlier scene where Alya's icicles came flying back at her, Lily nodded her head before saying. Alright, but be careful of your own spells as well as his. Yeah, don't worry about it, Lily. I'll take care of that random for you. Yo, Kevin, do you even think before you speak? Like, are you really flirting right now? This might actually be a dream. Big talk from someone who's never spoken to a girl. Yo, are you fucking step dash? Time and place, you too. At this point, Lily felt like a chaperone on a kindergarten field trip. Was she really entrusting the fate of the world to these two? As the 6 of them got ready to charge into the smoke, Zach pulled out his hand and placed it in the center of their huddle. T-Team Celestial Academy on 3. 3, 2. Yo, shut the hell up, will you? This time, Lily didn't even intervene at Kevin's ill-tempered words. While Liam, Kevin, and Zach directly charged into the smoke with their weapons pointed forward, Lily, Alya, and Irene stood at the edge with their wands shining, indicating that their spells were ready to be cast. Inside the smoke, Zach, having lost sight of both Liam and Kevin, swung around his axe, temporarily clearing the smoke before it immediately regrouped. The villain couldn't have planned the smoke, as Alya spontaneously decided to send the icicles. That meant if Zach couldn't see, the enemy couldn't either. Thus, Zach didn't feel any need to be prepared while walking around. His main goal was to locate the villain and relay his location to the 3 girls, who were waiting with their spells ready outside the smoke. Swinging his battle axe once again, Zach cleared the smoke in front of him. Through that gap he cleared, he could see a pitch-black elemental slash charging towards him. Then, next second, the gap closed, and the smoke regrouped, hiding Zach's vision of elemental slash. Blindly diving to the right, Zach felt something bang against his chest and looked downwards, seeing that he was now lying flat on a table. Having the wind knocked out of him due to the diving on the table, Zach struggled to get up until, finally, he was able to sit upright on the top of the table. Looking forward, Zach saw something variation in the gray fog. A pitch-black color was spreading and replacing the gray color of the fog. The black color was spreading quickly towards the area where Zach was sitting down. Before Zach could react or dodge, he heard a voice speaking directly into his ears. Have a good dream. With a soft chop on the nape of Zach's neck, he fell unconscious, his body sprawled out across the half-broken table. Somewhere else in the large fog, Liam and Kevin were walking side by side, searching for the cloaked figure. Why the hell are you following me? Is your ego so big that you trick yourself into believing the lies you make, Kevin? Aren't you a delusional one? You're quite literally following me right now. Can you put aside your ego for one fucking second? Do you really want to split up in this gigantic smoke? Why would we let the villain fight us one by one instead of just fighting him together? Tisk, you really are delusional. Didn't you leave behind, Zach? I lost track of him in the fog, so I followed you. Is that all of your questions? Do you want to know my favorite colors and hobbies now? Look dash. Oh no, Kevin, maybe you want to know my favorite dish? My fave dash. Look ahead of you. Sensing the urgency in Kevin's voice, Liam looked forward and saw smoke suddenly parting, revealing the cloaked figure only a few steps in front of them. Here. Instantly, dozens of icicles, fireballs, and wind bullets flew towards the 3 of them, causing the smoke to further disperse. Combined with the fact that Lily had been slowly diluting the smoke with water magic, the smoke was on its last legs, as you could actually see through parts of it now. As the spells neared the figure of the defenseless villain, who couldn't even dodge as Kevin and Liam were surrounding him, a smile appeared on Liam's face. A moment later, that smile disappeared. What? The villain was gone, he had disappeared. The spells meant for the villain hit the wall behind him, causing further damage to the room. As a result, more rubble fell from the roof, further blocking the exit route. Be careful. Hearing Lily scream behind him, Liam snapped out of his confusion and disbelief before surveying his surroundings. The smoke was now gone, or in other words, the villain had nowhere to hide. After looking around the room a moment, Liam was about to walk to the other side of the room to search when a sudden shriek echoed from behind him. Hell, dash. Instantly, Liam turned around to see a masked figure standing right behind Irene with his hand wrapped around her mouth. Before Liam could even react, Lily was already on the move. She summoned a portal that immediately flung out an endless amount of water right at the villain. However, it was too late. Irene's body fell onto the floor, and most importantly, the fires dancing on Irene's palm disappeared, returning the room to complete darkness. The moonlight shone through the windows, illuminating the villain standing over Irene's body, still holding the odd pitch-black shapes. Facing the water beam directly, the villain held his daggers up to the water, slightly faltering and being pushed back by the pressure of the water. Recovering from their shock, the other three immediately made their moves as Liam and Kevin charged toward the villain while Alya summoned a lance made out of pure ice and hurled it at the villain. However, the villain remained in front of the water beam, not making any attempts to dodge or move. Then, the water beam halted. Lily watched in confusion as the source of the water beam, the portal, moved without her permission and flung towards the villain. Now with the portal floating right above the villain's head, the water beam flowed out of the portal once again, this time heading straight for the charging Kevin and Liam. Surprised by the sudden twist, the two barely managed to dodge as the water beam grazed Kevin's clothes, immediately causing him to become drenched. As the portal changed directions and hit the ice lance, instantly shattering it into hundreds of pieces, Liam and Kevin scrambled to regroup with Lily, who was standing in front of one of the windows. A moment later, the portal entirely disappeared, and the villain, who was no longer illuminated by the moonlight, was nowhere to be seen. Lily, what the hell was T-dash? No time for questions, Liam, there's been a change of plans. Gesturing towards the window beside her, Lily said. There's another way to leave. Considering the option for the moment, Alya asked. How are we going to get everyone out of here? Zach, Irene, and the others. Sure, we can make it out, but not them. Welp guys, we've tried our best, I think it is T-dash. Shut it, Kevin, and listen to her. Seeing Liam gesture to her, Lily opened the window and continued. Look down. On the surface of the ocean below the window stood 3 normal-sized ships, each equipped with various cannons. What, how? I thought you didn't tell anyone E-dash. Look closely, Liam. Upon closer inspection, Liam realized that each boat was plastered with elven royal family symbols, and the boat's flag was the image of the world tree. Was the sure backup plan. As Alya and Lily nodded their heads, Kevin angrily exclaimed. Why didn't you tell us? Would you really have stalled to the best of your abilities if you knew it was all a diversion? Having no response to Lily's question, Kevin muttered something under his breath before turning to Liam, who responded. Does it even matter anymore? Let's get going. While Alya and Lily went to the bodies of the 2 fallen main cast members, Liam gathered the students and guided them through the darkness towards the open window. Beside Liam stood Kevin, who had his sword equipped and ready for any attack that could come. However, there was no attack. The 4 of them gathered all of the students, even the drunken and uncautious ones, at the open window. Isn't something off? Liam's right, Lily. The villain can't just be letting us go. Maybe, he got scared of my almightiness and ran off. Kevin, I don't think you even got close to him for more than a second. Maintaining a calm composure, Lily simply pulled out her wand and turned to the others. Get ready. In her mind, there was only one reason why the villain would stop attacking. Reinforcements had arrived for him. The ground shook, and the roof above the food area collapsed, causing more rubble to fall and block the original exit. After all the dust was cleared out, the image of 5 djinns, each with a set of red horns and long swords, could be seen standing on the remnants of the roof. Stepping forward, the leader of the djinns wore a grin while speaking. Well, what do we have here? Are our little pups trying to escape? Her sparkling red horns lit up the dark room, illuminating the main cast alongside Ruby and others standing near the open window. Dropping a ladder out of the open window and down to the boat, Alya said. We need more time. Unfortunately, we can't let you have that. You have my dearest condolences. With those words, a blood-red aura enveloped all of the djinns, before materializing in the form of tens of sharp red discs. Time seemed to slow for Liam as dozens of blood-red discs surged towards them, each of the discs capable of killing more than 3 people. With his sword, Liam was only capable of defending against 1 or, at best, 2 discs, so what were we supposed to do against dozens of them? Defend. Stepping forward, Alya cast an ice barrier right in front of the incoming discs while Lily created a shield of water right behind the ice barrier to slow the disc speed. As the discs pierced the ice barrier and raced through the water shield, Liam and Kevin stood in front of the group, their swords pointed at the remaining 7 discs. Holding their swords horizontally, Kevin and Liam each took on 3 discs while leaving the last one for Lily and Alya, who were helping get people down the ladder and onto the ships below. After being pushed back by the discs and into the wall, Liam and Kevin managed to redirect the discs to a nearby wall, away from their fellow students. However, despite his attack being completely foiled, Jin's expression didn't change a single bit. Instead, he raised his hand again. The horns of the Jins behind him began glowing a dark red as 12 more discs manifested above their heads. Usually, I would just get it over with, but now, I feel like playing with my prey. Who's gonna save you out here in the middle of the ocean? We have all the time in the world. Ah, those expressions of yours. Can't wait to see them again in 10 minutes. Alongside the discs, chains broke through the floor beneath the Jins and surged toward the 4 main cast members, preventing them from blocking the discs. What do we do? I don't know. Lily couldn't even plan for this scenario. In the book, all that was mentioned was Liam gaining a power-up and defeating the powerful Jins, so she couldn't have predicted their attacks or movements. Turning to Liam, with her hands clenched in desperation, Lily said. Do something, Liam. After a moment of silence, Kevin exclaimed. You're putting our lives in this idiot's hands, Lily? Even Alya seemed concerned by Lily's words as she replied. Lily, maybe we should take our loss and leave. ****. Even Ren, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but laugh at Lily's outrageous words. Of course, Ren was just laughing rather than doing something because he knew those outrageous lines would actually work, as Liam now had achieved the perfect conditions to obtain his power-up. They and the students were at risk of dying or being kidnapped, the Jins were here attacking them, and finally, there was an escape route present. Those were the 3 conditions that needed to be fulfilled. I'll try. We can't just leave these students behind. If we wanted to survive in the first place, we would have never gotten on the cruise ship. Why did we even come to the banquet in the first place? What was this planning and effort for if we just left now? All 4 of us wanted to save these people. That was our goal at the start, and it still is. After giving a solemn nod to Lily and a quick wave to Alya, Liam turned around and punched Kevin as hard as he could in the chest. What the hell, Dash? Always wanted to do that before I died. Leaning down, Liam patted both Zach and Irene's unconscious bodies before pulling out his sword and facing the incoming chains. Made of pure blood, the chains were dark red instead of metallic gray, and they showed no mercy as they rampaged through the tables and chairs in the room to reach Liam. The fact that the chain was able to pierce through the tough wood of the table without even slowing down said enough. One hit and that chain would pierce right through Liam's body. Staring down the incoming chains, Liam laughed for a moment before saying to himself. Didn't this already happen once? Ah, yes, at the amusement park, Liam had faced this exact same ordeal and made it out alive, albeit with some luck. He had survived last time, so why wouldn't he this time? As the chains neared Liam's figure, he briefly turned around and saw Alya alongside Lily, sending the hostages down the ladder with grim expressions. There was also Kevin, but he was just giving Liam the middle finger while clutching the lower half of his body with a pained expression. Is the last thing I see really going to be that bastard? I'll be damned. At least he wasn't dying for nothing. Born an outskirt rat to a poor family, Liam was very familiar with the concept of selfishness. In fact, it was his whole ideology. Stealing from vendors to get food, fighting other beggars to receive money from civilians, and even attacking other rats who dared to enter your territory. Growing up, Liam was forced to endure and adapt to these conditions. Beg, attack, steal. Beg, attack, steal. Beg, attack, steal. An endless loop, with one goal. It was all to survive. That was all that mattered to Liam. No matter how many terrible actions or crimes Liam committed, he never felt bad. Whether it was robbing a fellow beggar for money or stealing bread from a market stand on the fringe of collapsing, Liam always walked away with the same indifferent expression. Why should he care? None of it was his fault, was it? Was it his fault he was born on the outskirts? Was it his fault that he was born to a poor family? If all he was doing was adapting to his environment, why should he be blamed? All that mattered was him and only him. Who would have thought I'd be here? From stealing and attacking to sacrificing myself for others with no regrets, even in the face of death. The old Liam would have been long gone as soon as the news of the Jinn's attack reached his ears, yet the new current Liam was here, protecting them at the cost of his life. What was the cause of this transformation? Recalling his backstory, Liam let out a chuckle before saying, "PFFT, when I die, they better create a play about me and my life." Wait, who would be the villain? Kevin? No. Oh, that Ren guy would be perfect. Remembering the time when he had been caught off guard and beaten by his jealous classmate, Kevin sighed. The weeks of anxious anticipation of the jealous boy's revenge had been too much for him. I really wasted a week biting my nails waiting for his revenge. If I knew I was going to die this soon, I would have just beaten him up and gotten it over. Why dash? Who says you're going to die? Huh? What the hell? In front of Liam appeared a system menu, all too familiar to the one that portrayed the stats menu. Blocking Liam's view of the incoming chains, the blue system screen disappeared before reappearing with a different message. Embrace it, hero. The one destined to save it all. Not giving Liam any time to react, he felt his entire body overflowing with power, his trembling legs had stabilized, his sword had grown 10 times lighter, and he felt something weird whenever he moved his hands. An unknown presence in his body. Well, it can't get any worse than this. Like how he used mana, Liam gathered the unknown presence in his body, leading it towards his chest. There was far too much of whatever substance it was to stay in another part of his body. As the last particle entered the square that his substance formed in his chest, Liam suddenly felt a flashing light blind his eyes. Reopening his eyes, Liam saw that the system menu had disappeared, instead replaced by his sword, which was now shining a light blue. The blue aura engulfed his sword, illuminating the dark room to the point that most people would have thought it was daytime outside. He seemed to have absorbed all of the unknown substance in his body. As the first set of chains pierced right toward Liam, he charged forward with his now blue sword, ready to intercept it. Putting all his strength into his sword's slash onto the chain, Liam was surprised when his sword simply passed through the chains like a knife cutting butter. Falling onto the ground due to the strength he had put into his sword's slash, he watched as the entire chain disappeared despite him only hitting one small portion of it. Magic nullification. Standing back up, Liam did the same thing for each of the discs as his sword effortlessly cut through them like butter, causing the discs to shatter into thousands of pieces before disappearing into thin air. Ignoring the Jinn's surprised and dreaded expression, Liam swung his sword in the air, releasing all of the unknown substance he could muster. A light blue elemental slash charged right at the group of Jinns. With no time to dodge, the Jinns watched their lights both literally and mentally flash before their eyes as the elemental slash neared them. Boom. After the slash cut right through the Jinns, it continued charging forward, even cutting through the cruise ship's walls before flying out into the ocean and out of sight. Well, goodbye to you too, sword slash. Not giving any explanation to the astounded Kevin, Lily, and Alia, Liam walked up beside them before carrying out the rest of the people, who were unable to witness the event due to fainting from fear or the rubble that fell on them. In the other corner of the room, Ruby, who was completely oblivious to other events, stared at one body that seemed to be unconscious. Holding their head up, Ruby swept her hands across the boys' cheeks, but upon feeling the prickling sensation of their skin, she immediately dropped the head onto the hard floor. That's not him. Channeling her eyesight to confirm her suspicions, Ruby peered deep into the individual lying on the floor's desires. The desire is as strong, but unless he became an alcoholic in a single day, it's not him. Carrying the unconscious Ren in her hands, Ruby walked towards the window where Liam and Lily were carrying the last few people down the ladder and onto the ship. Upon seeing Ruby holding Ren, Liam resisted the urge to take some kind of revenge and scoffed. Tisk, look at this guy. Warning him, Lily put the last person in her arms and began climbing down the ladder. Liam, don't do anything else right now. After sending the last elemental slash, Liam almost collapsed on the floor due to exhaustion, but after getting up, he still insisted on helping the people down the ladder despite the fact that his legs were trembling from just standing up. Of course, Kevin had bombarded Liam with questions about his light blue sword of light, but with Alia's guidance, Kevin had been forced to postpone his questions and head down the ladder with Alia, Irene, and Zach. Besides a few injuries from the initial explosions and the purple discs, the students were all fine, so Lily sighed in relief. She was now 1-1 in victories, disregarding the incident that took place before the plot started. While Lily hadn't necessarily planned for Liam to achieve his power-up during this incident, as she believed that he could acquire it any time after, she was still fine with this outcome. Letting his curiosity get to her, Lily asked, "What did it feel like?" She already knew the name of his power-up and the reason why he got it, but she was still curious about how it would feel to wield a sword that dazzling. "I felt like I could do anything. Every step I took was exhausting but exhilarating at the same time. Felt like I was on top of the world, but every second that passed, I felt like I was being pulled further down to the bottom." Nodding her head, she watched Liam climb onto the ladder behind her and then Ruby, who had been silent this entire time. Although she was suspicious of Ruby at the start due to her sudden transfer, Zach had been vouching for her ever since the trip started, so she wasn't majorly concerned anymore. During this incident, she hadn't done anything special and acted like a normal student who was scared by the jinns. However, when Lily saw her with Ren's body, more suspicion began to rise. "I'll have to keep an eye on her." The two variables in the book, Ruby and Ren, were sticking together? There had to be something odd going on there. Standing unnoticed in the shadows right next to the window, I let out a sigh as I watched Ruby, the last person, begin to climb down the ladder, leaving the room completely empty. Wasting no time, I sprinted towards the severed jinn bodies, before grabbing all their items and searching for valuables. Was the hero cast stupid? Leaving behind this vault of treasures for the investigators? I'll be damned. Going through jacket pockets and taking necklaces, I took everything without even testing to see if they were useful to me or not. Even if they weren't useful to me, one man's trash is another's treasure. The amount of money I had collected during this trip was insane. Business was booming, but I needed a plausible way to explain all the wealth to Raven. If I didn't, he would side-eye me and pretend to shiver every time he saw me for at least a week. Wasn't the previous owner of the black market supposed to be a bit tougher and scarier? Picking up the last few necklaces, I put them inside my huge cloak pockets before taking off my cloak and wiping the blood stains on it. Taking some water and tissues from the broken-down food area, I wiped and wiped until every last bit of blood from the cloak was gone, reverting it to its normal pitch-black color. Folding the cloak, I tied it around my waist, ensuring that nothing fell out, before walking back towards the open window. Looking down the window, I saw Ruby, Liam, and Lily still slowly descending the ladder with the bodies of their students. The ship was at the very bottom of the ladder, waiting for them. Although I had been surprised by Lily's choice to use ships instead of a helicopter or something that could fly, I wasn't complaining about riding home on luxury speedboats. Due to the current situation with the world tree being corrupted, all the elven heroes would have been stuck in the elven realm, so these ships were probably all the elven kingdom could send to help Lily and Alia out. Tensing my legs, I smiled as I jumped out of the window and down to the ship, which was more than a 100-foot drop. Falling down, I felt the air rush onto my face, refreshing me from that long battle earlier. In the pitch darkness of the night, no one even noticed my falling figure. Landing silently on top of one of the speed ships, I hid in the darkness of night, waiting for Ruby, who, for some reason, was holding the body I disguised to be me. This was going to be a lot harder than I expected. As Ruby got onto the speedboat, she began to walk to the storage room, where the rest of the students were stored. Lily handed the body in her arms to Ruby and headed to the top of the speed ship, where Liam, Kevin, and Alia were waiting with the bodies of Irene and Zach. Jumping from the top of the speed ship to the ladder, I quietly climbed down the ladder before following Ruby to the storage room. Hiding in the shadows behind her, I closed in on her as she neared the storage room and then hid in her own shadow. When she opened the door to the room, I slipped in right behind her, completely unnoticed. Watching her lay down the fake Ren's body, I saw her kneel down and touch his cheek again before walking out of the storage room. Does she know? Surely not. As the door slammed shut behind her, I moved out of the shadows before unwrapping the wound on my hands and letting my blood drip down on the fake Ren's face. Seeing his face transform out of mine and to his, I moved his body out of the way and prepared to lie down on the floor when suddenly a noise interrupted me. Slam. Slowly looking upwards, I saw Ruby standing at the wide-open door, staring at my face with a grin apparent on her face. It was all a trick. She already knew the person wasn't Ren. But did she know I was the cloaked figure fighting against them in the room? Scratching my head, I reciprocated her smile and said, I just woke up, the alcohol really got to me." "Really, still going with that? You're actually shameless." I'm a third-rate villain, isn't my entire life and existence meant to be shameless? Putting my hands on my back, I reapplied the bandages to my hands and slipped my sleeves over them so they were invisible. Well, I guess you learn something new every day. Still, shouldn't you know about my shamelessness? I'm quite disappointed. Walking towards me without any concern for the bodies she was stepping on to get to me, Ruby said. Don't get it twisted, I knew you were shameless, but not that shameless. What the hell is going on? Does she know the cloaked figure was me or not? Quelling the chaotic thoughts in my head, I maintained my smile and asked. What exactly do you mean by that? I'm quite offended. Ignoring my question like usual, Ruby reached me and looked up into my eyes before saying. We're on a luxury speedboat, yet we're here rotting away in the storage room. Exactly my thoughts. But are we just going to brush over my question? Alright, then. Feeling a sudden light blind my eyes, I involuntarily closed my eyes, but when I reopened them, the chaotic wind of the night immediately rushed into my face. We were no longer in the storage room, we were at the top of the ship, where I had been earlier. Looking down, I could see the 4 main cast members talking seriously, and below them, the waves of the night blue ocean water, crashing against our boat. So, she already had access to it, but how much access? The Ruby Gemstone's order specialty, spatial magic. Even with Liam's new power-up, if Ruby had this access to spatial magic, she could probably kill Liam or at least injure him before backup arrived. Looking at my expression with a disappointed face, Ruby said. You know, most people are surprised when something like this happens. Shrugging my shoulders, I replied. Do I look like most people? You're right. You're way too shameless and stupid to be considered normal. Not what I meant, but alright. Chuckling at my sarcastic words, Ruby put her hands on the railing of the boat and stared at the land, which was getting nearer and nearer to us. You know, for a school known as the best in the world, there are quite a lot of problems. Looking down at Liam, the reason for all the academy's problems, I responded. Yeah, like a major villain boss infiltrating the academy. Imagine if that happened, that would be a huge problem. *PFFT**, or if an academy student that harassed girls on the daily ran away to save themselves when djinns were attacking other civilians. Really needed to add that harassing girls part, huh? Just wouldn't be right if I didn't. Using my enhanced eyesight, I peered into the distance and saw on the land that plenty of heroes and academy supervisors, having heard about the situation, were already waiting for us. Really, that stereotype about the security always arriving late is pissing me off. Isn't the author overusing it at this point? How did this author, out of thousands, get his book turned into a real world? Well, that's assuming that the other books are normal and don't have people getting transmigrated into them. Looking at my sour expression, Ruby followed my gaze, before asking. Scared of your father? Confused, I looked further into the incoming land, and sure enough, there was my father waiting with a sword in his hand. Shaking my head at Ruby's question, I replied. Not really. It was true. Back at the award ceremony, it was my first time seeing him as Ren, so all his explosions just exploded outwards. Now that it was the second time, I could stop the leakage of emotions as I was more accustomed to it. Of course, my anger at him for being a terrible human being was still there, but I could keep that under control, partially because I knew I couldn't do shit about it right now. What was more important at this moment was how Ruby knew so much about me. From recognizing my face back in the cave from a simple glance, to even knowing the backstory about my father disowning me, she had to have met me before. Most of Ren's childhood memories were fragmented, so I couldn't recall ever seeing or meeting someone similar to Ruby. I also couldn't ask Ruby about anything as she would immediately realize that I wasn't the real Ren for not remembering, in the case I had met her before. After my response, the mood turned somber as the two stared at the land without saying anything. As the ship approached the land, I got ready to leave. As if I was going to help the main cast carry all the students out of the storage room and onto the land. Seeing me ready to jump off the boat, Ruby cracked a grin before asking. You ask me why I call you shameless? A third-rate villain must embrace that shamelessness to advance to a second-rate villain. Or something like that. Honestly, I just needed to give myself an excuse to leave. You act like that, but you're doing the same thing. Turning to Ruby, who was also on the ledge of the boat, ready to jump, I reciprocated her smile before waving and jumping. However, Ruby was shocked, not because I was jumping, though. It was because of where I was jumping, into the deep blue water. Embracing the cold ocean water, I sunk to the ocean floor before swimming towards the land like a mermaid. I was actually swimming faster than the speedboat. As I turned around to see how fast I was moving compared to the speedboat, I peered past the darkness of the water and saw a figure also in the water. No fucking way. Right next to the speedboat was Ruby, who struggled to stay afloat while wildly slashing her arms to stay above the surface of the water. Doesn't she have teleportation? I guess water is spatial magic's weakness. Swimming back towards the speedboat, I swam right next to Ruby and floated above the water effortlessly before saying, "Are you actually stupid? Oh, so when you do it, it's alright, but when I do, I'm stupid? You know, maybe it's a stupid idea for you because you can't swim. Details, who cares? Well, I can't just leave here to drown or get run over by the speedboat, can I?" Turning to Ruby, who was desperately flailing her arms and legs to sway afloat, I asked. "So, what's your plan now?" Stopping her flailing arms and legs, she grinned and asked. "I don't know, maybe catch a ride?" Then, a second later, she started to sink into the water as she stopped flailing. Diving into the water below Ruby, underwater, I gestured to my back, and without any hesitation, she threw her arms out and attached her hands to my drenched shirt. Even though I knew she couldn't hear, I said, "Hold on, tight." Boosting myself off the ocean floor, I swam using breaststroke as fast as I could toward the land, which became closer and closer with every second. Turning away mid-stroke, I saw Ruby trailing behind me, holding on with all her might to my shirt, which was already almost torn due to her tight grip. Why do all my clothes always get torn? Reaching the shallow area of the water, I stood up with my shoulders barely above the surface and walked towards the sand, only a few feet away. On the other hand, Ruby only had her head above the water as she struggled to walk due to the resistance of the water. As soon as we reached the sand of the beach we swam towards, Ruby collapsed on the ground, panting. "Are you a damn mermaid?" Shrugging my shoulders, I crouched beside her and stared at the speedboat, which had already reached the port that was only a couple of miles away from the beach we were on. "Well, we should get back to the hotel." "Do you go like this?" Staring down at my drenched suit, which did not make me uncomfortable or irritated in the slightest, and Ruby's dress, which had sand all over it, I grabbed the cloak tied around my waist and handed it to her. Since the sun was just rising, the cloak shouldn't have any effects, so she wouldn't realize it was a magical artifact, and I could just take it back once we reached our dorm room. Watching her put on my cloak, which was far too big for her as the bottom of it scraped against the ground, I suppressed the urge to laugh, but failed. She looked like she just came from the circus. ***. Something funny to you? Enlighten me as to what's so funny. **PFFT**II, and nothing at all. Stepping in front of me, she blocked my path and held out her hands horizontally, causing me to laugh even more. Her sleeves were so big you couldn't even see her hands. Upon reaching our hotel room, I promptly took back my cloak and put it in my luggage before showering and changing. Stepping out of the shower, I noticed that the room was mostly empty. Zach and Irene were probably in the hospital being treated like the others, leaving me the entire living room. Tomorrow, we would be heading back on the buses, so I crammed everything into my suitcase and even used my awakened strength, almost breaking the suitcase, to zip everything up. Wrapping a towel around my neck, I sat on one of the cushions near the table and drank a cup of green tea that Ruby had made because she was cold from the swim. Scrolling on my smartwatch, enjoying the sweet tea, relishing the view of the ocean from our room, and recalling the earlier swim made me realize something. Was it so bad to live a normal life here? When I first came to this world, I was so confident that living here would be hell and so determined to head back to Earth, but now. Here I was, enjoying the simple things in a student's daily life. I had always denied that I was enjoying my life here, but at this point, it was hard for me not to have fun. Just messing around with Zach and Ruby, hanging out with Jean and Han, and even just training against the AI bots, brought me happiness and solace. Things I would never be able to do if I went back to Earth. Guess it's true you only miss things when you realize that you can no longer have them. What if I never even got back to Earth? That thought had crossed my mind many times, but I had always denied it as if I was transported to this world. There must be a way to travel to other worlds, but I just hadn't found it yet. Of course, in the meantime before discovering the method, I had decided to do my best to save this world from destruction by maintaining the plot structure. But, was this life really so bad? With the prestige of the academy and the money from Raven's business, I could live comfortably after graduation, maybe move to the countryside, and buy a mansion. Wasn't that better than working a 9-to-5 job on Earth? Wasn't living comfortably in a mansion with no worries way better than waking up at 6 a.m. every day just to be yelled out by my future boss? Why was I so persistent in making my way back to Earth? Interrupting my thoughts, Ruby opened the door of her and Irene's room before strolling into the living room and taking a seat on the cushion across from me. Staring at me with a curious expression, she asked, "How's the green tea?" "Could be better." "Are you insane?" "I made tea dash." Alright, it's good." Lifting up the cup of tea to my mouth to prove my point, I tilted the cup towards my mouth, letting the gold liquid flow into my mouth. However, when I attempted to put down the cup, I couldn't. Ruby was holding the cup to my mouth with a grin on her face. Hot. Overpowering Ruby, I put the cup down, but the damage was already done. With my tongue burning in pain, I rushed to the bathroom sink and covered my tongue in water, but that just made it worse. Further adding to my situation, I could hear someone breaking down in laughter back in the living room. With my tongue still writhing in pain, I rushed back to the living room, grabbed Ruby's cup of tea, and raised it to her mouth. "Open your mouth." However, Ruby teleported back 5 meters away from me and ran for her room before frantically shutting and locking the sliding door. While washing my tongue in the sink for the next hour, I could hear the constant bangs against the door and laughter from the other room. When I woke the next day, I didn't even bother to eat breakfast, as the tea had burned all my taste buds off. Everything was tasteless. While glaring at Ruby, who was comfortably gathering food, I also saw Irene and Zach, who were completely healed, walking towards the table. Sitting down next to me, Zach exclaimed, "Last day, guys, I'll really need dash." "Don't lie, Zach, you won't miss Ren." "Wait, really, I will, IAC dash." "Shut it, please." After I silenced Zach, Ruby also sat down beside us before saying, "Zach, don't listen to him, Ren can put up with you for one more day." "Isn't that right, Ren?" Ignoring Ruby, I got up from the table and headed to the luxury bus outside that had just arrived. Entering the luxury bus, I made my way through the empty seats and to my section, where an exquisite gift basket full of various expensive candies, chips, and beverages sat, with an attachment that said, "From the Museum of Magical Artifacts." My taste buds. Even though I had technically done no work to prevent the museum from being robbed on the outside, I had literally defended their subspace from being robbed by the jinns and taken care of 11 of them. Of course, I had stolen the subspace instead, but who would you rather have stolen from you, a bunch of jinns with evil ulterior motives or an innocent student like me? Surely, I was entitled to have part of this gift basket. Would Irene really let me take anything in the gift basket? Imagining Irene slapping away my hands every time I attempted to reach for a snack, I realized that there was no way in hell she would let me within a 10-meter radius of the gift basket. Well, if there was a gift basket, to begin with. Grabbing the gift basket from our section, I put it between my arms and strolled to the bus's exit like nothing had ever happened. You know, even though it was my choice to work in the shadows where no one would notice me, some recognition was nice. Walking down the bus stairs, I noticed Alia at the entrance alone, blocking my exit route. In the awkward situation where one had to move first, I decided to be the rude one as I started walking down the bus stairs, forcing Alia to move out of the way. No matter how much I concealed the gift basket, the vibrant colors of the candy stood out, so Alia inevitably saw it as I descended down the stairs. Seeing the handwritten note on the gift basket, Alia turned and stared at me. Even though I didn't have to say anything, I felt compelled to give an excuse as her gaze locked onto me. "I'm going to share it with the others. If you're innocent, you have nothing to hide." I think she might be worse than Ruby. What does that even mean? Ignoring her, I exited the bus and was going to walk to the luggage compartment to store the gift basket, but Alia just stood there outside the bus, staring at me. Then, as I slowly walked towards the cafeteria, glancing behind me to see if Alia was still watching, the worst possible thing happened. Ruby walked out of the hotel doors, stared at me for a moment, adjusted her gaze to the large gift basket hidden between my arms, and grinned before asking me, "Oh, and what might that be, Ren?" Employing my overly sarcastic tone, I replied, "Oh, you'll never believe it. The museum we saved earlier kindly decided to gift us a basket full of treats." Copying my tone, Ruby responded, "Oh really? How kind and respectful of them. Were you just about to inform us of this kind and amazing present? Of course. I thought this treat would go perfectly with our breakfast. Walking up to me, Ruby examined the gift basket before grabbing it from my arms. Looking at the gift basket, now her hands, I whispered. You know, you're an asshole, right? Are you sure? It sounds like you're projecting. To make things even worse, at that moment, both Zach and Irene walked out of the hotel, seeing us and Alia near the bus. Getting on her tippy toes, Ruby whispered directly into my ears. Don't worry, we'll give you the candy you deserve. Just say none. After the gift basket tragedy, I re-entered the bus, brushed past Alia, and sat back down in my section. Who even cares about some stupid treats? I'm rich now, I can get them anytime I want. The bus trip back went relatively well. Both Zach and Irene were exhausted from yesterday's treatments, so they didn't talk. And every time Ruby tried to make conversation, I glared at her with the utmost contempt. Drinking water, which was the only thing I could have with my taste buds burned to crisp, I stared out the window and finally saw the familiar city of the academy. Crossing the bridge, I picked up my phone and texted Raven. Ren, I'll be coming by today. Raven, oh, so now, you decide to warn me? What changed? Ren, don't worry about it. Raven, you say that knowing damn well, that just makes me worry more. Ren? Like, what do you want me to do about it? Raven, you're just going to say no to whatever I suggest, aren't you? Ren, of course not, a good boss always listens to their employees. Raven, be more specific, don't just say vague things and expect M-. Ren, no can do. It's a good thing you're a co-owner and not an employee. Putting down my phone, I exited the bus behind Ruby and immediately headed to the academy gate to exit. After taking a train to the outskirts of town and entering the seemingly abandoned warehouse that we called our headquarters, I saw Raven sitting down, working on drawing more circles. You're not good at hiding it all, are you? Whatever do you mean, boss? As someone who had to fake doing schoolwork for my parents, I knew exactly what to look for. And with my enhanced eyesight, finding the clues was just easier. You started working as soon as I texted you, didn't you? No. Your pencil has barely been touched, and there are only 3 papers beside you. I'm a slow writer. Recalling how I had made similar excuses in the past, I gave Raven a break and headed to the back of the room where the painting was hung on the wall. What the hell are you doing now, boss? Wasting no time, I jumped into the painting, ignoring Raven screaming behind me. I felt my surroundings distort before stabilizing to reveal the area of my previous fight. Using my eyesight, I examined the entire room before finding some faint scrape marks on the floor. Following the scrape marks, I saw the test subject I had left behind in the fight lying face down on the floor. His horns were almost out of color, only a faint red was visible. Observing his body, I was somewhat disheartened to realize that corruption of the night had no effect on him as, besides the wound applied by daggers, there was no other damage done to him. Well, then, I guess that begs the question, what do I do with him? I could just kill him, but Raven has been complaining about having too much work recently. This Jinn was persistent enough to live this long, so maybe he was a harder worker than Raven. Walking to the barely conscious Jinn, I yanked him upwards by his horns and stared him in the face. Well, you have 2 options now. Either die or work for me. At this point, if Raven had those 2 options, I think he would have chosen to die. Unable to speak due to lack of water, the Jinn simply stared at me with a pained expression. Do you want to live? Immediately, the Jinn mustered up all his strength and nodded his head until I finally gestured to him that I understood. Using my mana, I created a mana contract with the same terms as Raven's, except there was no time limit, and he didn't get any percentage of the company. Or, in other words, he was my servant, that didn't get paid. Mustering up his mana, the Jinn released a blood-red form of mana towards the contract, causing it to shine a bright purple instead of white before disappearing into the air. Putting the Jinn on my shoulders so that his horns didn't poke at me, I headed to the exit of the subspace before jumping into the painting once again. Right in front of the painting stood a bewildered Raven examining it. Then, his expression soured as he noticed me, and our new guest. Without giving any time for Raven to speak or even react, I said. Meet your new assistant. Leading the Jinn to the kitchen, I immediately gave him water and food. Usually, you're not supposed to eat this much after not eating for a while, but he was a Jinn, so it didn't affect him. As the djinn loudly gulped down the water and food, Raven hesitantly walked toward the kitchen before quietly whispering in my ear. Avbutt, he's a djinn. So? Aren't you evil too? You've been scamming people in the black market for ages without any regrets. How are you different from him? The horns, maybe that's how we're different. How is scamming even comparable to killing, boss? Patting Raven on the shoulder, I responded. You'll get over it. It wasn't a lie. As the boss of the black market in the original timeline, Raven frequently got his hands dirty. Seeing the djinn having regained enough energy to at least speak, I asked. So, introduce yourself. Showing no hesitancy or surprise at his current situation, the djinn responded in between taking massive sips of water. I am Zing. I don't really have any hobbies, but I do enjoy swordsmanship. Alright, Raven, your turn. I'm Raven, and I'm a co-owner of a business with Ren over there. I'm Ren, and I enjoy swimming or diving. Employing the mana contract's power of the djinn having to listen to my commands, I said. Alright, Zing. You're in Raven's hands. He'll show you the ropes and teach you some things. Listen to him. Why do I even try? Leaving the sullen Raven and Zing, who were still gulping down food, I waved goodbye and headed back to the academy. While I did want to stay in the warehouse, security in the academy would be getting tighter due to the incidents, so even with my fake club card, re-entering the academy after 8 would be difficult. Nodding my head to the security guards, I headed inside the academy and towards my dorm building, but to my surprise, there was someone familiar waiting for me outside the dorm. In front of my dorm building stood Ruby, with the gigantic gift basket from earlier. Seeing me, Ruby ran up to me with a grin and said, "Don't worry, I'm shameless too." She had hidden the gift basket from Zach and Irene. Bowing my head, I said, "You're my savior." I had almost forgotten that she was also a villain. Why would she share the gift basket with the others? PFFT, well, let's go have a feast. /N, would appreciate you guys drop a review. If we get enough, I'll drop an extra chap TMR as well. Following Ruby's lead, I headed into the forest right outside the dorm building. Confused as to why we were going so deep into the forest when there were almost no students out, I asked. Where are we going? You'll see. Is it really that hard to answer a question? Do you have no patience? Sighing, I tried to use my eyes to peer through the darkness and see the end of the path, only to realize that we weren't actually taking a path. We're not lost, are we? Smirking, Ruby didn't answer my question but instead fastened her pace, taking seemingly random turns every 20 steps. Realizing that the ground below me was actually tilting uphill instead of being flat, I looked up and realized that she was leading me up one of the tallest hills in the forest. Reaching the peak of the hill, Ruby abruptly sat down before immediately opening the gift basket, letting all the sweets spill out. Taking a seat across from her, I grabbed one of the orange-looking beverages that resembled Fanta from Earth and admired the view of the forest. The sound of birds chirping while flying through the sky, the green vines stretching all the way from the top of the tree to the bottom, and the moonlight shining down on certain spots of the forest created a perfect balance of light and dark. Snapping me out of my thoughts, Ruby's voice spoke from my left. What are planning for the school festival? Ah, yes, the school festival. Unlike the previous events, I was not required to do anything, as the primary reason this event was held was to introduce Ren's father to Liam, which Lily would have no qualms with. Featuring a variety of events, the school held the festival to prove to the world that Celestial Academy was the best, as the top students from other schools in the human realm would compete against ours. After this week's break, the competing students from the other academies would temporarily join our class, but besides a few disputes among students, there was nothing special about it. There were also the Jinn infiltrators who would sneak about, but they would do nothing besides try to recruit a couple of students. Well, with all the changes made to the plot, I can't be too sure about the future, so I wasn't planning to drop my guard completely, especially when one of the variables was sitting right next to me and eating. Responding to Ruby, I said, "Nothing much, what about you?" Since I wasn't among the school's top students, I was not required to participate in any of the festival's events, but Ruby, on the other hand, was forced to sign up for at least one event. While it sounds bad that the academy requires its top students to compete in an event, it was actually a good opportunity. All the influential people in the realm would attend, so if you did fairly well, you could possibly receive an offer. One such case is Liam, who wins multiple events, leading him to gain the recognition of Ren's father. I haven't decided on an event yet. Are you planning to go to the tryouts? If you were outside the top 10, there was still a possibility that could compete if you did well enough in the team tryouts, but the tryouts were insanely intense as the academy wanted to filter out the unworthy students. Vehemently shaking my head, I basked in the sweet beverage that somehow tasted exactly like Fanta before grabbing another candy, which resembled Kit Kats from my world. Wait. Looking at the entire gift basket, I noticed that every single treat in there resembled a snack from my own world, with there being root beer, Skittles, and even Starburst. Was this Lily's doing? Creating a candy company would be a decent way to make money. Feeling the sugar high from all the treats I had eaten, I stood up and aimlessly walked around the small clearing we were sitting in. Eating a candy that resembled a Hershey's chocolate bar, Ruby silently stared at the ocean through the gaps in the trees. If I had to say, the main reason why Ruby and I got along so well is that we both had secrets that we refused to share with anyone else in the world. So, silent times like this were common, as neither of us wanted to talk too much, inadvertently revealing our secrets. The other times we talked, our words were full of sarcasm and jokes, as neither of us wanted to be honest or real with each other. That's why I didn't spend too much time around Ruby, as getting too close to her would cause me to drop my guard and be less cautious when speaking. In all honesty, I think that we both knew that this relationship was a ticking time bomb, as a relationship built on lies, deceit, and fake lives would never last for long. However, the time before the bomb exploded would be fun, at least. Before the training camp, I had forced myself to believe that all the relationships I was making were fake and would end whenever I returned to Earth, so I really didn't care too much about what happened. Now that I had a different perspective, I could more clearly examine my relationships with people around me and realize that basically every relationship I had contained some kind of problem. Han and Jean only hung out with me because they knew the original Ren and my relationship with Ruby could end at any time. Raven was only there because I had the power of the mana contract over him, and in the first place, I only met him because of my knowledge from the book. Everyone else in the world hated or had no opinion of me. I had spent maybe 2 months in this world, but besides my power, I had nothing at all to show for it. Ignoring this problem had been so much easier when I had been determined to get back to Earth, as these people would all disappear soon enough, so what was the point in having a good relationship with them? With the doubts about my return to Earth creeping in, I guess I had started to see the people around me as more than book characters, actual human beings with souls. Ending the silence, I waved my hands and said, "Well, I'll see you later then, thanks for the treat." Standing up, Ruby grabbed the remainder of the gift basket while I departed from the clearing and made my way back to my dorm building. On the way back, I saw a crowd of students gathering at the entrance, which was weird for this time. Curious, I made my way to the back of the crowd before using my eyes to peer through the gaps and see what everyone was so interested in. Midterm grades. #1, Liam. #2, Kevin. #3, Alia. #4, Lily. #9, Irene. #10, Scarlett. #199, Ren. Well, good enough, I guess. The next week of break passed slowly. Realizing that all relationships were meaningless or built on lies, I was less inclined to hang out with the people around me, leading me to seclude myself. It's ironic that when I started to recognize that the people around me were actually people with souls, I hung out with them less than when I saw them as book characters. Ignoring the text messages on my phone, I dedicated all of my time to training, as that was the only thing that brought me some solace and distracted me from everything. That training allowed me to take the next step in mastering the Eclipse Blade, as I realized that I hadn't yet mastered the third movement. The third movement allowed me to create a shadow cage and, as I later learned, to manipulate my corruption of the night as a whole. Combining corruption of the night with the mana in my body, I could create actual physical objects like daggers, swords, and even a bow. I didn't yet have enough corruption of the night to create a bow and an arrow simultaneously, though, so that was useless for now. The quality of the daggers I created with corruption of the night far surpassed that of my normal daggers. However, creating them would require a lot of mana and use a lot of corruption. That also led me to the realization that, just as I could gain corruption, it could also be lost when I manifested items or shadow cages when using it. I was glad to realize that elemental slashes didn't make me lose corruption of the night, though. Finishing up my fight with an AI bot, I slumped down against the wall and checked my stats menu. Menu User, Ren Montclair. Class, Proficient Assassin, Level 3, 2%. Stealth, C. Dash moderate dagger mastery, 7%. Dash arts, eclipse blade, 3/5. Stats. Dash rating, D, dream not yet completed. Dash strength, E+. Dash agility, D+. Dash stamina, E+. Dash magic power, D+. Dash luck, GS, conditional. Dash intelligence, E. Dash charm, G+. Traits. Dash passive, dragon's will, 1/. Dragon eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Skills. Dash E, dash, not requiring any mana usage. The skill allows the user to move 10 meters from their current location in any direction with a cooldown period of 7 seconds. The skill does not instantly move the user, but temporarily increases the user's speed until they move 10 meters. That dragon's will, 1/, was really starting to piss me off, but what could I do about it? Go ask an extinct creature, a dragon, how to advance. I was by no means in a hurry to complete my next dream due to my memories of the last one, so I had also put that on hold. With my death on the line in these dreams, I decided to advance my power a bit more before attempting that. Checking the calendar, I realized that classes would be starting tomorrow, and the festival was less than a week away. Sighing, I left my training hall and headed back to my dorm room to sleep. I knew that secluding myself forever would be impossible and stupid, but wasn't that a normal reaction for someone suddenly transferred to another world? What was the next step for me? Was I still being hell-bent on going back to Earth, or had that obsession decreased a bit? Did I want to build new relationships and advance my current ones, or just give up? There was only one question I could confidently answer: do I want to continue maintaining the plot, or should I just let Lily do what she wants? I wanted to maintain the plot and keep the world from being destroyed. Lying down on my bed, the thought suddenly came to me. Is this what people call a midlife crisis? No, I'm too young for that, aren't I? Waking up the next morning, I finally decided to check my smartwatch messages for the first time in a week. Unread, 99+. Jean, 99+ unread. Han, 30 unread. Raven, 7 unread. Ruby, 4 unread. Putting on the academy blazer, I put down my smartwatch without checking any of the messages and headed off to class. With most students starting tryouts for the festival team tomorrow, schoolwork should be minimal, so I didn't even bother doing the homework assigned. With my ability to manifest corrupted daggers at any time now, I didn't bother bringing my daggers everywhere, so I didn't have to worry about wearing heavy clothing like a sweatshirt to hide them. Just in time for summer. Looking at the sun, which was shining especially bright today, I decided to put aside all my problematic and conflicting thoughts for now. Sooner or later, I'd have to make a decision, but procrastinating was my specialty. Heading inside the building of my classes, I put inside my earbuds, which I had been using more and more recently, before heading up the stairs. Looking downwards at the reflection of the shiny metal stairs, I saw a figure right in front of me, so stepping to the right, I continued ascending the stairs. However, the figure blocking me also stepped to the right. Finally, looking upwards, I saw Astrid standing in front of me with a disgruntled expression and a clipboard in her hand. Not bothering to take out my wired earbuds, I irritatedly asked. What? Have you thought about my offer to join the student council? My answer stays the same. That's fine, but I just wanted to let you know that I have another candidate who's interested in joining. If you don't accept, I'll be forced to allow them in. Letting out another sigh, I recalled that Lily would be trying to prevent Irene's transformation into a villain, and the first step to do that was to get Irene on the student council. Honestly, why did Irene have to be a villain? I justified my attempts to continue to make her a villain by assuming that if she didn't become a villain, a more powerful existence would replace her and make my life harder, but did I even know that would happen? Well, I'm too far in to give up now, aren't I? Sometimes, you just have to go with gut instinct, even if it's based on pure speculation. Anyway, it wasn't like this was my final choice. I could leave the council at any time and get Irene on it. Alright, I'll join, but don't expect anything. Anyway, wouldn't the student council be worse off if they had me? I mean, when found school's out, the one and only Ren is on the student council, countless rumors like bribery and harassment will rise. I mean, it wasn't like I was going to contribute to the student council or anything, either. Like, even Astrid should know that there was no way in hell I was doing any paperwork for the council. To be honest, I was just going to be a council member in the name. There was no way you'd catch me showing up to meetings or wasting my time doing work for this shitty school that somehow has gin attacks every month. Well, I guess this is Astrid's way of giving back to me because I saved her life. Surprisingly, this relationship was not formed on the logic of the book or the previous Ren. Walking past Astrid, who was writing something down on her clipboard, I entered our nearly empty classroom as class started in over 20 minutes. Grabbing a Starburst that I had taken from the gift basket, I savored the sweet taste of it before pulling out my smartwatch and scrolling. Before the training camp, I had been basically forced by Han and Jean to install the popular social media app, Nexu. Zach/followers, 1045/following, 102. Just got back from training camp, smiley face. Attachment. Suppressing the urge to comment something on Zach's post, I moved to Irene's profile. Irene/followers, 50,932/following, 23. A lot has happened. Attachment. For Irene, the attachment was a picture of the half-broken-down cruise ship taken from the port, but seriously, did she have to make her post so edgy? All of the comments were something like, OMG, what happened, and are you okay, and call me now, and this is your father, please see 8-. Putting down my smartwatch and taking out my earbuds, I realized that the classroom was already almost full. Jean and Han were the only ones who were not here yet. Seeing them walk into the room as the bell rang, I didn't feel anxious or awkward about having to talk to them despite having ghosted them for a week. I just felt normal. After Han and Jean, the teacher walked in and stood at the podium before writing exchange students on the blackboard. From today until the end of the festival, exchange students from the other best academies in the human realm will be taking classes with you. As you guys are Celestial Academy students, I don't think I need to remind you, but just in case, do not be disrespectful or rude towards our visitors. Treat them as if they are normal students at Celestial Academy, just me and you. Is that understood? Nodding at Professor Zia's words, I saw Han and Jean sitting beside me, staring at the blackboard in confusion. After passing midterms, those two had partied and celebrated all week, so they probably had no idea about the upcoming Celestial Academy festival. Opening the sliding door, 6 students, 2 from each academy, entered our class and stood next to the professor. You all can get to know them at a later time. The class will begin now. Nodding at the professor's words, the 2 students from Eldertide Academy, the second-ranked academy, confidently walked towards the seats with smug expressions before sitting in the row in front of the main cast. Those 2 would be the main culprits of the disputes between schools. The other 4 students from the 3rd and 4th-ranked academies, Mystic Vale Institute and Drake Haven Academy, sat in the first row, right in front of the students from Eldertide, with expressions varying from concerned to happy. Recently, Professor Zia had given more and more detentions to Jean and Han for talking in class, so the 2 stayed silent while occasionally glancing at me. Hiding the wire of my earbud under my blazer, I put in one earbud and zoned out while staring out the window, where the cherry blossom trees were now light green. Unlike Earth, there were no climate change or environmental issues, so nature was beautiful almost everywhere, and the colors of everything were so vibrant. Feeling a tap on my shoulders, I saw almost the entire class, alongside Professor Zia, staring at me. I just had to be called on right now, didn't I? Well, I guess it is a third-rate villain's job to appear as stupid and shameless to everyone. Turning down the volume of my earbuds, I immediately heard Professor Zia speak. Ren, once again, answer the question on the board. Or were you not paying attention to my lesson? Scanning the whiteboard and reading the question, I was surprised to see that I had actually read a similar question and answer in my mind. But, alas, I had to stay true to my role. Well, at this point, it wasn't but I honestly preferred staying true to being a third-rate villain, as it more suited my personality than anything else. Shrugging my shoulders, I responded. I don't know. Of course, most of the class burst into laughter at my answer, but they were all book characters, weren't they? Weren't they actual people like me, too? Well, no matter the case, I ignored it and looked on as Professor Zia sighed before calling on another student. Zoning out until the bell rang, I was the first to get up and leave the classroom, as I had no intention of dealing with the dispute that would take place with the new exchange students. However, one of the exchange students from Eldertide Academy was blocking my exit to the classroom as they glanced at me. And where are you going? To get lunch? Is there a problem? No, I'm just surprised that this school is considered number 1 when people like you can attend. Isn't this a battle between third-rate villains? Both of us were created simply so that the protagonist would be more powerful or have a greater reputation. But, then, is there a hierarchy among third-rate villains, or why is he so damn annoying? We're of the same kind, aren't we? So, can you move? And why should I listen to you? You're blocking the door, what the hell are you talking about? Are you brain dead? Seriously, you calling M dash? Realizing that he had no intention of moving, I secretly conjured a pitch-black cover around my hand before grabbing his shirt and throwing him out of the way with the extra strength provided by my corruption. Bang. Was this a rash action simply because I was more annoyed than usual today? Yes, but it was friendly fire since we were both third rates, so it didn't count. Watching him fly like an arrow and land on a couple of empty desks with his back downwards, causing the chairs to topple down, I exited the classroom without waiting for anyone's reaction. However, right outside the classroom doors was Astrid, waiting with her clipboard in her hand. Seeing my exit, she immediately gestured at me with her hand, so I reluctantly followed. A third-rate villain like me couldn't hope to take on a main cast member like Astrid. Trailing slightly behind her, I once again asked in an annoyed tone. Is there something you need? I have to show you the student council room, give you your badge for the upcoming festival, and explain your duties. Does she seriously believe that I'll work? After thinking about it for a moment, I realized that the student council badge would actually be nice for the event as I would get access to all the VIP areas, so I continued to follow her. When I entered the empty student council room, I first noticed that it was as big as my classroom, despite being for a maximum of 10 students. Handing me a lanyard with my face and student council member on it, Astrid started explaining how to sign various documents and which teachers to talk to, but I just zoned out once again. Are you listening? What do you think? You're not. Realizing conversation with me was futile, she handed me a guidebook before heading to her desk in the center of the room, where the teacher's podium normally sat. Putting the guidebook in my backpack, I considered reading it as it would only take me an hour with my eyes before Astrid spoke once again. Alright, well, that's it. Welcome to the student council. Can I leave now, then? You know most people would be jumping up and down after being personally invited to the student council. That's nice, thank you for sharing. Sighing, most likely contemplating her decision to invite me, Astrid got up from her desk and gestured for me to follow her once again. One more thing. Following Astrid out of the student council room and further into the building, with no students besides us in sight as it was lunch, I was tempted to ask about our destination, but after a bit of thinking, I realized there was about a 99% chance she didn't tell me. Abruptly stopping in front of a door, Astrid pushed it open before immediately walking in. Staying outside the room, I peered in, noticing that the room was a janitor's closet as it solely consisted of brooms, mops, and tissues. My previous calm and indifferent attitude immediately transformed as I stared into the small room, devoid of any light, where Astrid was waiting for me inside. Looking at me hesitantly standing outside the small room, Astrid scoffed before grabbing my arm and pulling me inside, letting the door slam shut. Not giving me any time to create a misunderstanding, Astrid immediately pulled out her phone and held it up to my face. The picture showed a circle with a full black X that had 2 red horns protruding out of the top. Legs were added to the bottom of the X, making it seem like a human, and the rest of the outer edges of the circle were dark red. As I stared at the symbols, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Recalling the djinns I had fought with Astrid at the nightclub, I remembered that the cloaks I had taken from them, which were currently stored in my room, had that same exact symbol. Recognize it? Seeing me nod my head at her question, Astrid continued. I've received intel that their organization has something planned for the upcoming festival. With the book never mentioning anything about their initial attack at the nightclub or anything at all about the organization Astrid was talking about, I could neither confirm nor deny her words, so I simply nodded. If they were to attack, that could be a huge problem for Lily and my goals. Recognizing our situation, I was confused to realize that Astrid had probably brought me here to ask me to help her prevent this organization's attacks. Why me? Don't you have your family or the academy? With the position of student council president, she must have thousands of powerful people who would be willing to help her, and that wasn't even including her family, which was a force of its own. Shaking her head, Astrid responded. No. I can't mention this to them. Was it because it would reveal her part-time job in singing? Did she really care more about keeping her singer identity a secret than preventing the academy from being attacked? Well, it's not like I have anything better to do. Alright, I'll help, but you'll need to give me more information. They're called the Xylo Syndicate, and their main goal is to overthrow the High Dominion and the Empire as a whole. So, another revolution organization? Nodding my head, I prompted Astrid to continue, however. Besides that, not much is known about them. What kind of lazy source is feeding her this information? They know of the Xylo's plan to attack, but nothing else? Well, I guess we have to get the information ourselves. I have their cloaks in my room, we can use them. If they were planning to attack during the festival, they must have some sort of base set up in the capital, so we'd need to find them before attempting anything else. Nodding her head, Astrid pulled something out of her pocket and handed it to me. From now until the start of the Celestial Festival, Ren is excused from attending all classes due to critical matters that require his participation. Astrid, Celestial Academy Student Council President. Grabbing the slip out of her hands with a smile, I asked. What's the plan? Surely, she didn't come to me, hoping I could pull some plan out of my ass and have it magically work. Today night, we'll depart from the academy and ask around the city for clues on their hideout. Once we discover their hideout, we infiltrate using the cloaks and find out their primary objective. Indeed, attacking the Celestial Festival as a whole was too unrealistic for such a small organization that wasn't even mentioned in the book, so they must have a more specific objective. Slightly opening the door to see if anyone was around, I walked out after confirming no one was in sight and immediately headed back to my classroom. Entering the classroom, I saw Professor Zia picking up the chairs that had fallen from my throw earlier, so I attempted to slip the note into the teacher's podium, but she noticed me. And what might that be, Ren? Even with my stealth rank at AC, I couldn't avoid her sight. Sighing, I walked over to her and handed her the note that Astrid had written. Glancing at the note, then glancing at me, then glancing back at the note, and then back to me, she asked. If I were to call to confirm the authenticity of this note, I would receive a positive answer, right? Did she really have that little trust in me? Nodding my head, I patiently awaited her to pull out her smartwatch and call the office, but to my surprise, she just grabbed the note and put it in her pocket. Well then, you're free to go. After a second, I regained my composure and picked up a single chair and set it up before walking to the door, but as I exited the classroom, Professor Zia's voice sounded once again. Be careful, I can't have any of my students dying on me. Yeah. What kind of teacher says that to their students? Clearly, she's jinxing me. Does she want me to die? Going back to my room, I packed up the 2 cloaks and my daggers, before immediately heading to the Academy's mana gate. A bow and arrow would be quite useful, wouldn't it? I had some corruption farming to do. Setting the mana gate destination to a town on the outskirts of the kingdom, I walked through, immediately adjusting my surroundings to a nice village with no insanely decorated buildings but instead nice 2-story cottages. Since it was daytime, the adults were all at work, and the students were at school, so I enjoyed the serenity of it all for a moment before making my way towards a nearby forest. Channeling my corruption and mana, I manifested 2 pitch-black curved daggers in both of my hands. Each dagger seemed to have been created by darkness itself, as their surface was smooth, glossy black, devoid of any reflections or imperfections. Since these daggers were created by corruption itself, I didn't need to imbue them with the pitch-black aura, as it was already contained within them. It was a bit of a loss, as the pitch-black aura helped hide the size and shape of my daggers so my enemies couldn't estimate their reach, but you can't have everything. Corruption would only be lost if the daggers were destroyed or damaged, so I just had to keep them safe. Peering through the gaps in between the trees, I quickly found a horde of deer-ink goblins hunting for food about 3 miles away from my current location. Wasting no time, I dispersed my 2 corrupted daggers and sprinted toward the clearing without any attempt to be silent. As I neared the goblin camp, my existence was already known, as dozens had already gathered at the front with spears in their hands. Well, the more the merrier. Pulling out my standard daggers, I threw them at the 2 goblins at the front before activating the dash and dashing right into the center of the camp. Those 2 kills wouldn't count for corruption as they weren't embedded with the aura, but I needed some distraction to get to the center of the camp. Creating the 2 pitch-black daggers once again, I chipped at my hands before using all of my remaining mana to create a shadow cage. While it was risky, as if the cage was damaged by the goblins, I would lose corruption, the benefits were far too good to pass up on. As a pure blue slowly enveloped me and the remaining goblins before turning pitch black after it was at full size, the light slowly disappeared until there was none. Putting on my cloak artifact, I felt a surge of power envelope me as I stared around to see that most of the goblins were running around chaotically as they could no longer see. Swish. 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 Switching from goblin to goblin, I silently stalked my target until I found the perfect moment, then lunged at them with my dagger already directly aligned with their fatal organ. As fast as this process was currently, imagining how much easier I could do all of this bow almost made me drool. Wait, don't I have enough already? Feeling a surge of corruption flood into my daggers, I dismissed the 2 daggers, before manifesting a single bow and arrow. Made of pure darkness, the entire recurve bow appeared in my hands. Colored a lustrous black as even the normally white strings were pure black, the limbs of the bow curved gracefully towards me, almost poking me in the face. Placing the single night black arrow in my hand, I effortlessly pulled the bow's soft elastic string back and knocked the arrow. From the goblin's perspective, I doubted the bow could even be seen, as the darkness of the shadow cage perfectly complemented its color. Releasing the string, I watched as the arrow gracefully flew through the air like a hawk gliding towards its prey. Zing! Having perfectly calculated the goblin's approximate location with my eyes, the arrow was right on the mark as it pierced all the way through the goblin's body, showing its perfection. A normal arrow wouldn't even have the sharpness to harm the goblin's body as it would bounce off, yet this pitch-black arrow had punctured all the way through the goblin's body when it wasn't even at full speed. Realizing that it was the last goblin, I marveled at the bow in my hands before dispersing the shadow cage and walking towards my arrow, whose tip was now painted a dark red from the goblin's blood. Opposite the shadow cage, the bow and arrow in my hand stood out immensely in the sunlight, perfectly contrasting with the pure sunlight emanating from the sun's rays. Staring at the countless goblin corpses in front of me, I sighed as I realized that all I could conjure with my bow for now was a single arrow. Although I hadn't realized it at first, gaining corruption was getting tougher and tougher every time I killed something. Dismissing my bow, I took the mana gate back to the academy before heading to the front gates, where Astrid was waiting for me. Staring at the wounds on my hands that I had forgotten to clean, Astrid confusedly asked. "What were you doing?" "Farming." "Like plants or crops? You think I enjoy planting things in my free time?" "You literally said farming is what you were doing. You think it's more plausible that I enjoy farming than the possibility of me lying to you? Why would you lie about that, though?" Shrugging my shoulders at Astrid's question, I walked past her and onto the bridge that led to the capital city. Using my eyes to peer into the city, I realized that it actually bustling with people, despite it being almost 9, as visitors from other areas in the realm had already arrived in preparation for the celestial festival. Turning to face Astrid, who was trailing behind me, I asked. "How exactly do you plan to question people?" "I'd assume they would put their headquarters in a rundown area to avoid attention, so we can pay beggars or shop owners for information about recent suspicious activities in the poorer areas of town. Sorry to break it to you, but I'm dead broke." Giving me a deadpan stare, Astrid sighed before replying. "It's from my own money." "Wow, quite the selfless person we have here, using your own money. Are you taking this seriously?" "I can find someone else." Stepping off the bridge and into the bustling capital city, I smirked while responding. "Bit late for that now, no?" Walking past the countless shops that were decorated with banners that said, "Celestial Academy is number 1, or Go Celestial Academy," we continued to head deeper into the city. Recognizing the cake shop where I had first met Raven, I signaled to Astrid that we had entered the slums. Astrid probably chose me for the job because she knew I had experience with and knowledge about the slums of the capital from when I brought her to the headquarters. Waiting outside the cake shop, I watched as Astrid entered the shop and walked to the owner to ask some questions. A couple of seconds later, she walked out of the shop. "Nothing." Following her lead, we went deeper and deeper into the city, seeing rats crawling around and drunken people fighting occasionally. After another hour stopping every 20 or so feet to ask questions to people yielded no information whatsoever, I stopped Astrid. "Let's try again tomorrow, there might be different people around." While it was true that more asking around today would be useless, I had also noticed signs of people following us through the reflection in the apartment glasses. Calling these stalkers out now would be rash as there was the slight possibility that our followers were part of the organization we were trying to track. If they got away after we confronted them and notified the organization of our activities, the infiltration would be impossible, and we would have to create a whole new plan. Right now, they couldn't know that we were specifically looking for them, so there was no harm in letting them be. However, if they were also following us tomorrow, we would be forced to act. Two Celestial Academy students looking for information in the slums of the capital for 2 days straight would be far too suspicious to any evil organization. Seeing Astrid nod her head at my words, I stared awaiting her further instructions, but she just stayed silent and stared back at me. Tapping me on the shoulder, Astrid asked, "Well, what are you waiting for? Is it really a secret headquarters if everyone already knows about it?" Taking a detour back to the bustling area of the city, I walked aimlessly until I was sure no prying eyes were tracking us. Using a different route with some unnecessary loops, I added to be careful. We finally arrived back at the abandoned building. Standing in front of the headquarters building, I turned to Astrid and said, "Wait, here for a moment." I entered by slightly opening the doors, ensuring that Astrid couldn't see inside, before immediately closing the door behind me. In the kitchen, Raven, who was passed out on one of the chairs, sat, and across from him sat Zing, who had red horns clearly visible as if he were actually showing them off. Walking up behind Raven, I shook his chair until his eyelids finally opened. "Wake up. WHWHW, WWH. Is this another nightmare? Oi, you brat, am I really someone who would be in your nightmares? Depends on the day." Seeing that Raven was fully awake, I pointed towards Zing, who had also passed out, and asked, "Is there any way to get rid of those horns?" "Why are you asking me?" "Ask Zing, he's right there." "Did you really wake me up just to ask me a question that you know I don't know the answer to?" "Nah, we also have a guest." "I'm going back to sleep." Ignoring Raven, who contradicted his own words by pouring himself a cup of coffee, I did the same thing to Zing as I shook his chair. Not having any reaction to being suddenly woken up, Zing tilted his head upwards, meeting my eyes, and asked, "Oh, hey, boss, what's good?" Pointing to his horns, I repeated, "Any way to get rid of these things?" Finally having some reaction, Zing almost fell out of his chair as he dejectedly responded, You want to get rid of my horns, they're so cool though." Interjecting from my other side, Raven replied while drinking his coffee, "I've told you 100 times, Zing, those are not cool. You're just jealous you don't have any, don't lie." "Zing, ignore Raven. Is there a way? We have a guest waiting outside." "So, let them in? They'll be amazed at my horns, just trust me. Back in my village, everyone used to comp dash. No one gives a fuck about your damn village, Zing." Shocked at Raven's outburst, I was stunned for a moment. This was the real Raven, the cruel mastermind who ruled over the black market. But why was he emerging now? Ignoring Zhang and Raven's exchange of insults, I shifted my gaze to the painting in the corner before turning back to Zhang. Astrid would be staying here for 5 days, so hiding Zhang in the subspace that long would be unreasonable. Even I felt some pity for the guy. He had spent over a week alone in that subspace. I wouldn't be surprised if he had some trauma that prevented him from entering it again. Snapping me out of my thoughts, I heard Raven ask me, "Why don't you just put him in the subspace, boss?" "Really, Raven?" Before I could even respond, Zing jumped up from my seat and sprinted towards me. Don't, I'll do anything, please, don't dash." Holding the panicking Zing in my arms, I wore a disgusted expression as I turned to Raven and asked, "Have you no sympathy? Really, you are a terrible person. Finally, some payback for all those times." Raven, who almost dropped his coffee from Zhang's sudden outburst, sighed and stared at me before sitting down on the couch and turning on the television. Turning back to Zhang, I asked, "You're not going in the subspace, but you still haven't answered, can you hide those horns somehow?" Relieved at my words, Zhang stepped back and thought for a moment before replying, "I can't use magic to hide them, yet, but..." Stopping mid-sentence, Zhang ran toward Raven's closet before pulling out a shiny brown fedora. "I can use this." Watching Zhang put on the hat, completely concealing his horns, I nodded before heading back to the headquarters entrance. Opening the door wide, I saw Astrid tapping her foot up and down as she waited for me. "What took you so long?" "Farming. Why do I even try?" Shaking her head, Astrid headed inside the headquarters. With Astrid, Raven, and Zing around, I felt no need to keep up the facade of Ren, so it actually felt kinda freeing talking and honestly just living without always having to consider, what would Ren do in this scenario? Sure, I had used my book knowledge to find Raven, but this entire time, we had been talking as friends and partners. Zing was someone I met based on pure chance, and the same with Astrid. Maybe I did have some relationships to show for my time here? Watching Astrid's gaze pause on Zing, who for some reason was trying to style his fedora, I asked. That's Zing, he's new around here. Raven, staring at the television, gave a slight wave to Astrid before returning his attention to the news, which was conveniently displaying information about the Celestial Festival. On the other hand, Zing continued to stare at himself in the mirror while occasionally muttering things like, is this better? No, I look better like this. Shaking my head, I let my thoughts leak out as I said. What terrible kids I have raised. Can't agree less. Finding an empty couch, Astrid sat down and also started watching the news, leaving me alone with Zing. Hey, boss, how does this lube dash? Scratching my head, I considered spending the night in the subspace before sitting down on the couch next to Raven. After a while, the exhaustion started to kick in, so I went to the corner of the headquarters, which I had turned into my own bedroom, and fell asleep. Waking up the next day, I saw the television was still somehow on, so I turned and saw Raven staring blankly at the screen with 3 cups of coffee on the ground. On the other couch was Astrid, who somehow fell asleep despite the loud television being right next to her. Zing had fallen asleep on the kitchen chair, so his fedora was hanging downwards, revealing part of his horns. Readjusting the fedora on Zing, I poured myself a cup of coffee and added sugar before manifesting a pitch-black stir to mix them. Corruption of the night was actually quite useful in day-to-day life. Taking a sip, I noticed that Astrid had just woken up. She was stretching her hands while getting off the couch. Snapping Raven out of his barely conscious daze, I tapped him on the shoulder and asked. Any suspicious activity in the area recently? While Raven didn't leave the headquarters much anymore, as he had already hired people to sell the healing scrolls, it was possible that he knew something. Ignoring my question, Raven continued to stare silently at the television, which was currently displaying an advertisement, like a zombie. Reading my thoughts, Astrid grabbed the remote and turned off the television. However, Raven continued to stare into the blank screen, which was just reflecting himself now. Sighing, I pushed Raven down on the couch, forcing him to lie down and close his eyes, before heading to Zing. Trying my best not to knock off his fedora, I shook his chair a bit before he finally opened his eyes. You're coming with us today. It had been 4 days since we started investigating the slums, yet we didn't even have a single bit of information. Astrid and I were tired, and the festival was tomorrow, so we needed all the help we could get. An extra pair of hands and eyes would be nice for investigating. Tapping his fedora with his right hand, Zing simply smiled and took a bite of the cold toast that was on the table. Anything but that painting. Before reconvening with Astrid, who had put back on the television, I pulled Zing aside for a moment. If I tap you, follow me, and be ready to fight, no questions asked. Just so you know, I'll have to reveal my horns to fight. That's fine. After putting a blanket over the sleeping Raven, who was shivering because the windows were open, I walked up to Astrid with Zing behind me. Just like that, the 3 of us exited the warehouse, leaving Raven slumped down on the couch. A third-rate villain, a main cast member, and a random-ass djinn, just what kind of team were we? Turning to the djinn, who was a former villain organization member, I asked. Hey, Zing, hypothetically, if you were a djinn, where would you put your hideout? Stopping mid-strut, Zing turned to me confused. What do you mean if? Wait, I see what you're doing, boss. Haha. If I were a djinn, I would hide it in plain sight, somewhere so obvious that no one would think to look there. Proud of himself for catching on to my obvious hint to conceal his djinn identity, Zen grinned while once again tapping the top of his fedora like a businessman. Where do you find these guys, Ren? Pointing to Zeng, I replied. I found that one in a painting, and Raven was an interesting one. Looking me dead in the eyes, Astrid asked. In a painting? That's really the best thing you could come up with? Well, I found you in a nightclub, so I wouldn't be talking if I were you. For the next 2 hours, the 3 of us walked around, occasionally stopping to question people and shop owners, but yet again, this yielded no information, as we were right back where we started. There was one hint, though. Waiting outside the original cake shop for Astrid, who was once again questioning the owner, I looked into windows and examined the reflection before finding 2 shady figures in the nearby alleyway simply staring at us. Tapping Zing on the shoulder, I immediately activated the dash's usage period, before using it a split second later. Appearing in the alley with Zing only a few feet behind me, I manifested my 2 midnight black daggers while taking out my standard ones. Throwing my standard daggers like shurikens at the stalkers, who had noticed my presence, I blocked off their exit route for a second, preventing them from leaving. Then, a second later, Zing appeared on the other side of the alleyway, his bright red horns glistening in the sun. Now cornered by Zing and me, the masked stalkers abandoned all pretenses of escaping and stood still. In the hands of one of the stalkers, a sword manifested, exactly like how my corruption of the night worked. The blood-red sword in his hands perfectly matched the color of Zing's horns, and similar to a katana, the sword was thin yet fatally sharp. The other simply pulled out a standard broadsword and slung it around his shoulder, like he was expecting that he would not need to participate in the battle. Even as a villain, someone who is naturally very cautious and distrusts everyone, the broadsword stalker still had so much confidence in his teammate. Not wasting any more time, I sprinted toward the biggest threat in the battle, while Zing went for the broadsword individual. Swinging my corrupted daggers at the air, I sent an elemental slash right at the stalker, but he met the slash right on, instantly mitigating it with his blood-red sword. Continuing my charge, I thrust my right dagger right at his stomach, however, he sidestepped to the right, avoiding the attack, and at the same time, he swung his sword right at me. Ready for his counterattack, I tapped my right eye, instantly slowing my perception of time and allowing me to avoid the sword as it whizzed right past me narrowly. With time still slowed and my mana almost drained, I stepped back and sent another elemental slash right at his barely moving figure. Not waiting for the outcome, I dispersed my two black daggers and conjured my slender curved bow and glossy black arrow. Surprised by my sudden movement and the elemental slash barreling towards him, the stalker didn't have time to raise his sword, so he stepped to the right. Whiz. Like clockwork, the arrow pierced right through his body, going even further before hitting and even partly puncturing the brick wall. Turning to Zing, who held the unconscious body of the other stalker in his hands, I gestured for him to put it down before heading to the blood-red sword that was somehow still shining. It felt like I was drawn to it. My body naturally started to move towards it until, finally, my hand was about a centimeter away from the hilt of the sword. Like a magnet to metal, I couldn't stop my hand as it drew closer and closer until my fingers wrapped around the hilt of the sword. Picking up the blood-red sword, I held it in my hands, but every second I held it, more and more fatigue flooded into my body, causing me to drop the pitch-black arrow in my hands. Even though I knew it was dangerous, I just couldn't put it down. My fingers were glued to the hilt of the sword, no matter how hard I forced them to let it go. Just then, I felt a slight decrease in the force connecting my fingers to the hilt of the sword, so I immediately yanked my hand away, causing me to fall back onto the floor. Looking upwards, I saw Zing holding the blood-red sword while staring at me with a concerned face. Feeling the fatigue disappear, I immediately grabbed my standard daggers off the ground and stood up while staring at Zing. "How do you feel?" "B-boss, I saw you falling while holding the sword, so I just wanted to H-dash." "That's not important, tell me how you feel." "I feel completely normal, why were wide dash?" "Are you sure?" Hearing the seriousness in my tone, Zing didn't dare joke around as he responded. "Yes." "Put down the sword." Not wanting to take any chances, I watched Zing carefully place the crimson-red sword onto the ground before backing away slowly. Walking towards the sword, I dispersed the bow and arrow, which were slightly damaged, resulting in a loss of corruption, before manifesting a pure black duffel bag. Nodding to Zing, I watched him pick up the sword and carefully place it in the duffel bag. Zipping up the duffel bag, I ensured that there were no side effects before slinging the bag around my shoulders and walking back towards the cake shop. Following me with the unconscious stalker in his hands, Zing asked, "What was all of that, boss?" "I didn't know you could shoot a bow and arrow, also that duffel bag, where did it come from?" "I mean, the color on it is just so perfect. Can you tell me where you bow dash?" Raising my hand, I silenced Zing and put his fedora back on him before gesturing to Astrid, who was awkwardly standing in front of the cake shop. With Astrid following us back into the alley, I explained. "Found some people following us, there was onto us on the first day we visited as well." "You didn't say anything yesterday, did you?" "Couldn't, they could have heard." "What about in the headquarters?" Shrugging my shoulders, I responded. "You never know when they're listening." As Zing forcefully woke up the stalker, who stared at his dead teammate for a second before glancing back at us, Astrid immediately interrogated him. "Why were you following us?" "Why you shouldn't have done this." Holding a dagger to his legs, I prompted. "Tell us." A smirk appeared on his face as he replied. "No matter what happens to me, it's too late for you guys. Even though he wasn't saying anything, I was using my eyes to examine his body meticulously, and his eyes were doing all the talking I needed. He desperately tried to avoid looking at the cake shop, and every time the bell on the shop's doors rang, his facial expression tightened as if he were waiting for something. Dispersing the duffel bag, revealing the blood-red sword to Astrid, I handed it to Zhang and said, "Take him and the sword back to headquarters, you know where to put them." Tightening his face at my explicit mention of the painting, he nodded his head before sprinting away from us and towards the abandoned building. Turning to the confused and distraught Astrid, I continued. The cake shop. They were following us because we kept investigating it, and the guy kept subtly glancing at it. It's also in plain sight, and the shop is awfully well built for something from the slums. Is that really enough to go off of? They only followed us on the first day, and today, coincidentally, the 2 days we visited the cake shop. I guess, but can't that be dash? Well, we don't have anything else, and the festival starts tomorrow. I guess so. After I internally thanked Astrid for basically ignoring the blood-red sword so I wouldn't have to make up something, the two of us entered the cake shop. When I entered the cake shop, the sweet aroma of the countless pastries immediately flooded my nose, leading me to inadvertently glance at the variety of cakes contained in the display cases. Turning to Astrid, I said, "Distract the owner." Still somewhat dazed by the rapid succession of events, Astrid nodded her head and headed to the counter to speak to the owner once again. Surveying the room with my eyes, the first oddity I noticed was that there were barely 5 people in the entire bakery. How was this place making a profit? The 5 people seemed to be regular civilians as they simply ate their cakes while reading the newspaper. Seeing Astrid completely distracting the owner and the others not caring about me, I stood in the center of the room, slowly turning in a circle while scrutinizing every corner. Finding an odd-looking painting on the right wall, I immediately attempted to insert my hand into it, but unfortunately, it was not a subspace. Just as I thought. If there was a villain headquarters in this bakery, it would definitely be hidden behind the counter, where no normal civilians could go. This was the only lead we had in our entire week of searching, so I wasn't just about to let it go, even if it meant breaking some rules. Walking next to Astrid, who was pretending to buy some pastries, I whispered into her ear. "It's probably behind the counter." "Well, what should we do?" "Don't ask questions you already know the answer to." Sighing, Astrid pulled out her Celestial Academy Student Council badge, immediately attracting the attention of the shop owner, while I slipped past him and the counter. Wasting no time, I used my awakened strength to deliver an especially powerful karate chop to the shop owner's neck, causing him to slump down to the floor slowly. There was a high possibility that he would be involved with the organization if their headquarters really was here. Jumping over the counter, Astrid glanced at the shop owner's body for a second before turning her attention to me. We better not have done this to an innocent man. Examining the various cupboards and storage units and finding nothing, I shifted my attention to the floor, where, after a minute, I spotted an area of the floor that was slightly more elevated than the rest. Leaning down, I made a night black cover for my fist using corruption before punching the elevated area of the floor. Shattering into pieces, the elevated floor dispersed, revealing a small ladder leading downwards for as far as the eye could see. Peering downwards, I ensured that the bottom of the ladder wasn't booby-trapped before gesturing to Astrid. After seeing the ladder, Astrid quickly regained her composure, pulled out her wand, and cast a small current of wind that surrounded both her and me. Squishing together, the two of us jumped down the hole at the same time as we slowly glided to the bottom. Why are ladders even things in a world of magic? As my shoes touched the soft dirt of the floor, the first thing that entered my sight was a long tunnel that went straight before curving to the right. Holding a finger over my closed mouth, I turned to Astrid, however, she just stared at me in confusion. "What the hell are you doing? Is that really not a sign to be quiet in this world?" "It means to be quiet. Why didn't you just dash? Let's just go, alright?" Taking the lead, I manifested my 2 corrupted daggers, which were invisible to Astrid as there was no light in the cave, before heading straight. As we went further and further into the tunnel, I noticed the quality of the path significantly deteriorating as there was water leaking from the roof, and using my eyes, I could spot more and more unstable areas. A fight here could cause parts of the tunnel to collapse, leaving mid-fight would be difficult, to say the least. Seeing a large clearing in the distance, I raised my hand out, stopping Astrid, and once again put a finger over my closed mouth. Clinging to the wall, the two of us peered out of the tunnel into the large clearing, which was rather quiet considering how big it was. On the back wall of the vast room, there was a large board with countless pictures, various items, and, finally, red strings that connected all the different things. Was this a detective movie? Using my eyes, I examined the pictures, looking for similarities, before realizing it was all useless. On the center of the large board, there was a large picture with a gigantic red cross drawn over it. Their target was Bertus, the imperial prince and the next emperor of the kingdom. Astrid, who had seen the picture of Bertus way before me as I had wasted time examining everything, turned to me. Variable after variable, isn't it? The target didn't really matter to me, as my goal was to prevent their attack throughout the festival. Looking at the 5 djinns dressed up in lab coats who were pacing back and forth under the board, Astrid asked. Is that all of them? Seems like it. Considering the organization had to be small, our destroying their base and ending 5 of their scientists would definitely be enough to put a halt to their plans. With the festival starting in less than 12 hours and us 2 having done nothing, there was also no time to do anything else. Stepping into the darkness, I manifested my bow and arrow while watching Astrid pull out her wand, which lit up a light green. As a tree suddenly appeared in the center of the clearing, alarming all the scientists, I shot my arrow, immediately eliminating one of the 5. As roots expanded from the tree and surged toward the scientist, I dispersed the arrow that was on the other side of the clearing before manifesting another one in my arms. Since the scientists were all grouped together in an attempt to fight against the tree's roots, I was able to take out 2 this time as my arrow pierced right through their group. Casting another spell, Astrid conjured an energy ball, colored dark green, and sent it hurling toward the 2 remaining scientists. Cornered by the roots, scared of my arrows, and surprised by the sudden attack, the 2 scientists were oblivious to the energy ball, ultimately resulting in their deaths. Walking out of the tunnel and into the clearing, Astrid and I stared at the board for a moment before Astrid broke the silence. Is this enough? Probably, but you can never be too safe. Gesturing for Astrid to step back into the tunnel, I manifested a new arrow and used my eyes to determine the weakest spot in the clearing. Get ready! As my shout echoed through the empty tunnel and clearing, I released my arrow, which hurled right at the weak spot, before activating dash and dashing into the tunnel. Rumble. With Astrid trailing behind me, I sprinted back towards the ladder, using my eyes to avoid the countless rocks that began falling from the roof. Having her wand ready, Astrid cast another wind current around us, causing the 2 of us to slowly levitate up. Reaching the floor of the cake shop again, I peered down the ladder, which now had rocks all over it, before mourning the loss of my arrow. It was inevitable, but my arrow had been destroyed in the process, causing me to lose even more corruption. I was actually net negative in corruption gain over the last week. After leaving the cake shop, the 2 of us headed back to the academy instead of my headquarters. As we got onto the bridge, I thought for a moment before warning Astrid. There might be more, we should still be cautious during the festival. I'll send extra guards to protect the prince. Contact me if you notice anything. Astrid's main goal wasn't to prevent the attack as a whole, but rather determine the target of the attack, so we had been somewhat successful. Nodding my head, the 2 of us parted ways at the academy gates as I headed towards my dorm with the loss of the arrow still on my mind. When I woke up the next day, trumpets were blaring even through my closed windows, and upon further inspection, I saw the Celestial Academy band playing right outside my window. Really, this damn early? Checking my smartwatch, I realized that it was actually almost the afternoon, so I showered and got ready before immediately heading out. Ren, anything happened? Astrid, everything seems good with the prince. Putting down my smartwatch, I headed to the Colosseum to view the upcoming events, which would actually be interesting, considering that Celestial Academy would almost lose this year. Walking through the park and towards the towering Colosseum, I stopped dead in my tracks as I heard a frail female voice scream out. When? Is she talking to me? Turning around, I saw a little kid, at most 5 years old, running up to me while continuing to scream, "Wen." As the kid approached me, I leaned downwards and asked. Hey kid, are you low dash? Big brother, when? You're here. Clutching my head, I felt a sudden surge of memories flash through my head as I recalled the appearance of this small child. My younger sister and the youngest child of the Montclair family. Audrey. Wait, does that mean? Immediately glancing around, ignoring the searing pain in my head, I ensured that my father was nowhere in sight before calming down a bit. Shifting my attention back to the little girl with cascading blonde hair and dark blue eyes in front of me, I was about to ask her a question when she suddenly stretched out her hands, revealing a small black kitten. The slick, black kitten, previously sleeping peacefully in Audrey's arms, immediately woke up as it stretched its paws out before turning to face me. "Big Botha, I brought your cat." Ran had a cat? Staring at the cat in Audrey's hands, I lifted it up and placed it on the floor. However, the cat immediately ran forward, clinging to my pants. Is it fate that my clothes are always going to be torn? Not wanting my last pair of pants to be torn even more, I lifted the cat back up and placed it in my arms. Rumble. Boom. Rumble. As the ground suddenly shook, I immediately stood up, holding the cat in my hands, and looked around before immediately identifying the source. In the distance, the towering Colosseum was somehow falling. The rightmost suite of the Colosseum was now visible to everyone as the walls surrounding it were shattered into pieces, and inside the suite, a large fire was burning. Using my eyes, I peered into the broken-down suite, immediately seeing the crest of the royal family plastered on one of the walls. Beside the crest were the battered bodies of Astrid and Bertus. What was there another attack? Trying to calm myself down and reassess the situation, I closed my eyes. What had happened? Did we get the wrong organization? Was there another attacker? Feeling a sense of serenity washing over me as the noises of people screaming disappeared, I reopened my eyes, only to be met with the scenery of the cake shop in front of me. After opening and reopening my eyes, I confirmed for the 5th time that I was indeed right in front of the cake shop and not back at the academy with the collapsing Colosseum. Not again, man, didn't I already go through this shit? Recalling the incident at the amusement park, a slight sliver of hope appeared in my mind. My dragon's eye had advanced the last time I time traveled, so what if it upgraded and activated my dragon's will again this time? First, let's get through this alive, then worry about that. Snapping me out of my thoughts, I nearly jumped back in shock as a voice spoke from my left. "Boss, where the hell did you get a cat?" "Zing is here, so we haven't entered the tunnel yet or fought the stalker with the blood-red sword. Why is this the checkpoint, though, and not somewhere else? Did the critical moment happen now, then? Is it a clue about what I need to do? What do I need to change? What did Astrid and I do wrong?" "Wait, repeat that last part, Zing." "Boss, the cat in your arms." Inhaling and exhaling, I slowly shifted my gaze downwards, and indeed, in my arms was the cat that Audrey had given me back at the Colosseum. What does this mean? Why the hell do I have a cat now? Hey gods, do you think this shit is funny? Venting my angry thoughts for a moment, I looked at the cat, which was now standing up in my arms and staring at me. The cat's ocean blue eyes perfectly contrasted with my blood-red eyes, and its glossy black fur seemed to be as dark and black as corruption of the night. Did this mean something? Surely, it can't be a coincidence that out of all the things in the world, a cat was sent back in time with me, right? Staring intently at the cat, trying to see if there were any hints, the cat simply licked its whiskers before laying back down in my arms. This world is a joke, isn't it? Yeah, it has to be. I'm dreaming, right? This can't be real life, right? Haha, come out, who's playing this joke on me? Recalling the memories of the Colosseum almost collapsing, I regained my composure as I seriously considered what my next actions should be. Let's just put aside this cat for now. Staring at the reflection in the cake shop's glass windows, I saw the two stalkers once again intently staring at us from the alleyway. Do we attack and capture them like last time? Before figuring out the cause of the attack on the Colosseum or why Astrid and I failed, I needed to figure out why I was sent back to this specific moment in time. Clearly, I needed to change something at this time period, but the question was, what? Should I still attack the stalkers, but not kill the blood-red sword one, or should I just avoid attacking them at all? Or could I take the easy route and just skip everything? Zung, let's go inside. Well, since Zing was useless, because he couldn't fight without revealing his horns, I wanted him to return to headquarters with the cat. After some thinking, I decided to keep both of them, as the cat must have some purpose, and Zing still could be valuable, albeit as a distraction. Not wasting any time, as the stalkers would be suspicious if we were inside the cake shop for too long, I walked up to Astrid, who was making small talk with the owner to make him lower his guard. It's here. Surprised by my sudden appearance next to her, Astrid blinked for a moment before asking. And what exactly are you talking about? Not answering her question, I jumped over the counter and delivered a karate chop to the shop owner's nape, rendering him unconscious. Following my lead, Zing jumped over the counter, clumsily knocking over a couple of decorations in the progress, while Astrid simply stood there in disbelief. Come on, what are you waiting for? Why you, just what the hell are you doing? As Astrid jumped over the counter, joining Zing and me, I used my awakened force to crush the same elevated area of the floor, revealing the gigantic hole and ladder. Astrid, who had been awestruck by my sudden sequence of actions, immediately regained her focus as she realized that I had somehow discovered the location of the hideout we were looking for. Casting a wind current around the three of us, Zing and I jumped down first, while Astrid followed a second later. Sprinting into the tunnel, leaving behind Zing and Astrid, I manifested my bow and arrow before realizing that the corruption I had lost from my arrow's destruction earlier was back. Slinging the bow around my shoulder, its curves resting on my back, I carefully placed the sleeping black kitten in my sweatshirt's hoodie to free up my hands. Reaching the clearing, I wasted no time as I immediately threw my 2 standard daggers at the scientists, instantly impaling 2 of their bodies, and knocked my single arrow. As my arrow flew through the air and towards the remaining scientists, Astrid appeared just in time as she trapped them scientists in a cage of tree roots, making them unable to dodge my arrow. As the arrow pierced through one of the scientists, I dispersed it and my bow before manifesting my 2 daggers and dashing into the cage of roots. Slicing the roots with my daggers, I forced my way into the cage before taking care of the remaining scientists, gaining some corruption. As Zing and Astrid stared at the gigantic board with Bertus's picture, I shifted my attention to the other aspects of my room and examined everything for any clue or hint as to their actual plan. However, even after surveying every single corner of the room with my eyesight, I didn't find anything peculiar. The only things in the room were the scientists and the board. Was this cave all a distraction? Maybe, in an act of desperation, or maybe I was just going insane, I slowly removed the cat from my hood and placed it in my hands. Like Simba's dad from Lion King, I extended my arms upwards, holding the cat right above my head. Do something. Waking up from my shout, the cat stood up on my hands before staring at me for a moment, and then letting out a growl. After ensuring I heard its growl, the cat simply laid back down in my hands. This cat was mad at me for interrupting its rest. Well, they do say pets tend to resemble their owners, that goddamn Ren must have taught his pet this. Putting the sleeping cat back in my hoodie, I glanced at Astrid and Zing as they shifted their attention from the board. As the 2 stared at me with confused and concerned expressions, I simply shrugged my shoulders and said, "It was worth a try." In a cheerful tone, Zing gave me a thumbs up and enthusiastically said, "Well, it was a good damn try at that. You'll get M next time, boss." Looking at Astrid, who looked like she was a second away from banging her head against the cave walls, I tried to recall other clues from the previous timeline. The broadsword guy was quite suspicious, but I couldn't tell if he was insane or not. He was right, though, what we did to him didn't matter as they still succeeded in their academy attack in the end. Walking back up to Astrid and Zing, I said, "Let's wait here." "And why would we do th-? Sounds good, boss." Stopping Zing from sitting down on the floor, I responded to Astrid. "There were some people following us today. If they're part of this organization, there's a possibility they could come down here and see that their plan has been foiled. Isn't that a good thing? If they see their plan failed, they might give up entirely. Conversely, they could also come up with another plan or target on the spot, basically making all our work here useless. Then, what do you suggest we do?" "Well, it's pretty simple, I've already done it once." Gesturing to Zing and Astrid, we left the clearing and hid behind some rocks near the end of the tunnel. With my bow hung around my shoulders, I peered towards the ladder and saw 2 figures descending down it. "Be careful, they're down here." "What do you mean, Castor?" "You idiot, did you not see the trapdoor fucking obliterated?" "My bad. How did they even find this place? We hid it in a damn cake shop." "Maybe they just really like sweets." "Yeah man, they love sweets so much that they're destroying the damn floor." As the 2 of them neared our rocks, we all stayed absolutely still, ensuring that no noise leaked out, until finally, the 2 villains entered the clearing. Stopping a few feet into the clearing, the 2 silently stared at the dozens of tree roots and dead bodies lying on the floor. "See, I was right. Is this really the time?" "Shut it, they were bound to die anyway, they're just a bunch of decoys." As the 2 villains walked further into the clearing, I crawled out from the rocks, silently equipping my bow and knocking another arrow. With the arrow strung against my bow, I aimed toward the weak spot on the roof and patiently waited. It was like gambling. For the trap to be most effective, the two would have to be as far into the clearing as possible, but they could turn around and head back at any time. Do I shoot now and be safe, or wait and risk them turning back? Seeing them examining the bodies in the center of the clearing, I didn't hesitate as I let the soft string of the bow go, releasing the arrow. Rumble. Rumble. As the arrow hit its mark perfectly, the roof of the clearing immediately began to collapse as rocks began falling down and the ground started shaking. Unfortunately, the entrance to the clearing was almost immediately blocked off by countless rocks, so I couldn't see how the two villains inside were faring. However, that did give me time to think about their words. Decoys, huh? My assumption from the start had been that we were dealing with a small villainous organization, so the thought that this place was a decoy never crossed my mind. I mean, considering the size of the clearing and tunnel, this place must have taken at least 6 months to be built. Magic couldn't have been used as the High Domino would have detected it, so this entire tunnel must have been built by hard labor. Did a small organization really have the manpower, resources, and time to build something like this, just to use it as a decoy or trap? As the ground stopped shaking, Zing and Astrid emerged from under the rocks and stood beside me in front of the entrance to the clearing, which was now blocked by rocks. While Zing was happy to follow instructions without asking any questions, I could tell Astrid had plenty of questions for me as she tapped her foot up and down anxiously. Thankful that Astrid was keeping her questions bottled up for now, I broke the silence by saying, "Well, let's check the damage." As I began clearing the rocks blocking the entrance to the clearing, Astrid stood behind me with her wand in hand while Zing simply placed one hand on his fedora. After making a hole big enough in the rocks for the three of us to fit, we entered the clearing, which was in shambles. The gigantic board on the wall had fallen and shattered due to the walls rumbling, and the previously polished floor was now covered with debris and rocks. Using my eyes, I immediately surveyed the room for the two villains. The broadsword individual was lying under a rock, only his legs visible from beneath it. While I couldn't find the other, I noticed a peculiar bright red light. Stepping onto a rock to gain a higher vantage point, I stared downwards and saw the bloodsword individual, surrounded by rocks, with his sword in hand. Staring at the broken pieces of rock and debris under the bloodsword figure, I realized that he must have somehow survived by just swinging his sword at every rock that came near to him. Noticing the light of the blood-red sword from a distance, Astrid asked, "What is that?" "It's one of them, be ready." Heeding my warning, Astrid immediately cast an energy ball, but instead of using it, she let it float idly over her head. After a moment, the entire figure of the bloodsword individual was visible as he climbed out of the hole and up onto one of the rocks. Riddled with countless bruises and blood, the figure's red sword illuminated the entire clearing, so he was able to spot us after a moment. Summoning my bow and arrow, I immediately sent an arrow flying right at him while Astrid sent her energy ball hurling toward him. Standing still, the figure simply swung his blood-red sword, causing an inferno of flames to appear right in front of him, completely melting the incoming energy ball. My arrow managed to get through the wall of flames, but it was slowed down enough that the figure could easily dodge it. Not concerned about the loss of corruption from my arrow in the slightest, I stepped back in shock and confusion. Those flames were the exact flames in the sweep back at the Colosseum. My eyes were never wrong, and they were telling me those flames were the same. But, then the blood-red sword had caused it all, but who had the blood-red sword in the previous timeline? Zone, I had given it to him to take back to the subspace. Calming myself down, I decided to first focus on the task at hand as I used my remaining corruption to summon my 2 daggers. Swinging the 2 daggers in the air, I sent 2 night black elemental slashes hurling towards the figure while Astrid cast 2 more energy balls. Activating my dash, I hid in the shadows of the energy balls as I silently sprinted toward the wall of the flames. Watching my slashes and Astrid's energy balls enter the wall of the fire, I used a dash, instantly propelling myself through the wall of fire and toward the defenseless figure. Since the dash wasn't teleportation, I had basically run through the wall of the fire, so my hands were slightly burned, and the bottom of my pants was painted a dark black. Reaching the defenseless figure, I didn't hesitate as I lunged towards him with my dagger aligned with his heart. Unfortunately, it seemed like he had enough time to react as he pulled his blood-red sword up, deflecting my dagger and sending me stumbling back. Swinging his sword in the air, he sent a crimson fiery slash right at me, and like him, I stood still, facing the slash head-on. Holding my daggers in the X formation, I met the slash head-on without falling back, and for every second I held on, it became much easier to continue holding on. After a few more seconds of holding my daggers to the elemental slash, I felt my control over it grow, so without any hesitation, I sent the slash right back at the figure. Activating the usage period of the dash, I also sent my own night black elemental slash right at him, trailing behind the fire slash. Injecting mana into my daggers, I created a holographic dagger that floated right in front of me before using dash. Appearing in front of the battered and exhausted figure, who had been barely able to hold off the 2 elemental slashes, I swung all 3 daggers right at him. As my right dagger plunged into his body, the figure slumped down on the ground before completely collapsing and finally releasing his grip on the blood-red sword. Staring at the blood-red sword on the ground, various thoughts came to mind, almost all of them telling me to get rid of it now. As Zhang and Astrid approached me, I instinctively stepped in front of the sword, blocking their sight of it. While it was possible that someone had stolen the weapon from Zhang when he was returning to the headquarters, there was still a chance Zhang had done it. Dismissing my daggers, I manifested a midnight black sheath before carefully placing the blood-red sword into it, ignoring the sudden surge of exhaustion. Putting the sheath on my waist, I stood back up and headed to Zhang and Astrid, who were standing in front of the broadsword individual's legs. We should interrogate him. Nodding our heads at Astrid's words, Zhang and I both pushed the boulder off the villain, revealing his full body, which was somehow less battered than his teammates. Waking up the villain with a sharp slap to the face, I saw his eyes flicker open for a moment before immediately closing after he saw us 3 standing in front of him. Seeing Astrid turn to me, I started the questioning. What is this place? Not talking, are we? If this organization wasn't as small and weak as I originally thought, there was the possibility that the organization had forced him to sign a mana contract, preventing him from disclosing any information about their group. Fortunately, Astrid seemed prepared for this kind of situation. She pulled a small green vial out of her bag and handed it to me. A truth serum. If there was a contract, he would die upon consuming the potion and being asked a question, as the mana contract would kill him for disclosing information. And if there wasn't, he would be forced to answer our questions. Of course, there were ways to negate the truth serum, as you could technically tell a lie by only partially revealing the truth or mixing the lie with the truth. But how would some third-rate villain like this guy know that? Opening his mouth, I poured the green liquid in, ensuring that he drank it all and didn't spit it out. One more time. What is this place? IHW was a research headquarters but boss abandoned it a week ago. Getting straight to the point, I asked. What is your plan to take out the prince? I don't know. Whether he knew it or not, this guy was actually counteracting the truth serum by only revealing part of the truth. What did your boss tell you? He just said to distract people searching and leave the rest to him. Looking at Zhang's expression for a moment, I walked up to him and straight up asked him. Zhang, answer truthfully. Do you have any intentions of attacking the academy? What? Of course not, boss. Well, unless you say so. He can't lie because I ordered him to be honest, so he wasn't the one who attacked the academy with the sword. The only possible scenario then is that Zhang was attacked while transporting the sword. This person then stole the sword and used its immense power to blow up the royal family suite. But for this person to have known about the sword, they had to be related to this broadsword individual and the sword's original wielder. This person also has to be aware of the actions and locations of these villains, which means that their boss did it all. That begs the question, though, why didn't he just take the blood-red sword in the first place instead of giving it to his subordinate? He couldn't, but why? Recalling the fatigue I felt when I picked up the sword, I realized that it might have something to do with wielding the sword too long, making you weak. Shaking my head, I left the clearing and headed back to the ladder with Zhang, leaving Astrid alone to ask whatever questions she wanted to. I had already done enough by preventing the blood-red sword from falling into the hands of this boss figure. Exiting the cake shop, I sent Zhang back to the headquarters and headed to the academy, as it would be safer to store the sword there. Ensuring that no one was following me, I stepped onto the academy bridge before heading through the front gates and entering my dorms. As I laid down on my bed, still studying my situation, a thought suddenly came to me. There was no plan or infiltration mission or anything, so how did this boss get into the academy? How did he get all the way to the royal suite without anyone stopping him? Security guards and teachers were the only ones allowed into that area of the Colosseum. The High Dominion handpicked the guards, so then that leaves the teachers. Teachers can't usually bring swords or weapons onto the academy grounds, but for the festival, a certain group of teachers can, those chosen for the Battle Royal event. The villain's boss was then a teacher, not just any teacher, a teacher prestigious and powerful enough to be chosen to participate in a Battle Royal event. Was the academy safe for storing the sword, then? Thud thud. At the sound of the sudden knocking on my door, I immediately stood up from my bed, clutching the sheath with the blood-red sword in my right hand. Meanwhile, the black cat that was lying next to me continued sleeping as if it had never heard the sound. Who could be here knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Sitting on my bed, I tried to use my eyes to peer through the peephole on the door, but it was blocked by something. Silently moving across my room, I considered escaping out the window, but after thinking it over, I decided there was a likely trap there. If this person was an enemy, why would they knock on the door, notifying me of their presence? Clearly, they would want me to panic and try to escape the room. Staring at the night-black sheath in my hands, I considered just handing it over to whoever was at the door in exchange for my life. All the teachers at the academy were at least C rank, and since my enemy was chosen for the school's battle royale, he had to be B rank at the minimum. But would he really let me live after I handed him over the sword? Why did he even use the blood-red sword in the first place? Why couldn't he just use some other magical artifact to attack the prince? There were plenty of artifacts in the world that could generate fire and explosions. What was so special about this damn sword? Recalling my initial encounter, where I was naturally drawn to the sword, I came up with an assumption. What made me different from everyone else, even Lily, who was also from Earth? I possess the special trait of a dragon's will. This sword had to be somehow related to that attribute of mine for me to be attracted to it, while both Sang and Astrid were indifferent to it. Thud thud. Snapping me out of my thoughts, my door once again shook as someone knocked on my door. Keeping my tone calm, I carefully concealed the sheath by putting it under my bed before responding. It's midnight, who the hell is knocking on my door? It's me, open the door. Almost falling down in shock at the sound of a familiar female voice, I rushed to the door, putting my ear right beside it. Who is this? You know who, open the door. Could it be a voice changer? No, they don't have those in this world, do they? Yanking open the door, I saw Irene in a tattered uniform standing right outside my door with a panicked expression. Without waiting for my reaction, Irene rushed into my room, slamming the door behind me and immediately grabbing a letter and a piece of paper. As Irene began frantically scribbling something on a piece of paper, I regained my composure and hurried to her side before asking. So, do you mind explaining to me what the hell is going on, or are you just going to con? Standing up from the chair, Irene walked to the window and pointed to something in the distance before answering my question. The main dorm has been attacked, the others are fending off the intruder right now. The intruder is a teacher from this academy. Rushing to the window, I followed Irene's finger and saw the scene of the royal dormitory, a building famed for its impressive decor and architecture, in shambles. Numerous windows were broken, pillars were knocked down, and inside the building, I could see the flashing of lights, indicating that spells were being cast. Why in the world would the teacher go to the royal dorm building instead of mine when I held the blood-red sword? In the first place, how did the teacher know Zing had the blood-red sword? The only way for him to know Zing was carrying the sword while he was in the academy was for him to use a tracking device. Staring at the corrupted sheath that was covering my blood-red sword, I realized that my corruption had probably blocked the signal radiating from the tracking device on the sword. Astrid was the last person in the collapsed clearing, wasn't she? Coincidentally, she lived in the royal dormitory, the target of the teacher's attack. Seeing that his signal had been cut off, the teacher must have gone to the tunnel under the bakery and somehow discovered that Astrid was the last one in the room, then assumed that she possessed the sword. Or, was this entire attack bait to lure me and the sword in? Turning to panicked Irene, who was staring out the window, I asked. Why did you come to me? The teachers should be your first. You think I came to you first? All the teachers were gone and the principal too. All of them must be meeting with important figures and working on setting up the festival, but still, leaving 0 teachers at the academy is. They did leave teachers behind, they left behind the one that was currently attacking the royal dormitory. But still, why me, of all people? What the hell do you expect me to do? Turning to me, Irene stammered out. Astrid told me to come to you after the teachers, then she and the others left to fight. Staring silently out of the window, I seriously considered my options. Back after the Alya kidnapping incident, Liam, Lily, Kevin, Alya, Zach, and Irene had all entered the same dream and completed it together, ascending to D rank. Would Ruby and the entire main cast be enough to take a B rank? Well, at their peak, one of them could destroy an A rank with ease, but right now, they were all D rank or less, so it was 100% a no. But, what could I even do if I joined the fight? Even if I handed over the blood-red sword, the teacher would still kill us to leave no witnesses alive, so that was useless. A single D rank like me would definitely be unable to turn the tides of the battle, but could I really leave this situation be? No doubt, the teacher would be able to kill all the students in the dormitory before reinforcements arrived, so leaving this situation be was tantamount to me allowing the entire main cast and Ruby to die. Sitting down on my bed, I turned to Irene, who was staring at me with eyes filled with hope and desperation as Astrid's words about me must have given her some false hope. Wasn't this the same girl who called a harasser not even 3 weeks ago? Grabbing the sheath under the bed, I tucked it under my waist. If I came face to face with the teacher, I could use it to stall for time or catch him off guard, albeit making me his target alongside the prince, Bertus. Wasn't the first timeline better than this? In that world, only Astrid and Bertus died, but now the entire main cast was in danger. Looking at Irene, who had just handed the piece of paper she was writing on to a carrier pigeon outside my window, I said, "Go get help from the outside, I'll see what Astrid needs." Beating or defeating a B rank at my level was impossible, but with all the tricks and abilities in my arsenal, stalling him for a short period was possible. With Ruby's teleportation abilities, she could evacuate everyone while Irene rushed to the capital and sought support. Was I really entrusting my life to Irene and Ruby? Just who was I anymore? Well, if I really was on the brink of dying, I would 100% escape using one of my contingency plans, even if everyone wasn't evacuated, but hey, at least I was trying. Watching Irene surprisingly listen to my instructions and rush towards the academy gate, I headed to my wardrobe, put on my cloak, and grabbed a couple of mana-boosting rings that I had gotten back from the museum. Unlike my cloak artifact, these weren't permanent, but for a short period of time, they would increase my mana capacity by an insane amount. Well, there goes my stockpile. Now fully dripped out in artifacts, I headed outside my dorm building, which was eerily quiet as no one besides me had noticed the attack on the royal dormitory yet. What if I just got every student in the academy to help me siege the royal dormitory and take down the teacher? Well, it would be a massacre. The teacher could simply cast a couple of AoE spells at the charging crowd, instantly killing hundreds of them at a time. It would be funny, though, charging into the royal dormitory with an army of 16-year-olds by my side. As I stared back at my dormitory, I noticed that a figure was exiting the building, well, a small figure at that. Running up to me, the small black cat jumped onto my legs before climbing all the way up to my cloak and once again diving into my hoodie. Well, it was the cat's choice, not mine. While leisurely strolling towards the forest, where the royal dormitory was located, I started to reminisce about my abrupt entrance into this world. It wasn't that bad, was it? From going to nightclubs to doing presentations in class, I had basically been a normal student, aside from the few times I presumably saved the world. As a high schooler back on Earth, my life was pretty much the same, but instead of nightclubs, I went out with friends. In this world, I didn't even have to worry about going to college. Well, I did have to worry about saving the world instead, but that was out of my own volition. If I wanted to, I could stop at any time and let Lily do her thing with the plot, whereas with college, I had no choice, it was a requirement set by my parents for me. My parents, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I'd love to say that I got along with my parents, but that was far from the truth. Constant fights about my future, and my parents getting angry at me, telling me to do more extracurriculars and get better grades. Well, it was because they cared. They just wanted me to have a good future where money wasn't a problem and I could honestly enjoy life. Would they be happy seeing me right now? With business doing well on Raven's side and the number of artifacts I had gotten from the cruise ship, money absolutely wasn't a worry for me right now. My grades weren't the best, though. Putting my hood over my face, forcing the black cat to cling onto my shirt to stay afloat, I stared at the half-collapsed royal dormitory building in front of me. Inside, it was eerily silent, and there were no more flashing lights, but just one glance through a window, and I could tell that the fight wasn't even close to being over. In fact, it was only beginning. Glancing up at the sky, I saw small particles of mana gathering and spreading out to create a cage that completely surrounded the entire mansion. In the next few seconds, the mana gathered and gathered until the entire mansion was covered by it. Unlike my shadow cage, you could still see outside the mana cage as the stars shining in the night sky were visible. However, as I put my hand on the mana barrier surrounding the mansion, I was immediately propelled back. I couldn't leave. Well, there was one way: Ruby's teleportation magic. I had considered the possibility that Ruby would just teleport at the first sign of danger, leaving everyone behind, but like me, I believed that she had undergone some transformation from her original villain identity, not to say she'd risk her life, though. If that weren't the case, I would have to stall until Irene's reinforcements arrived and broke down the cage. Manifesting a dagger with my corruption, I touched the tip of it to the mana cage and watched as the corruption spread for a second before being immediately halted and then overtaken by the original mana. Sighing as I realized that my corruption wasn't yet strong enough to take control of the mana cage that the teacher cast, I found a broken window on the ground floor of the mansion before immediately heading in. Walking through the empty hallways of the dormitory, I realized that after talking to Irene, Astrid must have gathered all the students together to fight against the teacher. As my eyes led me to feel a sense of familiarity with this area, I recalled that this was the exact hallway where Ruby and I had been when I had been showing her around on the day she transferred. Would Ruby still be in her room, or had she gathered with the others? Turning back around, I headed towards the area where Ruby had rushed to when she said she was going back to her room and left me behind. Finding a single door, I prepared to break it down, but to my surprise, it was left open as a simple push opened it. Looking inside the extravagant room that even had its own personal sauna and training room, I looked inside for a moment before realizing that Ruby wasn't there. As I turned around to head back toward the dormitory's common area, I recognized something that stopped me dead in my tracks. In the corner of the room, there was a painting of an apple. It had been the only painting I could look at without immediately getting a headache. Wasn't it in the hallway last time? Did she really just steal it and bring it here? Looking at the painting, I further recalled that Ruby had mentioned that despite the painting being simple and boring, it was expensive solely because of the name. Feeling my head lift up, I glanced upwards and realized that the black cat had climbed onto my head and was now staring at the painting as well. How did this damn painting of all things catch this cat's goddamn attention? When time had turned back, it had been indifferent. When I was fighting the original owner of the blood-red sword, it had been asleep. Even when the Colosseum originally exploded and caught on fire, it simply did not care, but this painting of an apple on a blank canvas had captured its interest. Who made this painting? Well, I haven't heard any fighting yet, so maybe I have some time. Letting my curiosity take over, I strolled into Ruby's room, heading closer and closer to the painting until, finally, I was right in front of it. Looking at the bottom of the canvas, where the painter's name is usually mentioned, I was surprised to see no mention of the author's name, just the title of the painting. The Dragon's Forbidden Fruit. As I stared at the painting, I was just about to turn around when I felt a sudden pressure exerted on my head. Looking upwards, I saw the black cat jump off my head and right into the painting. Before I could even react, the cat's body disappeared as it went straight through the painting. A subspace? Is that why Ruby said the painting was so valuable and why she stole it from the hallway and brought it into her room? Hesitating outside the painting moment, I decided that I would spend only 5 minutes inside it before heading back out and continuing my search for the teacher. Anyway, it wouldn't really matter if I found the scene of the battle right now, as my plan was to intervene after everyone besides me was taken out, as the teacher wouldn't kill anyone until he got information on the blood-red sword he was after. Then, right as the teacher realized that none of them knew about the sword, I would intervene, making the teacher waste as much as possible. Standing in front of the painting, I carefully placed my dagger into it, watching it disappear before jumping in after it. Feeling my surroundings distort, I shut my eyes and, for some reason, felt dizzier than usual as I waited for the area around me to stabilize. When I opened my eyes, all I could see was the darkness, but then I quickly realized I was lying face down. Dusting myself off, I got up and immediately looked at the area in front of me. What the hell? In front of me stood the same circle when I had fought the djinns, and even the pedestals from the museum were there. Remnant of our battle could be seen as I recognized countless burn marks. Looking downwards, I immediately recognized that Zhang's scratch marks from when he was in here were also there. This was my subspace, there was no doubt about it. The only problem was the painting entrance to my subspace was currently in my headquarters. Had there ever been a case where there were 2 entrances to one subspace? Absolutely not, that would go against the whole reason subspaces were created, as they were made specifically to give the main cast a private space to plan things and hang out. How would it be a private space if some random person could just enter from another entrance? So, did Ruby have access to my subspace this entire time? No. Ruby and I had found this painting way before I even stole my subspace from the museum. Then, was the apple painting the original entrance to my subspace, and the painting from the museum the second one? Wasn't this subspace technically Ruby's and not mine, then? Snapping me out of my thoughts, I heard a growl echo throughout the gigantic room. Turning my head, I saw the black cat sitting on one of the pedestals. Having nothing better to do as I already knew this place perfectly, I walked towards the pedestal before extending my hand to the cat. This entire thing was a mystery, but it was a mystery that could wait. The most important thing right now was stalling the teacher until everyone was evacuated or when Irene's reinforcements arrived. However, the cat refused to get back on my hand as it adamantly stood on the pedestal, just staring at me. Did it want to be left behind? Meow. Throwing its paw out as it meowed, the cat slapped away my hand while still intently staring at me as if it was expecting me to do something. Following the cat's stare down to my waist, I was surprised to see that the night-black corrupted sheath now had some red to it. When did that start? Holding the sheath in my hands, I curiously examined the corrupted sheath as it glowed blood red. This was the first time my corruption had not been pitch black. Dispersing the sheath, I let the blood-red sword fall to the ground, not daring to pick it up, and watched it grow brighter and brighter with every passing second. Since this was a subspace, the sword's tracking device wouldn't work, so I wasn't scared of the teacher suddenly appearing and attacking me. Looking back up the cat, I asked. Happy now? Meow. Am I really talking to a cat right now? Staring intently at the sword, the cat gracefully jumped down from the pedestal and circled the sword a few times before staring at me once again. Did it want me to do something? You know, I'm the owner, and you're the pet, right? MEOWWW. Doing my best to suppress the attraction force between me and the sword, I stared at my cat's eyes as it threw its paw at the sword before looking back at me. Well, this cat was the only thing sent back in time with me, so maybe I should trust it? But aren't black cats bad luck? Realizing that the 5-minute time limit I had set myself was drawing closer, I stopped suppressing my body and let natural instinct take control as my hand reached for the sword without me even doing anything. Feeling the cold metal of the sword's hilt, I gripped the sword before lifting it up like a torch and using it to illuminate the dark room. Feeling the same sense of fatigue and exhaustion seeping into me, I stared at the cat, awaiting its further instructions, but it just stood there. Ignoring me while licking its fur with its tongue, the cat seemed to tell me, "What? Do you want me to tell you how to do everything? Aren't you my owner?" Recalling how my corrupted sheath had suppressed the side effects of the blood-red sword, I mustered the last of the remaining energy, and instead of manifesting something, I sent all the corruption within my body to my right hand, which was holding the sword. Feeling a sharp pain in my palm as my corruption fought with the blood-red sword to gain control, I dropped to the floor, clenching my right arm. Slowly but surely, the room was getting darker, and the light of the blood-red sword was diminishing. As the room descended back into full darkness, I was about to relax when the room suddenly lit up again. Looking down at the source of the light, I was almost blinded as I stared at my hand, which was glowing a blood red, and next to it, the sword had lost all its light. That is not normal. Turning to my cat, I watched as he scurried away, seemingly saying, "Don't you dare fucking pet me with that crazy red hand." Wait, am I really trying to assume what the cat is saying? Have I gone insane? Waving my blood-red glowing hand up and down, I was surprised to see that my hand was functioning normally, and I didn't feel any pain or exhaustion. Attempting to control the glowing red substance, I moved it towards my stomach. My arm began shining a blood red, and the substance traveled through my blood veins. As the substance reached my shoulder shined a blood red, even illuminating my pitch-black cloak, making it partially red. Moving the substance down to my stomach, I realized that it was just about to hit the area where my mana was stored before I would stab my hands to gather it. As the blood-red glowing substance moved downwards, touching the mana particles, I immediately dropped to the ground in pain. It felt like a shockwave had just been sent through my entire body. As I uncontrollably began coughing, the floor below me began to be stained red with my blood. Looking down at the puddle of blood below, I saw my reflection. My body was completely devoid of the blood-red substance, and none of it was glowing, but on my back, there was one wing on my right shoulder. Opposite an angel's pure white and divine wing, my wing was a combination of dark red and pitch black, and I only had one wing. Staring at me, the cat simply nodded its head before sitting back down as if saying, "I told you to listen to me." Regaining control over my body, I tried to control my wing, and as my wing flapped once, my surroundings distorted for a moment before stabilizing and revealing that my position had changed 10 meters. It wasn't teleportation, but like Dash, an increase in speed, but the speed boost was instantaneous, and it could be used infinitely as long I had mana. The blood red and pitch black wings stretched all the way from the top of my head to my feet, so I stood back up. I had to be careful not to scratch my wing on the floor. Recovering from the surging pain, I looked at my smartwatch and immediately realized I had lost track of time. It had been more than double 5 minutes. Grabbing my cat, who happily jumped onto my shoulder before climbing onto my wing, I rushed back to the painting and jumped through. As my wing didn't fit, I was forced to turn horizontally when I jumped through, causing me to land face first on the ground of Ruby's dorm. Standing back up, I decided to check something really quick as I stretched out my hand back into the painting, but instead of my hand disappearing, it was met with the hard surface of the canvas. What did it all mean? Despite the fact that my subspace and that room were identical in every aspect, my suspicions started to grow when I saw my reflection in the blood puddle. My reflection was off. My eyes didn't recognize myself, there was no sense of familiarity with myself. However, when I looked in a mirror or my reflection in a window, it was the opposite, as my eyes immediately recognized me. The time-traveling cat, wherever I just was, the blood-red sword's relationship to dragons and that teacher, and finally, the teacher's plan to attack the Celestial Festival, which was not mentioned in the book. What did all of these things mean? Hearing the sound of swords clashing and spells being cast, I didn't waste any time as I rushed out of Ruby's room, only not to fit through the door due to my wing. Turning vertically, I sidestepped out of the door before pulling the cat under my cloak and completely concealing my face with the hood. Imagine the rumors that would spread if Ren had a goddamn wing on his back. Opening my system menu, a smile unconsciously slipped onto my face as I realized those goddamn words, / were finally gone. Menu ===. User, Ren Montclair. Class, Proficient Assassin, Level 3, 2%. Dash Stealth, C. Dash Moderate Dagger Mastery, 7%. Dash Arts, Eclipse Blade, 3/5. Stats. Dash Rating, D+, Dream Not Yet Completed. Dash Strength, E+. Dash Agility, D+. Dash Stamina, D. Dash Magic Power, D+. Dash Luck, GS, Conditional. Dash Intelligence, E. Dash Charm, F. Traits. Dash Passive, Dragon's Will, 2/. Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Dragon's Transformation, you are able to harness a physical part of a dragon. Skills. Dash E, dash, not requiring any mana usage, the skill allows the user to move 10 meters from their current location in any direction with a cooldown period of 7 seconds. The skill does not instantly move the user, but temporarily increases the user's speed until they move 10 meters. Bang bang. Bang bang. Woken up by the loud knocking on her door, Ruby grabbed a jacket before opening the door, revealing the figure of a panicked Lily. Need something? W, we're under A attack, F, follow me. Considering that Lily wasn't the type of person to lie about something like this, Ruby immediately woke herself up fully before grabbing her weapon and following Lily. Trailing behind Lily, Ruby saw countless indications of an attack, such as broken windows, torn walls, and even the smell of fire. Seeing the trembling Lily in front of her, Ruby didn't press further for answers, instead deciding to figure everything out once they reached their destination. Entering the common area, Ruby saw the group of almost 40 students gathered, with her being the last one to enter. Well, her room was secluded from the rest as she had just moved in less than a month ago, so Ruby wasn't surprised. What surprised Ruby more was the fact that no one was hurt. Examining the groups of nervous students, Ruby could not spot a single wound or scratch on any of them. The only person harmed was the student council president, Astrid, as she had a bloody scar on her knee. Was there only one intruder, then? But, then, where was that intruder now? Maintaining her composure, Ruby walked to the back of the common area, where the window was located, and peered out. With her teleportation skill, Ruby could scout out the mansion and then immediately return to this area, but as Ruby looked out the window, her gaze suddenly froze. There was a mana barrier for as long as the eye could see, as it seemed to envelop the whole dormitory. They weren't just dealing with some regular villain, this person had to be at least B rank to create a mana cage of this size while still having power left over. Didn't anyone tell this attacker that the academy was Gemstone Order territory? Who the hell did this villain think they were? While this wasn't a problem for Ruby personally, as her teleportation would still work so she could escape. Ruby glanced around the crowded hall for a moment, noticing that everyone was oblivious to the cage. Well, I can't just let another villain invade our territory. Walking to the front of the common area where Astrid stood, surrounded by Lily, Liam, Kevin, and Alia, Ruby patiently waited until their conversation was over. I see can't find Irene. Lily, I sent Irene off to find backup as I found her before all of you, so don't worry. Let's focus on the intruder. Astrid, are you sure it's only one person who attacked you? Yes, for the millionth time, Liam, there was only one. Well, if there's only one attacker and 40 of us, why don't we split up into parties and look for him? Sighing, Astrid hesitated for a moment before responding to Kevin's question. The intruder isn't just someone. I recognized him, it was Mr. Darkwood, the professor for alchemy. I saw him on the sign-ups for the Teacher's Battle Royale. A teacher? While Ruby knew of countless villains who posed as security guards, janitors, and even students at the academy, she had never heard of a villain pretending to be a teacher. As Liam, Lily, Alia, and Kevin were shocked and stunned by Astrid's news, Ruby took the opportunity to break the silence. Lily, I think you should see this. Snapping her out of her thoughts, Lily responded. What is it, Scarlet? Pointing towards the window, Ruby purposely made her tone nervous as she replied. We're T-trapped inside a mana cage. As the 5 students rushed to the window to confirm her words, Ruby began to formulate a plan. With the mana cage already formed, it was already clear that this Mr. Darkwood would reappear as soon as he recovered, so their preparation time was running low. Staring at the over 40 students in the crowded hall, Ruby estimated that she could transport around 10 of them out before the teacher recovered his mana, and if given 30 minutes, she could evacuate everyone. During her fight at the museum, Ruby had already showcased her teleportation abilities to her teammates, so it wasn't the unwanted revealing of her ability that kept her from immediately starting to transfer the students. Rather, it was the fear of becoming the villain's target, as if he found out that Ruby was the sole person who could escape from the mana barrier, she would be the first one dead. Well, I already made my decision when I told them about the mana cage, didn't I? Ruby could have left as soon as she heard about the attack and spotted the mana barrier, yet she decided to stay here. In other words, her decision was made as she entered the common area with the other students. Recalling the faint image of someone she had not seen around recently, Ruby smiled inwardly as she muttered. You would be happy if I helped, wouldn't you? Even with all the bad rumors surrounding him, Ruby knew inwardly that he did not hold any malicious intentions as the flames of his heart were pure and divine white. When she originally met him, she lied, stating that their flames were similar when, in full honesty, they could be considered opposite. While both their flames shined for the same reason, Ruby knew that her flame was a dark black even without seeing them, although her flames must have been lightening up recently. Walking to the 5 students, who were staring out the window, Ruby explained. Irene and my other teammates might not have told you, but I have access to teleportation. Can it get past this barrier? Yes, President, I can teleport people out of the barrier and to safety. Alright, start now, it's only a matter of time before Mr. Darkwood makes his move. Wait, Astrid, shouldn't we ESC dash? Shut it, Kevin, we're staying and helping. Liam, do you have any regard for your own life? Sorry to break it to you, but not all of us are suicidal. He's a powerful teacher, and we're just some students. Kevin, we're staying. Fine, Lily. As Ruby began transferring students one by one out of the barrier, in between consuming mana potions supplied by Lily and the reluctant Kevin, Astrid began strategizing. Look, all we have to do is stall long enough for Ruby to get them all out. Oh yeah, a bunch of D ranks and 1 C rank, Astrid, have to stall one of the most powerful teachers in the academy. What a simple plan. Is this the time for sarcasm? Why do I even talk? You guys never listen. Ignoring Kevin, Astrid continued. Alia, take the rear and slow down his speed using your ice. Kevin and Liam will take the front, attacking directly with their sword, and Lily and I will cast attack spells to supplement them. Nodding their heads, all 5 of them split off in different directions, with Liam taking a quick detour to say goodbye to Zach, who was in charge of leading the students who Ruby teleported out. Taking a breather in between teleportations, Ruby slumped down against the wall, drinking yet another mana potion. Faced with the desperate stares of almost every student in the room, Ruby sighed as she got back up and continued teleporting. How did a villain boss like her end up saving people not once, but twice? Boom. Interrupting Ruby's thoughts, she heard the sound of something crumbling, and a second later, the roof above the common area completely collapsed. As the dust settled, Ruby could see the scene of a teacher, adorned in a full black tuxedo and a brown bow tie, standing on the debris of the roof with a cane in his right hand. Not giving the students any time to react, the teacher raised his cane, the bottom facing towards them, before thrusting it forward twice, sending 3 wind bullets right at them. As the 3 wind bullets darted at them, Alya immediately sent countless spears of ice to intercept the bullets, slowing them down significantly but not destroying them. On the other hand, Lily took the defensive approach, creating a massive shield of water to protect Ruby and the students behind her. The elemental reaction created by the air and ice intersecting decreased the room's temperature significantly, causing a chilly breeze to spread throughout the vast common area. Stepping forward, Liam lifted his sword, causing it to shine a bright blue, before directly taking on the first 2 slowed bullets while Kevin took on the third. As Alya and Astrid began preparing a counterattack, the teacher silently raised his cane upwards, with the bottom of it facing the collapsed roof, before chanting some words that could not be heard. As tree roots emerged from the floor of the common area and countless lances of ice appeared beside the 2 students, the bottom of the teacher's cane began to shine a dark purple. Before the counterattacks could even go past Kevin and Liam, a sudden purple flash blinded everyone in the room. 5 purple lightning bolts immediately appeared in the sky above the dormitory, before surging downwards. Passing through the floors of the royal dormitory like they were nothing, 5 lightning bolts, each positioned above one of the main cast members, broke through the 2nd floor and spiraled right towards each of their heads. Being the first to open her eyes, Astrid immediately noticed the dark purple light above her, so while diving to the side, she screamed. Dive. Even though they were blind, the other 4 students obeyed Astrid's instructions as they dove to their right and left sides. As both Liam and Kevin both dived towards each other, the 2 of them landed on top of each other, causing Kevin to scream out in pain as Liam's elbow pushed down into his stomach, coincidentally the same place Liam had punched during the cruise ship incident. Staring at the floor below his previous locations, Liam almost collapsed once again as he saw that the wood was shattered into hundreds of pieces and that a slight fire was burning on some of the pieces. That could have killed them. As the 5 students regrouped to their original formation, the teacher, instead of attacking, simply watched them before lifting his cane and asking. You should know that this battle is a lost cause. After all, you are the top students of the best academy in the realm. So, just hand it over, will you? Of course, the teacher wasn't planning to spare the students even if they handed over the sword, as he still had to take care of the prince, but right now, obtaining the blood-red sword was his greatest priority. Astrid, who saw this talking as an opportunity to stall for more time, pretended to think for a moment before slowly responding. Yes, as we are students of Celestial Academy, the 5 of us are inclined to understand that continuing to fight this dangerous and terrible battle will lead to our demise. However, we are quite confused and befuddled by your choice of words when you say, just hand it over. Standing behind Astrid, Lily continued. Ahem, in other words, we have no idea what we are supposed to give you. Not realizing the number of students in the common area was dwindling as Ruby teleported back and forth, the teacher tapped his cane on the floor, manifesting a swirling orb filled with darkness above his head. Sight, Student Council President, must you play dumb? I have already confirmed your presence at the scene. Nobody wants their time wasted here, but if you must, I am looking for a sword-colored blood red. Thinking for a moment, the teacher pointed to the light blue sword in Liam's hand. It is quite similar to that one, except it is red. Wait, is it that sword? Did you manage to alter its color? While the teacher curiously stared at Liam's light blue sword, Astrid, who faintly recalled the djinn with the blood-red sword in the cave, said to her fellow students. I don't know where the sword is, and it is most definitely not with me. Kevin, inwardly cursing as he realized that he had not once but twice gotten himself into near-death situations, replied. So, you do know about the sword? Pointing at Liam's bright blue sword, Astrid replied. It's exactly like that, but red. Alya glanced around the common area, noticing that almost all of the students were already gone, and quietly said. It's only a matter of time before he realizes that we're almost done evacuating the room, we need to keep him distracted. Staring at Liam's light blue sword, Lily hesitated for a moment before speaking. Well, if we don't know where the sword is, why don't we just give Liam's? He already seems to think that it's the one he's looking for. For the first time, Kevin actually expressed anger at Lily, and he outragedly responded. What about when he realizes that it's not? Don't you think he'll kill us, then? Kevin did have a point, they were basically gambling with their lives. Realizing the teacher's attention on Liam's sword was starting to waver, Astrid stared at the others, who nodded their heads. Liam did not have any problems with the plan. After testing for a bit, he realized that he could make any sword light up a light blue, so this sword didn't matter much to him. Yes, you're right, that's the sword you're looking for. Then, what are you waiting for? Hand it over already. After Lily created a wind current connecting Liam and the teacher, Liam placed the sword in the current, allowing it to fly toward the teacher. However, Liam forgot to mention one thing about his sword's light blue aura, it only shone light blue because of him. When he received the sword, the teacher stared at the regular metal sword in his hands for a solid 10 seconds before slowly turning his head up with a creepy smile on his face. Oh, are you guys pranking me now? Is this some kind of joke to you? What the hell is this shit? As the teacher threw the metal sword on the ground, Kevin immediately turned to Liam with a dead serious face. Before we die, I just want to let you know that you are the single dumbest person I have ever fucking met. Tapping his cane multiple more times, the teacher sent countless more balls filled with darkness toward them, exhausting most of his mana. Being a djinn, his desire for the sword had taken all rationality out of him, so he no longer cared about conserving mana but solely obtaining the blood-red sword. Glancing around for a moment, Lily was ecstatic to see that Scarlet and all the students beside them were gone. However, her ecstasy soon transformed into horror as she was faced with countless dark energy balls surging towards her. Scarlet was their only way out, but now she had probably left after transferring all the students. They had been so focused on saving their fellow students that they had forgotten to save themselves. All 5 of them were now stranded inside the dormitory with the crazed teacher. They had accomplished their goal, but at what cost? While Astrid was able to stop one of the many balls with her tree roots, the other simply broke through the weakened roots with ease. Liam, who was left with no sword, was forced to retreat immediately. Similarly, Alya, Lily, and Kevin, whose attacks were futile against the tens of energy balls, retreated as well. With the walls behind them and the energy balls in front, the 5 students had nowhere to dodge. Turning to the wall behind them, Kevin and Liam immediately screamed out. Slow them down. As Lily, Alya, and Astrid cast dozens of spells at the horde of energy balls, their expressions only darkened as they realized that there were far too many, and their pace was only decreasing by a tiny margin. Meanwhile, Kevin and Liam hacked desperately at the wall, trying to create a hole big enough for them to fit through. Unfortunately, the magic spells cast by the girls were unable to break the wall, so Liam and Kevin were forced to make a hole the old-fashioned way with their swords. From outside the mana barrier, Ruby stared inside the house, immediately recognizing the situation inside was perilous. Even if she intervened now, she could at most save one of them, but in the process, risk being hurt by one of those energy balls. Just as Kevin formed the hole in the wall, the energy balls were less than a second away from hitting them. Ruby immediately recognized it was too late. Staring at her classmates through the hole made by Kevin and Liam in a wall, Ruby closed her eyes in preparation for the upcoming gruesome sight. She had done her best, hadn't she? It was their choice to stay behind and hold off the villain, despite knowing that he was much more powerful than them. Their series of stupid decisions had led them to their death. But then why did she feel sad and nervous? Why was her head spinning in circles? Why were her legs trembling? What was she feeling right now? It was their choice, they could have escaped immediately upon hearing of her teleportation ability, yet they decided to stay. Was this what a hero was? Someone who prioritizes the welfare of others over their own, even towards those they do not know personally. It was such a simple definition, yet Ruby had never met someone who had not only acted based on it but didn't expect anything in return. Sure, there were heroes from the government, but they only did it for the money. If the government stopped paying the heroes, then they would all disappear and do their own thing without any care for the world. Ruby was mistaken. When she had begun teleporting people out of the mana barrier and when she held off djinns at the museum, she believed that she was a hero. No. that wasn't it. In both scenarios, her death was never a possibility, so she was content helping out, but with death now in the picture, all she could do was watch from a distance. She had never prioritized the safety of others over herself. For Ruby, it wasn't the realization that she wasn't a hero that hurt, it was the fact that she had deluded herself into genuinely believing that she was a hero. She had become the very thing she hated the most. A fake, a fraud, and a phony. Those students, Alia, Astrid, Lily, Liam, Kevin, and even Zach, were true heroes. Forcing herself to open her eyes, despite her entire body resisting, Ruby opened her eyes wide, prepared to face the aftermath. However, there was no blood. There were no severed limbs. There were no dead bodies. Instead, there was a cloaked figure with one pitch-black and blood-red wing attached to his right shoulder, which swayed back and forth in the cold night breeze. Looking at the distance between the trapped main cast and the charging dark energy balls, I finally emerged from my spot. They had done well, in fact, better than I expected. Whatever they had done, they had managed to break the Jinn's mentality. Like the Minotaur back during practical training, he no longer held any sense of reason, he was overcome by his desire to get the blood-red sword back. In fact, his sense of reason was so far gone that he didn't even realize that his tracking device on the sword had re-enabled, as my corruption was no longer blocking it. Using my eyes to calculate the perfect route where I could pick up all of the main cast while getting through the hole at the same time, I repositioned myself before flapping my wing twice. Feeling my surroundings distort, I once again used my eyes to grab each main cast member as I sped past them for less than a second. With all of them now in my hands, I flapped my wing once again, instantly speeding right through the hole and into the outside world. Dropping the 5 of them, who had not yet adjusted to their current situation as they had their eyes closed, on the ground, I glanced around, immediately spotting Ruby. The tens of dark energy balls were still heading for us, I had just given us some more time. Get them. As the dark energy balls broke through the walls like they were made of paper, Ruby, despite not knowing my identity, immediately teleported beside me. Ignoring my presence, Ruby, one by one, teleported all of them outside the mana cage within less than 10 seconds. That ability really was something else. Awestruckingly, staring at the disappearing and repeating figure of Ruby for a second, I snapped out of my thoughts as the dark energy balls neared me. Flapping my wing 3 times in quick succession, I disappeared out of the range of the swarm of energy balls and appeared on the other side of the dormitory. As the swarm of dark energy balls directly collided with the mana barrier, a shockwave was sent throughout the entire dormitory. I felt the ground around me shake, and even more pillars of the dormitory collapsed. As the smoke surrounding the area disappeared, I saw that even though the mana barrier had no hole, bunches of mana were leaking out of it, making it significantly weaker. Just what I needed. Not waiting for the teacher's next move, I instantly manifested my 2 corrupted daggers before once again touching their tip to the mana cage. Unlike the last time, my corruption persisted, usurping the authority of the original mana before spreading like a plague upwards. Before the teacher even emerged from the dormitory, the entire mana cage had turned pitch black, so nothing could be seen from the outside or from the inside. Well, that was unless you had my eyes. My perfect environment, my boosted cloak attributes, my new wing power-up, and finally, my countless mana ring artifacts. Was it enough to beat a B rank? Well, I wasn't sure, but it was a good thing that the teacher couldn't even be considered a B rank. With his loss of rationality and current low mana, the teacher was in no way classified as a B rank anymore, more like a mid-C rank. Flapping my wing again, I reappeared in front of the broken wall, which the swarm of dark energy balls had brought down. Peering inside, I immediately spotted the teacher, who was frantically searching around instead of doing the logical thing and casting a light spell. Flapping my wing, I appeared right in front of him, thrusting my right dagger forward. However, he was able to react in time as he threw his cane up, blocking my dagger. Despite its normal appearance, the cane was actually rock hard as it managed to repel my dagger without even receiving a scratch. Well, I guess I just wasn't simply fast enough. Stepping back, I flapped my wing, then thrusted my dagger forward, then flapped my wing, reappearing in another position beside the teacher, then pushed my other dagger forward, then flapped my wing again and reappeared in another position beside the teacher, and then used my other dagger. And again and again and again and again. Moving so fast that countless speed mirages were created, the teacher was unable to discern my location as he relied solely on instinct to block my dagger strikes. However, his instinct simply wasn't good enough. As I disappeared before he could counterattack and reappeared in another position beside him with my daggers already ready, countless stab wounds began to form on the teacher's body. Flapping my wing one last final time, I appeared on the roof above the djinn, using it to boost downwards with my dagger's tip aimed right at the djinn's head. Using his cane to attempt to hit one of my countless speed mirages surrounding him, the teacher was oblivious as my dagger pierced right through his head. Watching his lifeless body slump to the floor, I grabbed my dagger, which remained pitch black despite the blood all around the teacher's wound, and prepared to walk back. Then, I collapsed. When I fell to the floor, I was surprised to find that my back directly hit the floor instead of my wing had disappeared. Using some of my remaining energy, I moved my hands to my shoulder, where my wing had been attached, and surely enough, there was nothing. Moving back my hand, I noticed that it was completely drenched in blood, and the wooden floor below my back was also drenched in blood. I had overexerted myself. The countless mana rings on my fingers had cracked and disappeared, my entire body was trembling with pain and exhaustion, and half of my back was covered in blood. Using the dragon's wing without knowing the consequences of it or what it required, mana, corruption, or something, had cost me terribly. Lying lifelessly on the floor, I slowly gave in to my body as my eyelids began to close, causing my whole world to go black. Resisting the urge one last time, I managed to open my eyes. Right above me, looking directly into my eyes, was a female with long, glossy black hair and blood-red eyes. Opening my mouth, I attempted to say something, but my mind abruptly went blank, and my world turned black as I finally gave in. Hey, rude dash. Regaining consciousness, I attempted to open my eyes or move any part of my body, but nothing happened despite my desperate attempts. Forced to stay in a world of pitch darkness as I couldn't open my eyes, various scenarios flashed through my head as I attempted to pass the time. Did the authorities find me next to the teacher's body and apprehend me? Was I brought to the hospital for my wounds? Where even was I right now? Honing my ears, I heard what I thought were birds chirping. As I continued to stay in my pitch-black world, a cold breeze enveloped me, causing me to shiver more than usual. Did I not have clothes on? Was I outside? Why were there birds? Giving in to my curiosity, I used all my remaining energy to force my eyes open. Almost immediately, the rays of the bright morning sun appeared in my vision, causing me to close my eyes again due to the brightness. I guess I'll have to wait. As I patiently waited for my energy to recover, I recalled my sudden breakdown yesterday. What was the reason for it? Was I so just physically exhausted that I collapsed, or did I run out of mana and suffer from mana exhaustion? But then, how come I didn't feel it until the last second? Until moments before my collapse, I felt physically fine, and I was sure that my mana supply was not empty. Maybe the adrenaline from the fight had caused me to lose my sense of reason temporarily? Or was it something completely different? Realizing I had more than enough energy and could once again move my body, I decided to leave those questions for when I had recovered. Using my hands to press against the floor to lift myself up, I opened my eyes only to be greeted by the familiar scene of a forest. Looking around at the surrounding trees, a sense of familiarity emanated from my eyes, causing me to recall that this was near the exact area where the academy's secret entrance was. Moving my hands to my right shoulder, where my wing used to be, I felt the hard surface of a bandage instead of my shirt. In fact, my entire back and chest were covered by these bandages, which were painted a light red from all my blood. Snapping me out of my thoughts, a familiar voice spoke from behind me, causing me to fall back down onto the forest floor. Long time no see, Ren. Turning my head, I saw Ruby dressed in some jeans and a crop top with her long hair tied into a ponytail. It had been a long time. But there was something much more important weighing on my mind. What did she know? Did she know I had wings? Did she know I was the figure in the cloak? Turning my head to Ruby, I immediately spoke with a tone of urgency. Astrid sent me to eat dash. Oh, I know, the student council president told us that even before attack, so why don't you just shut up about that stuff? Astrid told them that Irene was going to get me and the teachers? So, she thinks I was there because Irene asked me to go? That wing you had yesterday was pretty cool, though. Where did you get it from? Is it a store nearby? Yeah. She was more curious about the wing than how I was able to kill the teacher. Standing up, I put on my shirt, which lay beside me, and leaned against a tree while sneaking glances at Ruby to survey her. Was she purposely playing dumb? Meeting eyes with Ruby, she flashed me a quick smile before running over to my tree. Well, since you're fine, let's explore the festival. Grabbing my shirt, Ruby didn't wait for my response as she dragged me behind her while walking out of the forest and towards the looming Colosseum. Just as we were about to leave the forest, I felt a sudden pressure on my shoulder, causing me to wince in pain. There on my shoulder sat a little black cat, who stared at me for a moment before sitting with no regard for how it was hurting me. Well, whether it knew it or not, it helped me yesterday. Exiting the forest, my eyes were immediately overwhelmed as the streets of the academy were filled with thousands of tourists, students, and even teachers. Clasping my head in pain as the overload of information gave me a headache, Ruby stared at me with a concerned expression before searching her backpack. After a moment, her hand emerged from her bag with a pair of dark black sunglasses. Too bright for you? Nodding my head, I graciously accepted the sunglasses and immediately put them on. With the lens of the sunglasses blocking my eyes, the amount of information I was taking in was much less and more manageable for my brain. As the two of us continued to walk toward the Colosseum, Ruby abruptly stopped in front of one of the booths, staring at a figurine. Noticing that it was a religious booth due to the church symbols on it, I glanced at the figure, which was a depiction of Saint Elena, an angel. Dressed in a pure white cloak with long blonde hair, the angel had two beautiful and divine white wings stretching from both her shoulders. Pointing at the wings, Ruby stifled in a laugh while asking, Is that your SI dash? Not funny. I think your brain might still be hurt from the fight because it is quite comedic. So, now we're resorting to calling me brain dead, really? When you go low, I go lower. When did I go low? Lying is a sin, you know? With that, Ruby turned away from the booth and continued in the direction of Colosseum. After finding the student section of Colosseum, the two of us headed in before quickly finding seats in the second row. Since today was only the first today, there would be no events with Liam's, but that didn't mean it wouldn't be interesting. Something about watching the future most powerful people in the world struggle in food eating contest made me laugh. The cat, which was resting in armrest of my seat, snapped me back to reality by jumping back on my shoulder and staring at my side profile. Perhaps I just forcing myself to laugh to avoid thinking about Ruby? As I stared at Ruby, who was belatedly enjoying the match, I was confused on why she kept silent and didn't ask a single question for the entire 2 hours we were at the Colosseum. Why did I lie about my wing? How did I have a wing? How did I kill the teacher? Why did I try to hide my identity? If I was in her situation, I would have bombarded the other party with questions until I received valid answers, yet Ruby seemed satisfied just sitting next to me. As the final contest ended for the day, I got up from my seat, following Ruby out of Colosseum. While I did want to leave this stressful situation, she was the one who teleported me out of the dormitory, saving me a lot of trouble by not letting the authorities discover me. At least, I owed her this much. What would I even say to them if they found me lying right next to the dead body of the teacher? While Ruby went to use the restroom, I waited outside the Colosseum, checking up on the news about the incident on my smartwatch. With the government's help, Celestial Academy had managed to keep the news from spreading outside the academy, so there were no articles about it. However, the academy's public chat room was crowded as different people were discussing the incident non-stop. I mean, who wouldn't be curious if they woke up one day just to see the entire royal dormitory destroyed? So far, the assumption that most people had came up with was that Ruby and the rest of the main cast had been the heroes of the incident and defeated the teacher Jin using the power of teamwork. They were able to neither confirm nor deny this as no students from the royal dormitory were allowed to speak up about the incident. While Astrid might believe it's me who saved them as she called for me, I could just say I was scared and never came. A true third-rate villain. On the other hand, the rest of main cast probably didn't see my appearance and just believed Ruby had came to save them. While that sounds good in theory, that could be problematic in the future. Who would have thought that Ruby and I, a bunch of villains, would be the true heroes of the incident? Looking up from my smartwatch, I saw Ruby emerging from the bathroom. Walking past me without saying anything, Ruby wore an indifferent expression as she headed in the direction of the dormitory buildings. Seeing her head in the direction of the dormitories reminded me of something. What are you gonna do now that your dormitory is destroyed? Oh, that? They paid to give all of us 5-star hotel rooms in the capital. Oh, so I, the hero, get to sleep in a small dorm room while the victims, who ran away at the first sign of danger, get an all-expense-paid vacation? Blasphemy, I say. As night was nearing, the streets were crowded with tourists heading to the front gates, so Ruby used the forest shortcut to get to the main gate. Walking through the forest, trailing slightly behind Ruby, reminded me of the first few days I had spent on the mountain range, looking for the dragon's eye. When times had been much simpler. Sure, I was powerless and weak, and one slight wrong move could result in my death from a monster, but at least death was my only worry. Now, I had to worry about death alongside keeping the plot together, becoming more powerful, not exposing my identity, and finally, other people besides myself. What if I had never come back to the academy? Would life have been much simpler, then? At that point, I didn't know Lily was also from Earth, so I would have assumed that the plot would go precisely as in the book and that the world would have been saved just like in the book. With the meager savings I had received from my father, I would have lived in that small mountainside town. I would have worked a regular job to earn wages, bought a small wooden cabin to live in, and enjoyed the simplicity of life there. No. The old me would have hated that. Simply accepting my circumstances in this new world and pretending everything was real and not a book instead of trying everything to get back to Earth. The old me would have rather jumped off the peak of the mountain range. But would me right now like that? It's not like I would be leaving anything behind at the academy. Lily knew the plot, and unlike me, she seemed to care about the people around her. Sure, she was a bit naive, but wouldn't she be more than qualified enough to keep everyone safe? Ruby, Raven, Zing, Jean, Han, Astrid, and the main cast would all be safe with Lily's guidance, wouldn't they? But would I be fine with that? Leaving everything to someone else? Well, I guess I already knew the answer. I mean, me still being at the academy, despite having enough money to live comfortably, was answer enough. Looking upwards, I saw our surroundings shift as the forest ended, and we neared the railing that separated the edge of the academy from the ocean. Walking up to Ruby, who was leaning on the railing, I stood beside her, staring at the vast dark blue ocean before me. Turning to Ruby, who was also focused on the ocean, it felt like an immeasurable burden was weighing on me. In fact, every time I talked or even looked at anyone related to the old Wren, that burden only increased. It was all a lie, wasn't it? As the memories of spending time with all of them resurfaced in my head, a sudden thought flashed through my head. The times I had spent hanging out and talking to Jean and Han, whether on the smartwatch or in person. The times I joked or messed around with Raven and Zhang, and the times I explored with Ruby and Astrid. Wasn't it fine for it all to be a lie? Was it my fault I was transferred into this body? Was it my fault I had taken this body? Why was I blaming myself? Couldn't I just accept this lie? I had accepted that this world, alongside everyone else in it, was real, so why couldn't I accept that I was the real Ren now as well? I was no longer Silas from my life on Earth, I was Ren. The time had long passed since I needed to act like the old Ren. This body, these relationships, they were all mine, weren't they? As Ruby noticed I was staring at her, I asked. Did you know me before we met at the hideout that day? Why did it matter if people thought I wasn't the original Ren at this point? Why should I care? It's my body and mind, now, isn't it? Shaking her head, to my surprise, Ruby replied. No, but I would be lying if I said I didn't know your family. So, the old Ren played no part in our current relationship? Why had I been worrying all this time and avoiding her, then? Without me even asking anything, Ruby continued. That's not why I came to the academy, though. Not why I befriended you or continued to talk to you. So, then, why? Turning to face me, Ruby got on her tippy toes to reach my height and put her hand over my mouth before replying. I've answered one of your questions, so now it's your turn. Nodding my head, I said, with her hand still covering my mouth. MF, ask away. What happened last night? Shrugging my shoulders and pushing her hand away, I replied. Nothing big, just killed some big-shot teacher. Made quick work of him. Oh really? Yeah, I think I heard that the top first years and the student council president couldn't even take him out. What a bunch of frauds, no. You know, you are calling me one of those frauds, right? You sure? The whole academy seems to be calling you a hero and their savior. Quite the villain boss you are. Oh? I heard some rumors flying around the academy that say you were actually the mastermind behind the whole attack. Really? *PFFT** really? How was I the mastermind behind the whole thing? Was my reputation that bad? I can't even blame her now. I've been in this world for more than 2 months, and it's even gotten worse. Is my suffering really that funny to you, Ruby? Maybe check your smartwatch next time when I message you. Sighing, I checked my smartwatch and finally turned off the D&D mode of my message apps, causing a flurry of messages to be released as my phone started ringing uncontrollably. Looking at Ruby, who was smirking, I pressed further. So, why did you come to the AC8-? Oh, it's getting late, isn't it? Sorry, but the 5-star hotel has a curfew, so I must depart. Really had to emphasize the 5-star, didn't you? Oh, maybe, if you defeated the teacher and saved the top first years from dying, you could have gotten a hotel room. Real funny one, aren't you? Watching Ruby depart to the main gate of the academy, I turned around and headed back to my shabby and old and small and disgusting dorm room. Why do the real heroes always get treated the worst? Waking up the next morning, it felt like the gigantic burden weighing on me since the end of the cruise ship incident had lifted. It felt freeing. The festival would go on for the next couple of days, and there would be no classes. I had no reason to intervene in the plot during the festival, so basically, this time was all free for me. However, after the festival, the plot jumps right back into action as the travel club visits the Elven realm under Princess Alya's guidance. That would require a lot of my guidance if Lily did what I thought she would. Having spent the last week constantly investigating or worrying about the attack on the Colosseum, I had no intentions of doing anything for the time being. Unable to sleep due to the loud noise of the tourists outside my window, I got up and prepared to head out for the day. When I checked my smartwatch, I was surprised to see that Jean and Han had continued to use the group chat despite my not responding to either of them for at least a week. Han, Jean, we're meeting up by the Colosseum at 11, right? Jean, yeah, we'll figure out what to do once we're there. Ren, mind if I join in? Han, Ren? Jean, not if you don't tell us where the hell you've been for the past week. Han, yeah, you weren't even in class. Did you not get in trouble? Jean, if you found a way to skip class without being trouble and didn't tell us, you're dead, buddy. Ren, you won't believe me, but I spent the past week working on a special task force with the one and only student council president to protect the school. Jean, yo, bro, if you don't want to tell us, just say so. Han, you've had a week, and that's the best excuse you could come up with. Ren? See, you guys never believe me. Jean, alright, bro, whatever you say. See you at 11. Han, yeah, we'll see you at 11. Ren, wait, mind if I bring my little brother? Han, you're what? Jean, you have a brother? Ren, yeah, he's my long-lost little brother, I just found him recently in the slums. Han, alright. Jean, I'm fine with it, if he's real. Ren, yeah, he's real. I'll see you too. As students of the academy, we were allowed a tourist ticket without paying, so I could bring one person into the academy for free. Who else but him? Leaving the academy and entering the capital, I headed straight for headquarters as it was already almost 11. As I entered the capital's slums, I noticed the cake shop with the underground hideout for the teacher had been shut down. The windows were broken, and I could see countless homeless people inside stealing the chairs or anything else of value. That tunnel could be quite the hideout, couldn't it? While the cake shop in itself was a decent investment as it could provide some daily income, the hideout below must have taken ages to create, and it would be the perfect place for me to train. It was so far underground that even if I used countless elemental slashes, no one would notice. The royal family investigators would just think of it as a normal cake shop and not investigate it, so they wouldn't even find the tunnel, meaning the shop would be very cheap. And Raven and Zhang would be pretty happy if I bought a cake shop, wouldn't they? Reminding myself to check the newspaper for the future listing of the cake shop after the royal family repossessed it, I continued on my way to the headquarters. Without knocking or anything, I unlocked the headquarters doors with my key and entered inside. Raven, lying on the couch next to the television, was still fast asleep despite it being almost afternoon. On the other hand, Zhang lay slumped over in the chair once again, a plate of ice cream in front of him. Quite the evil Jin he was, eating strawberry ice cream. Sighing at my worker's laziness, I walked up to the couch with Raven sitting on it and swiftly and cleanly removed the blanket from him. With my enhanced eyesight, I saw Raven's eyes open for a short moment, meaning he was awake, yet he still pretended to be asleep. Oh, asleep, are you? Watching him and staying still, I made sounds to make it seem like I was moving around and picking things up until Raven, after a couple of seconds, burst upwards and screamed. No, I'm awake. Don't do anything, please. Staring me motionless right above him, Raven blinked for a second before sighing. You really have to come right in the morning, don't you? It's almost 11, what morning are you talking about? Just let me sleep. As Raven pulled up his blanket to cover his face, I replied. You're coming with me today. Whenever you say that, it always means something bad. You're coming with me to a festival, relax. Scaring the shit out of me, I heard a voice sound from behind me. What about me, boss? Turning around, I saw Zing sitting up on his chair with his horns out and continuing to eat his ice cream. When you do something about those horns, we can talk. But they look good. Yeah, they look so good that everyone just runs around screaming in horror when they see them. As Raven sluggishly walked to the bathroom, I waited while Zing walked to the mirror and stared at his horns for a solid minute. Finally, Raven emerged from the bathroom in some decent clothes I had gotten him recently, as all his previous ones were in tatters. Wearing a pair of navy blue jeans and a black shirt, Raven walked out with his wet black hair covering the top half of his face. Could he at least look presentable? I'm calling him my brother. Walking up to Raven, I pushed his hair up, revealing his onyx black eyes, and parted it to the side before tucking in his shirt and handing him a jacket. Raven, who did not care for his looks, simply stood still with an indifferent expression, allowing me to make him look presentable. Looking at Raven's finished appearance like a proud father, I tapped him on the shoulder before leading him out of headquarters and towards the academy. As we reached the academy gates, I presented the guard with my student ID, and he stared at Raven for a second before letting us through. I thought I did a good job. Rushing towards the Coliseum with Raven trailing behind me, we arrived a minute early, spotting Jean and Han a few feet away from us. Walking up to them, I pulled Raven beside me and said, Hey, you two, this is my brother, Raven. Nudging Raven like he was a baby, I said. Say hi, Raven. Slowly turning his face with an expression that even I couldn't decipher, Raven choked out the words. Hi, I'm Raven. Looking at me struggling to hold in my laughter, Han and Jean stared at us for a second before they both said. And nice to meet you, Raven. Well, where to guys? As the four of us walked through the festival, I had to keep a constant eye on Raven, who always seemed to wander off to some random booth. Stopping in front of one of those carnival booths where you had to land a ring on one of the 100 bottles across the floor, Han and Jean each gave it an attempt before failing. Exchanging a ring for one of the tickets I had received, I used my eyes to calculate the future trajectory of the ring before adjusting it so it perfectly overlapped with the bottle's lid. Tapping Raven, who was watching countless people fail the game, on the shoulder, I smirked and said. Watch this. As I began the throwing motion, my hand behind my shoulder, I moved forward at the perfect pace. Just as I was reaching the perfect place to release the ring, I felt a sudden pressure on my shoulder. The pressure messed up my entire throwing motion, as my ring went flying in the complete opposite direction and far away from the ring's bottles, and right at someone's head. ****. Pretending I didn't hear or see anything, I turned back around to Raven, who was smiling more than usual. *PFFT***, how did you manage to miss that damn bad? It's something you'll understand when you're mature. Really, that's your best excuse? Turning to the source of my miss, I saw my cat silently sitting on my shoulder while licking its paw. When I had woken up, the cat was gone, presumably through the open window, and now it had just reappeared. It really just came and went as it pleased. As we were finished with the game, I turned around to look for Han and Jean, but after glancing around a bit, I found them trying to talk to some girls. Before, I dismissed girls because I didn't believe this was the real world with real people, but now, what was my excuse? Was I going to become just like Han and Jean? Raven, noticing me staring at Han and Jean with the group of girls, curiously asked. Aren't you going to join them? Shaking my head at Raven's answer, I replied. Then what would I do with you? I could just go back to headcube. You know you always complain you have no breaks, but when I bring you to a lavish festival like this, you just complain. Ignoring my previous words, Raven glanced back at the group of girls before saying. You already have that one girl you brought to the headquarters earlier, don't you? What are you talking about? Go Celestial Academy. Let's go CT. Interrupting my words were the sounds of countless people yelling chants, signifying the start of the events within the Coliseum. Liam would be competing today, wouldn't he? Before I knew it, Han and Jean had already come back to the booth and ditched the group of girls. Let's go watch. What are you waiting for? Let go. As Raven and I followed the two to the student section of the Coliseum, I realized we had actually arrived fairly early, as almost all of the seats were empty. Choosing the first and best row, we four sat down. However, Han and Jean immediately left to get snacks, leaving jackets on their seats. Raven was in complete awe upon seeing the size of the Coliseum. He was so entranced that he didn't even notice me tapping him on the shoulder. Well, he had lived in the slums all his life, so things like this Coliseum had probably only been in his dreams. This book's damned author, leaving a good kid like Raven to rot away in the slums. Leaving Raven to enjoy this new experience, I grabbed the cat off my shoulder, which still hurt from the incident 2 days ago, and placed him on my lap. As more and more students flooded into the student section, the sweet and calming silence soon disappeared and transformed as excited students loudly discussed the events and who would win. As the fireworks emerged from the Coliseum and exploded into the sky, the contestants of the first event finally arrived, and Liam, Ruby, the main cast, and the transfer students emerged, adorned in their academy suits. Watching the events was anticlimactic, to say the least. What point is there in watching a competition if you already know the winner? Turning my side, Raven didn't seem too interested in the fighting either, as the novelty of the Coliseum had already worn off for him. Tapping Han and Jean, who actually seemed quite interested, I said, "I'm gonna go drop Raven off, I'll be back in a bit." As the two of us exited the Coliseum, Raven wanted to buy some food, so I gave him some money and waited at the exit. After waiting for a few minutes while looking at my smartwatch, I felt a gaze on me, causing me to look up. Not even 10 feet away stood Ruby, who walked over to me upon seeing me looking away from my smartwatch. "Aren't you participating in an event?" "Oh, that? Who cares? Which one did you even sign up for?" "Oh, I got chosen for the Battle Royale." "Oh, is she participating with Liam and Lily in the Battle Royale event instead of Irene?" It won't make much of a difference, they'll still win." As Ruby waved me goodbye, I saw Raven also arriving in the distance. He looked at Ruby and me for a second before stopping dead in his tracks. Not again. After dropping Raven back to the headquarters, I spent the rest of my day walking around with Han or Jean and rotting in my bed. As the last day of the festival arrived, the cake shop was finally put up for sale in the newspaper, so I immediately pounced, using up some of my savings to purchase it. Since today was the last day of the festival, the famed Battle Royale event would be taking place. Ruby, Liam, and Lily had already qualified for the event during their performances in the previous days, and I was sure Lily would lead them to victory with her book knowledge, so there was no need for me to do anything. Arriving at the boarded-up cake shop, I entered with the key, ignoring the countless cracks in the walls and trash over the floor before heading directly towards the tunnel. Climbing down the ladder, I immediately made my way to the clearing before placing down my backpack, which contained some healing potions in case anything happened. I had put it off for long enough. It was time to understand my new ability, Dragon's Transformation, finally. As I opened my backpack, I saw the black cat suddenly jump out before immediately running to a corner of the cave and settling down. Had it been in the backpack the whole time? The cat was a mystery in itself. Not only had it managed to go back in time, but it also somehow led me to the painting in Ruby's room, which was another mystery. This cat was just a series of mysteries muddled together, but what should I do about it? Was I supposed to investigate and experiment on a goddamn cat? Step by step, I guess. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the clearing, I basked in the silence and serenity for a few moments, letting out my chaotic thoughts. Focusing my mind solely on my body, I specifically concentrated on the center of my body, where all my mana would gather. Feeling an unknown red-colored substance in the area where my mana was stored, I moved it around and examined it to get a rough shape. After a few minutes, I finally had a rough outline. Inside my chest, there was a modern yin-yang symbol, as the yin was my mana while the yang was the blood-red substance. The two were so close to touching, yet so far, as every time I attempted to move them together, they would repel against each other, breaking their shape, before quickly regathering to form the yin-yang symbol. Bracing myself for the upcoming pain, I knew what I had to do as I forced the blood-red substance near my mana, overpowering the repulsive force between the two. As the two opposites met, a sudden shockwave was sent through my body, causing me to fall back in pain for a few seconds. Regaining my composure, I once again examined my body and noticed that while the yin and yang symbol of the blood-red substance and mana was still there, a small purple particle was in the center of the symbol. Navigating the purple particle out of the center, making sure it didn't touch the mana or blood red substance, I let it sit near my heart while pondering. Now. The question was, what do I do with it? Leading the soul purple particle up from my chest and towards my shoulder, I stopped it right at the spot where my wings had appeared last time. Leaving the particle there, I patiently waited a couple of seconds, before feeling my back suddenly grow heavier. Sure enough, on my right shoulder, a wing had formed. However, rather than being a combination of pitch black and blood red, the black had been replaced by a light blue. So, I can either combine the blood red substance with my mana or corruption, and the colors change depending on that. Simply sitting still with the wing on my back, I patiently waited for whatever side effect this ability would cause. Just as my dragon's eye caused my eyes to bleed if I used it for too long. Am I really a masochist? I'm just asking for pain now. However, after a couple of minutes of just sitting there, I felt nothing. Flapping my wings and teleporting throughout the room, I also felt no side effects. In fact, it actually felt calming. Examining my body, I noticed that the purple particle in my shoulder had shrunk significantly, to the point where it could barely even be seen anymore. I guess this is the time limit. As the purple particles diminished and disappeared, I felt my thoughts blur and become convoluted, making me unable to focus on a single thing. It felt like my entire mind was in chaos as countless unrelated memories rushed through my head, overloading my brain. Clutching my head in pain, I dropped to the floor, immediately noticing that my wing had disappeared. Crawling over to my backpack, I grabbed a stack of healing scrolls worth over 10 gold coins, immediately ripping all of them in one motion. As the scrolls disappeared and turned into dust, a green aura began to surround me, easing the pain in my mind. However, when that aura disappeared, my mind immediately went back into chaos. Lying down on the floor, facing the ceiling, I simply gave into the pain as I attempted to close my eyes to fall asleep, only to be immediately woken up by the random and constant thoughts racing through my head. After who knows how long, I finally felt my mind return as I could actually control the thoughts appearing in my head. Sitting back up, I was in no rush to continue experimenting as I grabbed the meal I had gotten from one of the stands at the festival. Taking the container out of my backpack, I heard the sound of scratching on a hard surface, causing me to turn my head upwards, just to see the black cat, barely hanging onto the roof of the clearing with its claws. Seeing my look upwards, the cat released its claws, falling face first right onto my head. Who said cats always land on their feet? Putting the cat on the floor, I watched it lick its paws with the utmost dignity, like nothing had happened, before walking up to the corner of the clearing to do who knows what. After finishing my lunch, I recreated the same process, leading a new purple particle out of the yin and yang symbol. Instead of moving it to my shoulder, I moved the purple particle to my hands, causing an enormous red paw to replace my hand immediately. Staring at the paw of a dragon, which had completely replaced my right hand, I retracted and extracted the claws for a couple of seconds. Leading the purple particle out of my hand, causing my right hand to appear again, I pushed it towards the back of my legs. Almost immediately, a long, bright red tail adorned with countless spikes appeared behind me. Was I some sort of transformer now? Checking my body every few seconds, I saw the purple particle was beginning to fade into nothingness, so I immediately moved it back to the center of the yin and yang symbol. A couple of seconds later, the purple particles disappeared from the center, leaving no trace and, most important of all, no pain. So, my new ability allows me to recreate any physical attribute of a dragon, such as their wings, tail, claws, and even legs. Is this dragon's will thing slowly transforming me into a dragon? At the next stage, will I be able to completely become a dragon or what? Combining the blood red substance with my corruption, I curiously watched how, like last time, the area where the particles of blood red and pitch black were located shined a bright red, even through my clothes. Lighting up the cave with my glowing right hand, I formed a dragon's paw once again before confirming that the only difference was the color, as the power output stayed the same. Checking my smartwatch, I realized that most of the festival had already ended. My social media page was filled with people congratulating Lily, Liam, and Ruby on their victory in the Battle Royale. On the other hand, my group chat was also blowing up. Apparently, Gene had placed all his money on their victory, so he was rich now. Gene, I told you bet with me, I told you didn't I, Han? Han, you also told me to bet with you the last 100 times, and you lost all those times. Gene, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit big, and I'm now that 1% who made it through baby. Han, dude, the odds were 10 to 90, no sane person would bet on that. Jean, nope, the odds are 50 to 50. You either win, or you lose. Picking myself off the floor, I sent a quick message to Raven, letting him know about our acquisition of the cake shop. Ren, you remember the cake shop where we met? Raven, how could I forget it? Ren, our meeting must have been that significant for you, huh? Raven, moron, I'm talking about the cake. Ren, you know, a simple thanks for getting you out of homelessness would suffice. Raven, yeah. Now, why are you mentioning that shop? Ren, it's ours, I dipped into the savings. Raven, you bought a cake shop. Ren, hire some employees and cleaners, it's kinda a dump right now. Raven, a cake shop, thank you, boss. Ren, so, this is what you thank me for? Not me saving you from the black market, giving you a job, a house, and money? Raven, I just asked Zhang, and he said he's down to work as the baker. That guy just gets less and less evil every day, is he really a djinn? Sighing, I put down my smartwatch and headed back to the academy with the cat hiding in my jacket. With the festival now over, it was time for the main plotline to start once again. These pleasant and leisurely times were nice while they lasted, but it was quite hard to relax, knowing the upcoming events. The corruption of the World Tree should have begun by now. Heading into my dorm, I slumped down on my bed, clearing my head of all thoughts while drifting off to sleep. I woke up the next day, not to the sound of tourists bustling about, but to my cat, which was pawing at my head. Sighing, I reluctantly got up from the comfort of my bed and added some cooked chicken to its bowl. At this point, it was already part of my daily routine, and honestly, I was kinda scared of the cat. What would it do me if I didn't listen to it? Was this cat a god? I mean, it had traveled back in time with me. So, in conclusion, treating it well was probably the way to go for me. What if I forgot to feed it once, as it just gave me bad luck for the rest of my life? After changing into some casual clothes and making scrambled eggs for breakfast with a sauce that tasted like a sweet hot sauce from my world, I sat down while checking my smartwatch. Dear all first-year members of the travel club. I hope you've all had a great time at the Celestial Festival, whether you were enjoying time with family or having the honor of representing our school in one of the events. Overall, I hope all of you, as fellow students, had a great first semester, and trust me, this is only the start. With the first semester over and the second semester starting, it's, of course, time for club activities to resume. This year, however, our trip will be different. As Travel Club President, I am delighted to announce that all members of the Travel Club are invited to a week-long visit to Elven Realm. Yes, that Elven Realm. The lush, green forests north of the human realm, where real elves live. More details about the trip and our departure time will be sent out shortly, so please look out for the following emails. Thanks. Your Travel Club President. Putting down my smartwatch, I prepared to head to Capital City to check on the cake shop's progress. How was I going to explain that tunnel to Raven? Thud, thud. Hearing a couple of knocks on my door, I looked up from my plate of food before getting up and unlocking the door. In front of me stood a student adorned in another academy's uniform with a smug expression. After a couple of moments, I remembered that he was the one who had blocked my way out of the classroom on the day Astrid and I left the academy to search. Sorry, you are? Ahem, I am the honored Blaine Bradford, the third-ranked student in the entirety of Eltide Academy. Good for you? With a smile now apparent on his face, this obnoxious Blaine kid stared at me for a moment before twisting his head and saying, on behalf of Eldertide Academy, I challenge you, Ren, to a duel in the Coliseum. Really, dude? Ignoring him, I slammed the door shut and headed back to my plate of delicious scrambled eggs. Since his academy, Eldertide, had lost to Celestial Academy in the Celestial Festival, their reputation would be at an all-time low, especially after they claimed they would win in all the newspapers. Blaine, as a proud student of Eldertide Academy, must have been thinking of a way for the academy to regain its reputation. He probably thought that challenging and easily defeating a student from Celestial Academy would improve their reputation. Bang bang. I know you're in there. Ignoring the constant knocks on my door, I continued eating my scrambled eggs while my cat happily chowed down on the chicken. I could never let that thing discover steak. I would go broke just from feeding it. Bang bang. You have to accept, you can't deny. Sighing, I got up from my seat, placed my empty plate in the sink, and grabbed my school-issued daggers. Unfortunately, no matter how annoying this Blaine was, his words were right. If you were challenged to a duel, your choices were either to accept the duel or receive detention for a whole week. Since denying a direct duel request as a student would tarnish Celestial Academy's reputation as their students would seem scared and weak, the Academy imposed harsh punishments to persuade students not to deny these requests. Of course, with this rule in effect, students couldn't just challenge anyone they wanted to do a duel, they had to have a good reason. And, unfortunately, I had given Blaine that reason by throwing him out of the way when we first met. Opening the door, revealing the furious and confused figure of Blaine, I wasted no time as I grabbed his shoulder and forcibly dragged him out of the dorm building. Wait, what are you, dude? You said you wanted to duel? Let's go now. What the hell are you waiting for? This was your idea, wasn't it? Letting go of Blaine, causing him to stumble forward, I walked towards the looming Coliseum buildings, with Blaine following behind. Maybe when I had first transmigrated here, I would have purposely lost to make sure people didn't know anything was wrong with Ren, but who the hell cares about the old Ren anymore? I'm Ren, now, aren't I? I could do whatever the hell I wanted. And what I wanted to do was to defeat Blaine quickly so I could go to the capital and complete my original goal of the day. Walking up to the guard, who was waiting outside the Coliseum, I pointed to Blaine while saying, "We want to duel." Nodding his head like it was an everyday occurrence, the guard moved aside, letting Blaine and I pass through. Heading to the right, where the home team's side was located, I handed my daggers to another guard, who confirmed that they were weapons allowed in a duel. Wasting no time, I rushed to the tunnel that led out into the Coliseum and patiently waited for Blaine's arrival. Peering across the Coliseum and into the other tunnel, I finally noticed Blaine walking up with a broadsword in his hands. While he didn't have a grin on his face anymore, he still seemed rather confident as he was holding his sword leisurely while leaning against the wall. Seriously, where do third-rate villains get all this false confidence from? I mean, the first thing I did when I entered this body was humble myself. That mountain tyrant in that mountain range cave really did numbers to me. The referee, who was sitting on a chair in the middle of the Coliseum, noticed us a second later before announcing, "The duel between Ren from Celestial Academy and Blaine Bradford of Eldertide Academy will now commence." While you might think that duels would take longer to organize rather than just simply walking into the Coliseum and asking for a duel, the Academy had already prepared for dozens of duel requests today, making the process extremely fast. I mean, even the Academy knew that hundreds of third-rate villains like Blaine would be salty about their defeat and duel someone else to get over it. Grabbing my standard daggers, I walked out of the dark tunnel and into the middle of the Coliseum, where a makeshift duel arena was already set up. In the middle of the Coliseum sat an elevated platform where the duel would take place. The rules were simple: you either lost by surrendering, being completely defeated, or being knocked off the elevated platform. Walking up the stairs of the platform, I noticed that despite Blaine asking me for a duel not even an hour ago, there was already a huge crowd in the stands. That goddamn idiot Blaine must have told everyone to come and blabbered about our duel so that they could witness him win it. "Kevin, where are you taking us? None of us have even eaten breakfast yet." "Yeah, dumbass, you can just show up and tell us to follow you." "Yo, Liam, you, of all people, are going to be happy, even you too, Lily." As the group of three neared the Coliseum, Kevin led them up countless stairs before finally entering the student section, which was half full. Looking at the somewhat crowded student section, Liam curiously asked, "Isn't the festival over? Why are people still here?" Lily, who recalled that the transfer students were all sore losers, thought for a moment before asking, "Is there a duel going on?" Not just any duel." "What are you on about, Kevin?" "Liam, your one and only hater, besides me, is dueling today." Thinking for a second, Liam asked, "That Ren kid?" "Yep, not only that, but the person he's facing is ranked top 3 at his own school. It is so over for him." Lily, who had already taken a seat, gazed out into the arena before asking, "Why didn't he just take the week of detention?" Taking a seat next to Lily, Kevin picked a basket of popcorn, which had just magically appeared, and said, "Are you really complaining, though?" Taking a seat on the other side of Lily, Liam replied, "Yeah, Lily, let's just enjoy the fight, you know?" Inwardly, Liam was much more excited. Why wouldn't he be happy? Finally, the person who had attacked him for no reason and ruined the reward that the principal gave him by sharing it with everyone was being punished. Justice really is real. "What was that, Liam?" "Nothing, Lily." Looking around the student section, Liam noticed almost all of the students here were praying for Ren's downfall. Wasn't it weird that all the students here were wishing that their own team, Celestial Academy, would lose the duel? Nope. That was just the effect Ren had on everyone. Continuing to glance around the student section, Liam tried his best to suppress his laughter as a poster held by one of the students caught his sight. Please beat Ren. He's not ours, Celestial Academy does not claim him. Kevin, however, failed as he burst out in laughter upon seeing the poster, taking a few seconds to regain his composure. Pffft can't. Nodding his head, Liam replied. I think the student section is going to be more entertaining than the fight. As both Ren and Blaine emerged from their tunnels and headed up towards the arena, the student section only grew louder as some wild cheers could be heard. Ren, you're a joke, already fucking broke. Ren, you're a joke, already fucking broke. Unable to hold in their laughter, both Kevin and Liam broke into laughter simultaneously while covering their face with their hands. For the first time, the two seemed to be in sync, and actually getting along like friends. PFFT, thank you so much, Kevin PFFT. PFFT why you're welcome. Lily, who was stuck between two, let a slight grin slip onto her face while staring intently at the arena. Ren, reaching the top of the stairs and arena first, stood awkwardly with a long, twisted dagger in each of his hands. On the other hand, Blaine took his time walking up the stairs, waving at the crowd, who was actually cheering him on. Noticing her sight of the fight was blocked, Lily looked up and saw a familiar face. Astrid? Oh? Lily, you're here to see the duel, as well? Exchanging greetings with Lily, Astrid took her seat next to Liam, ignoring the cheering and keeping her attention solely focused on the duel below. Lily, returning her sight to the arena, saw Blaine finally arrive at the arena before the referee raised a large white flag and announced with a sound magic artifact. Duelers, please take your positions. Do any of you need clarification on the rules of the duel? The duel will begin when my countdown hits 0. 3. 2. 1, dash. Ren, who had already activated the usage period of dash before the countdown, immediately dashed forward as the word 0 slipped out of the referee's mouth. Tapping his right eye mid-dash, Ren slowed his perception of time. Blaine, who had reacted to Ren's dash, held his sword horizontally, the perfect place to parry both Ren's daggers and give an immediate counterattack. Imbuing mana into his daggers, Ren, with time still slowed, swung his dagger countless times, creating 6 holographic daggers, all appearing next to his hands. Speeding back up time, Ren used the last of his mana on his daggers, activating a movement he had not used for a very long time, Serpent Slash. The slash that was able to temporarily paralyze your opponent upon contact. Sending his holographic daggers ahead of him, Ren watched as Blaine swiftly raised his sword by an inch to parry the new holographic daggers. However, that sword's raising was all Ren needed as he lunged forward with his right dagger, piecing forward and hitting the armor Blaine was using. Frozen in time, Blaine stood there with his sword, watching as the daggers he had tried to parry simply flew through his sword before disappearing into nothingness. Covering his hand with corruption, Ren used the force of the corruption to propel the frozen Blaine upwards and toward the edge of the arena. Blaine, who had regained his senses mid-air, attempted to land by pushing his sword downwards into the ground of the arena, but it was too late. Following up, Ren dashed forward once again, meeting Blaine mid-air, and palming him once again. Flying backward at an even faster pace, Blaine flew right off the platform and into the wall of the Colosseum. Thud. Slumped down on the ground, Blaine was dazed by both the impact of his head hitting the wall and his 15-second defeat. Looking at Blaine's body, Ren whistled before muttering. What a combo. Guess, all that Super Smash Bros. Wasn't for nothing. With that, Ren simply bowed to the judge, who declared Ren's victory with a surprised face before heading back into the tunnel, disappearing from the public sight. Ren of Celestial Academy emerges victorious. At the referee's words, the entire student section went quiet, even those who had been intently cheering a few moments earlier. Some of the students, who had been eating and missed the short 15-second fight, were looking at the referee in confusion. Astrid was the first to move in the silent student section. She simply nodded her head before heading to the exit and leaving the Colosseum. Kevin and Liam, who had previously been leaning back in their chairs and laughing uncontrollably, now held grim expressions on their face as they stared at the empty arena. But it was neither of them that broke the silence first. What was that? Hey, Kevin, you said he was third ranked, right? Why yeah Lily, he was. Silently standing up from the chair, Liam gazed at Blaine's dazed body. Whoever said justice is real is fucking liar. This was the opposite of what he wanted. Ren should have been the one lying motionless against the wall, not that random, Blaine. Kevin, who had dropped his basket of popcorn out of surprise, stared sullenly at the floor covered with popcorn before following Liam's lead and getting up. Well, it was only a matter of time before that loser did something with his life. I guess better late than never. But, once a loser, always a loser still applies to him. I'll take justice into my own hands. What the hell are you on about, Liam? Amidst the two's argument, Lily stayed rooted to her seat. For any person, a development like this would be regular. After being disowned by one's family, one would definitely train non-stop to become more powerful and gather new skills. However, that wasn't Ren. A stubborn, cocky, self-centered, and spoiled brat. The word training wasn't even in Ren's dictionary. Did the book wrongly characterize him? Or was this the result of her changes to the story? Behind Lily, the students in this section came back to their senses as their conversation transformed from insulting Ren to accusing him of cheating. Hey dude, you didn't see any of the fight, I didn't see any of it. I'm not gonna say anything, but that referee might have been bribed. Of course, there were people who had logic in the student section who were able to recognize Ren's power, but they stayed silent, simply observing from a distance. While confirming that the cake shop was progressing regularly, I was surprised to see Raven and Zing both more enthusiastic, as they had already cleaned the entire shop. Alongside the fast progression of the cake shop, I was also surprised to hear that Zing could finally hide his horns. As your power as a djinn grows, you can better hide your qualities, so Zing is probably equivalent to a D-rank hero, like me, as he can hide his horns. Heading back to headquarters, I decided to organize my subspace before heading to the Elven Realm, as I was likely to return to the academy after my trip with a bunch of new artifacts. Looking at the dull metal sword stored in my painting subspace, I carefully held it in my hands for a second before confirming that there were no side effects. The blood-red sword had become a normal metal sword now. Heading out of the subspace with the sword in hand, I looked around for a second before spotting Zing, who was being taught how to interact with humans by Raven. Zing, what do you say when you meet someone new for the first time? Hello, fellow human, my name is Zing. May I ponder as to what your human name may be? Is this some kind of joke to you? Whatever could you mean by that, Raven, sir? What does the word ponder mean? I found it in a dictionary, and thought it sounded cool. This is useless. I'm a business owner, not some damn language teacher. As Raven stormed out of the kitchen, brushing by me, I turned and asked. Do you know what ponder means? No. But that's not my point. The way he talks is so fucking annoying. He's already using words I don't know, and I've spoken this language my entire life. Sighing, I left Raven to watch television on the couch while entering the kitchen, seeing Zing avidly reading a dictionary I had brought to the headquarters from the academy. With Zing now being able to hide his horns, he would be a formidable ally in future battles, so giving him a weapon was essential. Placing the sword on Zing's dictionary, I waited a few seconds before he finally realized the sword's appearance and turned towards me. And what might this be, boss? Perhaps a sword? Raven's right, you really do sound like a pretentious prick. HM? What does prick mean? I don't believe I've seen that in the dictionary. It means a good person, but don't worry about that. This sword is all yours, think of it as a reward for ranking up. This dictionary and a new sword, are you planning on making M-? No, nothing about the painting, all of them are yours for free. Leaving Zing behind, as he continued to read the book, I waved goodbye to Raven before heading out. This would be my last time here for over a week. Upon re-entering the academy, I immediately returned to my dorm room to grab my packed suitcase, which only contained 2 pairs of clothes. I had really gone overboard on preparation this time. Lugging my suitcase down the countless stairs, I exited my dorm building and headed to the academy's front gate, where a single luxury bus stood. Of course, there weren't any magic gates in the Elven territory, so we had to travel the old-fashioned way. After taking the bus to the edge of the human territory, we would transfer over to carriages and ride until we reached the forest. Upon reaching the forest, we would regroup and head towards the central Elven village in the forest's center. All in all, the trip lasted about 2 days. 1 day was spent using the bus, and another was spent riding the carriages and walking through the forest. Having arrived early, I put my suitcase in the storage space under the bus before boarding and finding a seat. Unlike the buses from the training camp, there were no separated sections, as it was just a normal bus, and people could sit wherever they wanted. Finding a window seat near the back of the bus, I sat down before taking out my smartwatch and checking up on the news recently. Clomp, clomp. Hearing the sound of footsteps echoing throughout the bus, I saw Lily entering the bus with an expression that seemed like a mixture of confusion and anger. Recalling my antics in the duel earlier, I wasn't surprised at her confusion, but I was somewhat surprised why there was anger mixed in there. BZZT, BZZT. Jean, yo, Ren, you're not a celebrity, respond to our texts. As the sound of my phone vibrating filled the bus, I slowly looked upwards, locking eyes with Lily, who was staring at me. Raising my trembling hand and waving, I suppressed my laughter while staring at the shocked Lily. Silently staring at me as I sat in my seat, Lily stood there for a solid 10 seconds before slowly walking towards me. Well, I can't complain, I knew what I was doing when I won that duel. But, was it really that unlikely to Lily that Ren had improved and trained after being disowned by his family? I mean, damn, I was a reader like her too once, so I knew personally how evil and stupid Ren was. But still, he was only in a single chapter. Did she really believe she fully understood Ren's character and personality as a whole after reading just one chapter? I know third-rate villains are supposed to be plain and straightforward, but come on. Well, in Lily's mind, she had already introduced dozens of variables, so this wouldn't be that hard to justify in her mind, would it? Looking up at Lily as she approached my seat, I honestly didn't know what to say, so I just waited for her. Stopping before me, Lily pointed to the aisle seat next to me and asked. Anyone sitting there? Pardon? I'll take that as a no. Sitting beside me, Lily also took her smartwatch and began texting away. What was her end goal here? To interrogate me, to investigate me, or to keep an eye on me? Well, I wasn't planning on doing anything on the trip to the Elven Kingdom, but I'm a high school student. I don't need a damn babysitter. Putting down my smartwatch, I stared out the window, contemplating my decision to arrive early. Yeah, arrive early, and get a good seat, my ass. As more footsteps entered the bus, I didn't bother to look up as I awaited the bus's departure. Things couldn't get any worse, could they? Feeling my smartwatch vibrate nonstop for a minute, I eventually scanned the bus for a second and noticed Han and Jean sitting in the seats right in front of Lily and me. Looking at Lily, who was simply staring at her smartwatch, completely distracted, I discreetly leaned forward and whispered through the seat. What's up? The hell do you mean, what's up? Going back to your ex, really, dude? Jean, let him explain, but Ren, come on man, you can do better. Both of you, it's nothing like that, alright? Doesn't seem that way to me. Ren, lying to your own friends for her, desperation really isn't the way. Noticing Lily looking up from her smartwatch, I ignored the two and leaned back into my seat. The misunderstandings would solve themselves when Jean and Han noticed the unbearable and awkward atmosphere between us. What was that about? A simple conversation between friends. Didn't seem like a simple conversation. Eavesdropping isn't a good quality, is it? When you're whispering that loud, I can't help but hear. BZZT, BZZT. Jean, still nothing like that, huh, man. Silencing my smartwatch, I turned away from Lily and back to the window. As the last pair of footsteps entered the bus, I heard the door slam close before the bus started moving. Sighing as I looked ahead, I could hear the argument between Liam and Kevin at the front of the bus. For the last damn time, I don't know where she is. Liam, so help me God if you're lying. Kevin, she's definitely on the bus, the traveling president took attendance. Oh, real fucking specific, man. Remind me never to help you ever again. Crouching back down under the cover of my seat, I avoided the prying gazes of Liam and Kevin as they glanced around. Fortunately, the bus had no lights, as students were supposed to sleep during the ride to prepare for the upcoming carriage ride so that Lily couldn't be spotted by the two as well. Hearing another set of footsteps, I looked upwards and saw the familiar figure of Ruby navigating her way toward Lily's seat in the darkness. Is this just the Ren Fan Club meeting? Watching Ruby near our seats, I was tempted to say something, but with Lily right here, any interaction between us would be heavily monitored. As Ruby passed by, I pulled my hood over my head, concealing my face, but as Ruby took a seat in the chair right behind Lily, I felt my blood pressure actually rise. This G-Lux stat was really starting to piss me off. Keeping my hood over my face, I continued staring out the bus's window to avoid making eye contact with either Lily or Ruby. But seriously, why the hell was Ruby here? Why had she chosen to join the travel club out of all the other club options? I hadn't even told her I was in the travel club or anything. As the bus sped up, entering the capital streets, I continued staring at the fleeting buildings and crowds of people who had yet to leave after the Celestial Festival had ended. Getting a headache from my eyes' overload of information, I sighed as I forcefully closed my eyes, attempting to drift off to sleep to pass the day. In front of me, I could hear the constant sound of the chair twitching as Jean and Han kept turning around to try and keep an eye on me. Somehow, these two reminded me of my parents. They were annoying, yet at the same time, deep down, I knew that they cared for me and were trying to keep me safe. How were they doing right now? Recalling my last day on Earth, I involuntarily clenched my fists while reopening my eyes for a slight second. It had been a normal day. After finishing school, rather than going straight home to study like my mom wanted me to do, I decided to head to a karaoke place with some of my classmates. Come on, Silas, you never come with us. Yeah, your parents won't care if you stop studying one time. Hurry up, man. Are you coming or not? Slinging my backpack around my shoulder, I stared at my smartphone for a second, contemplating whether to ask my mother if I could go. Didn't this already happen countless times? Not even a month ago. Standing at the front door of my house, I finally gathered enough courage before unlocking the door with my house key. Hearing the door open, my mom walked from the kitchen to the front door and nodded to me, confirming my presence. Seeing her turn her back to head back to the kitchen, I clenched my fist before nervously asking. Mom, my friends are going out after school tomorrow, can I G-dash? Stopping mid-walk, my mom turned around to face me before replying. Don't be stupid, Silas. Let them go, it only benefits you. What do you mean, Mom? The more they go out, the less studying they do, which means their grades are worse. That means less competition for you and more college spots. But Mom, I want to go. Silas, you'll have all the free time in the world once you finish college and get a good job. You'll be giving up your advantage by going out with them right now. That's in over 6 years, Mom. Ignoring my complaints, my mom guided me from the front door to my room before handing me another packet of work to do. You'll thank yourself for listening to me when you're older. Hearing the door slam shut as my mom headed back to the kitchen, I furiously grabbed my pencil before forcing myself to solve the problems in front of me. Why was my mom the only one who didn't let their son go out? As my furious thoughts grew, I turned away from my sheet and stared out my window, seeing countless students younger than me walking around and enjoying the winter with their friends. As the winter snow fell, I could see countless middle schoolers and younger students throwing snowballs at each other or lying down, attempting to make snow angels. Knock, knock. Snapping me out of my thoughts, I heard my mom knock on my door for a second before cracking the door open. Standing in front of my door with a plate of takoyaki, my mom carefully slid the plate through the crack in the door and onto my desk. With a smile, she said, "Here's your favorite, Silas." Slowly shutting the door and leaving behind the plate, I could hear my mom's hurried footsteps back to the kitchen. Ignoring the plate, I pressed on with my problems. Snapping me back to the present, I heard the sound of a video playing from Lily's smartwatch. Ignoring the sound, I reopened my eyes and continued staring out the window. Thinking back on it, did I even like takoyaki? No. I was angry at my mom for not letting me out, so I had specifically asked for an expensive snack that took a long time to make. But, no matter how difficult the task or how expensive the ingredients were, my mother still delivered the plate to me every day. Yet, I left the plate of food untouched every time, purposely leaving it on my desk for my mother to see. I had thought my mother would be angry, and it would be the perfect revenge if my mother saw that the food she had worked so hard on was wasted. But I was wrong. With the same smile and content expression, she continued delivering the snack to my room daily, not even mentioning how I had left the plate untouched earlier. Did you enjoy the snack, Silas? Lying, I replied. Yes. With a smile, she would just move on from the topic, inquiring about my progress with my studies. Just how many hours had she wasted in that kitchen making a snack for me, just me to not eat it? How did she feel after spending all that time making the food and cleaning the kitchen just to see it untouched? Our family was low income and middle class, yet somehow, she still had the money every day to make the takoyaki, despite its expensive ingredients. The money that my father and mother worked so hard to gain was wasted on me because of a petty grudge I held. Even with a scholarship for my outstanding grades, my father still had to fork over more than a fourth of his income just for tuition, not including textbooks and study resources. A fact I had only come to realize after my entrance to this world. What kind of son was I? I was here criticizing Ren's father's parenting earlier, but was I even qualified to do that? Closing my eyes, I re-entered my flashback of my last day on Earth. Tapping my cell phone and checking the time, I approached my classmates before saying, "Yeah, you're right. It's just one time, she won't care that much." Looking around the new area, I followed my classmates' lead out of the school and towards the karaoke shop. Ignoring my classmates' laughs and discussions, I intently looked around, taking in every part of this new experience. Upon entering the shop, one of my classmates paid for a huge room before leading us in. Watching my fellow classmates sit down, order drinks, and eagerly look for songs on the iPad like this was an everyday thing, I felt a tinge of jealousy inside me. Why had I been holed up in my room, studying this whole time, while they had been enjoying life to the fullest? Laughing alongside my classmates as I watched my friends try their best to sing, all thoughts and doubts about returning home disappeared. When I was handed the iPad, I asked my classmate beside me for a recommendation before looking at the screen with the lyrics and trying my best to sing. "Haha, Silas, why is your voice so monotone? Show some emotion, will ya, haha." "Hey, ignore them, Silas, your singing was much better than whatever bat screech came out of Kang's mouth." "Kai, if we're talking about singing skills, then you're at the very bot dash." Picking up a melon cream drink before me, I saved its sweet taste while watching the next person in line sing. "Hey Silas, let's do a trio." "Yeah, me, you, and Kong." Putting down my melon drink, I headed to the front stage of the karaoke room where my two friends, Kong and Kai, were waiting. "BZZT, BZZT." Feeling a vibration from my phone in my pocket, I hesitated momentarily, thinking whether I should check the message. How was I going to explain this to my mom? What was she going to say? What was my punishment going to be? "Silas, get over here." Snapping me out of my thoughts, I felt my adrenaline surge as everyone in the room glanced at me from Kang's shout. "I'll worry about it later." Following Kong up to the stage, I picked up a microphone alongside my two friends and began singing the lyrics off the screen. As I saw my classmates clapping and laughing while watching the three of us sing, all thoughts about returning home disappeared. For the next 3 hours, I stayed in the karaoke room, laughing and enjoying my free time with my friends. As people slowly started to leave to head home, I stayed, intending to savor every moment of this time. I already knew my mother would punish me when I got home, so why wouldn't I enjoy this time to the fullest now? As the sun fell and nighttime arrived, I was left in the karaoke room with my two friends, Kai and Kong. Upon seeing those two finally getting ready to leave, I decided that this had gone on long enough, so I also departed from the karaoke room. In the darkness of the night, I used my phone to navigate my way out of the unfamiliar area and back to my house. Reaching my house's front door, I hesitated momentarily at the door before deciding to accept my fate. There was no possible way for me to excuse my way out of not showing up until this late at night. Unlocking the door with my key, I creaked it open slightly, expecting to see my mother's anxious and angry figure. However, she was nowhere to be seen. After opening the door fully, I entered the house, which seemed empty, as all the hallway lights were off. Was I really going to get away with this? Heading to the kitchen next to my room, I noticed the light was on, so I peeked inside from the hallway. Seeing my dad anxiously pacing back and forth in the kitchen, I immediately thought I was caught. Realizing that the chances of me falling asleep were zero as I would be too scared of punishment, I entered the kitchen, ready to tell my dad everything. Clomp, clomp. As the sound of my footsteps entered the kitchen, my dad immediately turned around and looked at me for a moment. Accepting my fate, I waited for the anger and frustration to pour out of his mouth, however, none came. Instead, a barrage of questions immediately exploded from my dad's mouth. "Where were you? Where's your mother? Did she send you back here? Where is she? She is not picking up her cell, and you weren't either." Realizing I had completely shut off my cell after the first few vibrations, I took it out of my pocket and confusedly answered my dad's question. "What was all this stuff about Mom?" I was with my friends at a Cherokee place. I didn't see Mom at all." "Where is she?" Rather than being outraged at my confession of guilt, my dad simply paused momentarily before grabbing a sticky note off the counter and showing it to me. "Honey, I'm sure where Silas is, he's not picking up his cell. I'm going to the school to look for him. If I'm not back by then time you're here, dinner is in the fridge. If Silas somehow arrives before me, please tell him that his takoyaki plate is in the fridge." It was 10 o'clock, where could she be right now? As thousands of thoughts rushed through my head, only one emerged. I have to find her, it was my fault, she left. She even took the time out of her already work-filled day to prepare my snack while I was enjoying Cherokee. A snack that she knew I didn't even eat. What if she had gotten into danger while looking for me? Regret. Tons of regret instantly flooded into my head. Why couldn't I take a single second to check my phone and let her know I was with friends? She spent her entire life, day in and day out, caring for me, cooking me, taking care of me, and helping me, yet I couldn't spare a second for her. Unable to articulate the words coming out of my mouth due to my head's chaos, I spit out. The Cherokee shop, she's there. If she had gone to school, she would have found out from the teachers that I had left with my classmates for the shop, so she would have had to be there. With my father trailing slightly behind me, I rushed to the train station and took the train back to the shop. Camping the doors, I jumped off the train as soon as the doors opened and rushed toward the shop. Nearing the intersection where the shop stood, I looked around before immediately noticing my mother standing in the middle of the crosswalk while frantically looking around. All this time, she had still been searching for me, more than 5 hours straight. Realizing that my voice alone wouldn't reach her due to all the noise from others, I frantically waved my hands around, trying to catch her attention while yelling as well. "Mom. It's me, I'm here. Mom." Hearing my yelling, I saw my mother pause before looking at my area and spotting my flailing hands. I sighed in relief. Did the punishment even matter anymore? As my mother made eye contact with me, stopping in place, I rushed towards her, ready to profusely apologize and thank her. However, the light next to the crosswalk turned green at that moment. Whether the driver was distracted or intoxicated, he failed to notice my mother still standing in the middle of the crosswalk as his truck surged forward. "Mom. Mom, go." No matter how loud I screamed, my mother kept her eyes on me, a single tear falling from her right eye as she stared at me, completely oblivious to the oncoming truck. Not hesitating for a second, I sprinted to the start of the crosswalk, diving forward right at my mother with my arms pointed forward. None of the stares I received for yelling loudly or the people passing by mattered at that moment. There were all blurs beside the clear figure of my mom right in front of the truck. At that moment, there was only my mom and I. Feeling the palms of my extended hands touch my mother's soft jacket, all my worries faded. Still midair from the dive, I smiled as I saw my mother fall back away from the truck and onto the sidewalk. I never did apologize to her for sneaking out, did I? That's why I needed to get back to Earth. To apologize. That's all I needed and wanted to do. How I would die for a plate of takoyaki now. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Snapping me back to reality, I heard 2 footsteps rapidly approaching my seat. Unable to look away from the window as Ruby was sitting right behind me, I attempted to see the reflection of the windows, but the timing could not have been worse as the bus had just entered a tunnel. Well, even without turning around, I could guess who the 2's footsteps were. "Kevin, where the hell are you going? It doesn't matter to you, so why are you following me?" Well, I have nothing better to do on this bus, and I thought this might be entertaining. So, I'm just a pawn used for your entertainment? Well, when you put it like that. Think of it like this, you're an actor putting on a show for me. Hearing an audible snort, I realized that Kevin and Liam were now only a few seats away from Lily and I. Well, this was going to be. If I got up to pretend to use the restroom, Ruby would notice me, but if I stayed, Kevin would bug me for the rest of this trip because I sat next to Lily once. Placed in this lose-lose predicament, I ultimately decided that my well-being was more important than Lily being suspicious of Ruby and I. Unfortunately, Kevin's footsteps fastened even more at that moment, blocking off my escape route. She has to be on a bus somewhere, right? Kevin, don't ask me. As an audience member, I can't intervene in the play. What are you saying? If I were to step out into the aisle right now, Kevin would see me immediately before noticing Lily sitting beside me. Looking at Lily, who was also looking up as she heard Kevin's voice, I quietly said, "I need to use the restroom." Looking straight at Kevin and Liam, she replied, "Quite the coincidence, don't you think?" As they're approaching, you suddenly need to use the restroom. Oh, is it? Not wasting any more time conversing, I peeked my head over the seat, making sure Liam and Kevin were looking at the seats in the other direction. Confirming that I was not in their line of sight, I stood up in my seat, with my back facing Lily, Liam and Kevin. Looking to my right, I saw Lily staring at me confusedly, and looking towards the back of the bus, I saw Ruby in the seat behind Lily. Seeing Ruby staring down at the smartwatch and not noticing me, I did what I thought was an elegant somersault over the seat, landing face first on the window seat right next to Ruby. As the seat shook from my landing on it, I saw Ruby almost drop her smartwatch before adjusting her gaze to my back, which was pressed against the window. Quickly adjusting myself to sit normally with my back pressed against the chair, I turned to Ruby, who had just probably noticed it was me and not some random person. Pretending to be shocked, I asked, "Oh hey, when'd you join the travel club?" As her shock disappeared and a wide grin took form on her face, she chuckled before responding. "You do know you're a terrible liar, right?" Slumping down on my seat to avoid Lily's gaze, I replicated her smirk and replied, "What makes you say that? Quite the entrance you had there. Did it take you the bus ride this far to plan that? Greatness takes time." When I entered the bus, all I saw was a hooded figure next to Lily. Even looking through the gap in the seats, I saw the same hooded figure staring out the window. What can I say? The scenery outside was amazing. Resting her elbow on the armrest between us, Ruby put her head on her hand, looking straight at me, before saying, "You do know, I knew it was you from the start, right? She can see desires, can't she? How did I even forget that? From the start, she must have seen the flame of my desire in the hooded figure and noticed it was me." Putting my head down, causing the black cat resting on my hair to fall back into my hood, I employed my sarcastic tone and responded, "Really? I didn't even know you were sitting behind me. Wow, what are the odds?" Lifting her hand off the armrest, Ruby abruptly reached towards me before grabbing my hand and bringing it closer to her. Shell-shocked by her actions, I froze, completely ignoring the voice of Kevin, who had just discovered Lily's seat. Asterisk. With her other hand, Ruby pinched my hand over and over again. While a normal pinch wouldn't hurt me, Ruby used her awakened strength to grab my skin. Stop. Can't hear you. Stop please. Pausing her relentless pinching, Ruby shook her head while saying, "Lying isn't a very good thing, Ren." She had been fine with me lying to her earlier, but now it was a problem. What the hell had changed? Usually, she just acted oblivious to my lies, but now she was inexplicably taking action and punishing me? Nodding my head up and down, I quickly replied as her hand almost resumed pinching. "Yes. I won't lie." Hearing my answer, instead of pinching me, she placed her hand on my hand, now completely surrounding my right hand as her hands were both below and above mine. "Now, answer my question like an honest person, would you?" Feeling the soft sensation of her hands, I didn't dare to lie as I honestly replied, I was pretending not to see. No, I already know that. Why were you sitting next to Lily when you always used to avoid her?" "What?" She sat next to me, though. Making eye contact with me for a second, Ruby nodded her head before removing her hands. "Am I allowed to ask what the hell just happened?" Completely ignoring my confusion, Ruby changed the topic by asking, "So, enjoying the bus ride? I believe you said the scenery was interesting." Turning back to the window, I noticed that we were out of the tunnel as numerous trees were in front of the sun that was setting. Wait, the sun was setting? It had already been 7 hours. Just how long had I been staring out that damn window? Was the scenery really that good? Asterisk. Laughing uncontrollably as I stared out the window with a confused expression, Ruby said, PFFT**, why you really weren't lying. Turning around to look at Ruby, I noticed 3 blank figures standing in aisles while staring intently at us. My screaming might have been a bit too loud. Flustered, both Ruby and I avoided their gazes before turning to the window. Quite the interesting scenery. Barely suppressing her laughter, Ruby replied, "Why yeah, that tree really is just, I can't describe it in words. We're in a tunnel, there are no trees." Asterisk. Banging my head against the window to keep my laughter from leaking out, I tried to see if those 3 were still staring at us through the window's reflection, but once again, we were in a tunnel. This timing is really starting to piss me off. Well, at least I could look at the tunnel outside without getting a headache. Why can't my damn luck choose a side? Be either good or bad, not both. Raising my right hand to my eye, I activated the dragon's eye and used the slowing of time to sneak a peek behind me without being noticed. Right next to me was Ruby, covering her face with the back of Lily's chair and her hands tightly gripping the armrest. In front of Ruby was Lily, who was looking back at us through the gap in the chairs with a confused and interested expression. Next to Lily was Kevin, who was completely oblivious to the situation. His gaze remained on Lily, despite all the noise we had made. Finally, Liam. He was just staring at me with a disgusted expression. Aren't I screwed if the protagonist of the book hates me? What the hell did I even do to him? I'm why he got that power-up on the cruise ship, he owes me his life. Speeding back up time, I continued staring at the window, but we were still in the tunnel. Seriously, how goddamn long is this tunnel? Regaining my composure, I braced myself as I turned around and casually took out my smartwatch, acting like the 3 main cast members weren't there. At a loss for words, the 3 of them stared at me while I was casually scrolling on my smartwatch. After a couple of moments, Liam and Kevin finally moved on as they turned to Lily. Why'd you sit all the way back here, Lily? Forced to answer Kevin's question, Lily reluctantly turned away from Ruby and I, allowing us to finally relax. I wanted to sleep, and it was quieter back here. Oh, okay. Laughing at Kevin's sullen face, Liam's expression transformed from disgust to cheer as he said. Kevin, it's actually over for you. She does not lick dash. Cutting Liam off mid-sentence, Lily, being her kind soul, pointed at the seats across the aisle and said. You guys can sit over there. What was that, Liam? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Pity points, you know damn we dash. SHHH, Liam, didn't you hear? Lily said she wanted some peace and quiet. As the 2 of them took their seats, Ruby finally regained her composure as she removed her head from the back of Lily's seat and turned towards me. Is that why you moved? Nodding my head at Ruby's question, I employed a sarcastic tone and replied. No, I just really wanted to sit with Lily. Receiving no answer from Ruby, I turned back to her, only to see her giving me the cold shoulder and completely ignoring me. This was supposed to be a relaxing bus ride for me, wasn't it? After what seemed like ages, the bus finally slowed to a halt, putting an end to the awkward silence. Following Ruby out of the bus, I looked around at the beautiful scenery of the wildness around me. We had entered the elven realm and left the human realm. Using my enhanced eyesight, I spotted the carriages in the distance and our travel club president beside them. As the carriages stopped in front of us, I saw students split into groups of 4 before each carriage's entrance. Of course, my trusty buddies, Jean and Han, walked over to a carriage with me. Seeing our group, the travel club president narrowed his eyes before joining our group of 4. Were we really that untrustworthy? Looking at Ruby, who was glancing around, I was going to try to sneak her in with us, but before I could do anything, she was approached by Liam, Kevin, Alya, and Lily. Alya had received her own personal carriage from the Elven Kingdom, so their group could be as big as they wanted. Some sense of logic in my carriage would have been nice, but alas, it was expected. After all, in the main cast's eyes, Ruby had saved all of them from dying to the teacher's djinn attacks. Entering the carriage, I sat down next to the travel club president, facing Jean and Han, who were staring out the window. Even as nobles, Jean, Han, and Ren had never left the human realm, so everything here was a new experience. In contrast to the smooth bus ride, the carriage ride was much worse, as there was a bump almost every second. Looking out of the carriage window and ignoring the pain in my back, I enjoyed the beautiful nature around me. The carriage was moving much slower than the bus, so my brain could actually process everything my eyes saw without giving me a headache. The backdrop of the gigantic plains, which seemed to stretch forever under the resting orange sun, made for a painting-like scene. The rabbits hopping around, the beautiful white birds elegantly gliding through the sky, and the lush green grass at the bottom. In everyone's eyes, it was picturesque, perfect, and beautiful. However, even though I couldn't see it with my eyes, I knew something was wrong. In a couple of weeks, the problems would be visible, the vitality of everything was slowly decreasing. Underground, the roots of everything were slowly withering, eliminating the food source of all the animals here. The trees, the plants, the animals, and even the water of the lakes. In a matter of time, all of it would be gone, turned to waste. But that was just the start. The elven forest was in a much more precarious situation. After what seemed like ages, hundreds of trees that seemed to stretch up to the sky entered my sight. We had arrived at the elven forest. Like the plain before the forest, I couldn't see anything wrong even with my eyes, even when I knew there was a problem. After all, the problem was underground, and no matter how much I tried, I couldn't see through physical objects. Leaving the carriage first, I stared at the thousands of trees before me, feeling like an ant in a world of giants. Well, this ant was about to save the world. As the others exited their carriage, I turned away and caught a glance at Ruby, who was emerging from her carriage with a sheepish expression. Would Lily have taken advantage of the situation with Ruby alone to question her about our relationship? Whatever the case, I doubted Ruby would reveal that she and I were part of an evil organization. After everyone had exited their respective carriages, Alya stepped away from her group and headed into the forest. A few minutes later, Alya emerged from the forest with two elves on her right and left, each holding a spear alongside a bow. Elves were known for their bowmanship and affinity to spirits, so as a fellow bow user, I was curious to see how the normal elves used the bow. The elf on Alya's right glanced at us briefly, showing a disgusted expression, before sharply saying, "Follow me." Even if humans and elves were technically in cooperation, our relationship was still prickly. Elves tended to look down on everyone, believing they were the superior race, so their attitude was terrible. In other words, they were just a bunch of people with superiority complexes. This was also the first time humans had entered the elven forest in over 100 years, so most elves only knew about humans from rumors. Of course, those rumors weren't saying good things about humans, as the ones creating them had superiority complexes. Walking with Han and Jean, we looked around in awe as our group entered the forest. The trees were so tall that the sunlight was mostly blocked, but that poor lighting added to the forest's mystery, making it seem almost mythical. Taking my gaze off the forest and turning to my side, I activated my system menu out of curiosity. Menu User, Ren Montclair. Class, Proficient Assassin, Level 3, 7%. Stealth, C. Moderate Dagger Mastery, 11%. Arts, Eclipse Blade, 3/5. Stats. Rating, D+, Dream Not Yet Completed. Strength, E+. Agility, D+. Stamina, D. Magic Power, D+. Luck, GS, Conditional. Intelligence, E. Charm, F. Traits. Passive, Dragon's Will, 2/. Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Dragon's Transformation, you are able to harness a physical part of a dragon. Skills. E, not requiring any mana usage, the skill allows the user to move 10 meters from their current location in any direction with a cooldown period of 7 seconds. The skill does not instantly move the user, but temporarily increases the user's speed until they move 10 meters. Even with the duel from earlier, my dagger mastery hadn't increased a bit, my progress was plateauing. I'm going to have to enter that dream sooner or later. At this point, saying I wasn't prepared anymore wasn't an excuse. With my recent upgrade in Dragon's Will, I was more than prepared. But, how could I not be scared? In my last dream, I faced off against an S-rank creature, and that was only my D-rank up dream. What the hell would I have to fight in my C-rank up a dream? A god, a demon, or a whole horde of S-rank creatures? Sighing, I looked upwards, seeing the elven guards ahead stop abruptly, before turning to each other. Peering past the guards and further into the forest, I found the cause as a stack of branches blocked our path ahead. Clearly, the stack of branches was not naturally made, so it was obvious that some other elves had set it up to annoy us and halt our progress. Were we really that hated by the elves? To be honest, I wasn't even mad at the part, though. I was more mad that those elves had actually thought that a stack of branches could stop us from advancing. Did they really think we were so weak that a simple stack of logs could stop us? Sighing, I watched as Liam effortlessly cleared the stack of logs with one sword strike, before turning to the elven guards. The rest of the trek to the forest center went without a hitch, as before long, I could spot the path open up to a gigantic clearing. The two guards standing in front of the expression glanced at our group, before reluctantly stepping aside with indifferent expressions. However, when they glanced at Alya, their expressions wholly transformed as they bowed their heads, admiration apparent on their faces. As our group of students entered the clearing, I felt like some sort of museum exhibit, as more than 100 eyes pierced through me, watching my every movement. Thankfully, that ended quickly as Alya emerged from our group and quickly captured the elf's attention. As Alya headed to the palace on the opposite side of the clearing, our group stood still, admiring the view. The clearing was about as big as the Academy's island, except there were no flashing buildings, streets, or even decorations. Everything was so simplistic, almost all of the huts and houses resembled each other, except for a couple of small differences that could only be spotted by my eyes. Instead of streets, there were paths carved out in the ground that connected the entire clearing, and there were no walls, so you could see everything in the clearing from any spot. Turning my head, I finally rested my eyes on the main attraction of the Elven realm. The famed world tree. With a long and wide wooden trunk, the tree actually stretched up to the sky, its branches and leaves completely blocking the sunlight. However, that didn't mean it was dark in the clearing. In fact, it was the opposite as the tree branches lit up gold, illuminating the entire clearing. Despite the clearing being as big as the huge island of the Academy, the world tree somehow lit up the entire place, leaving no dark spots. It was actually doing a better job than the sun. Retracting my gaze from the world tree, I stared across the clearing at the elegant pure white palace that stood out amongst the simplistic houses. With a large fountain in front of it, the palace almost resembled the White House from Earth, as they were both completely white and gigantic. Seeing Alya exit the palace, I felt somewhat jealous that I would not be able to see its beautiful interior. Well, I'll get my chance later. Leading us to a row of huts, our group of students split into our carriage groups from earlier and stood in front of a hut. Entering the hut, I was surprised to notice that the hut was double the size of my dorm room, despite its seemingly small outward appearance. It had 2 floors, each decorated with 2 beds and a wooden desk, and instead of a roof, there was just a circular window on top. Since there was no light in the Elven realm, the roof had to be a window so the light of the world tree could shine through, illuminating the hut. Taking a bed on the 2nd floor, I laid on one of the beds, looking up and staring at the branches of the world tree through the window. Raising one of my hands, I stretched it upwards as far as possible while staring at one particular gold branch. This wasn't a tree. It was all a spirit. The entire world tree was just a powerful spirit that, despite having been alive for thousands of years, worked around the clock to keep the Elven realm safe. This secret was only known by 3 people in the entire world. Lily, the current Elven Queen, and I. There was also another secret known by the 3 of us. The spirit was slowly dying and fading away into nothingness. Recalling the spirit's description in the book, I felt a pang of jealousy once again as I realized I wouldn't be able to meet her. How cool would it be to meet a 1,000-year-old spirit? Opening the window next to my bed, I let the cat out of my hood and carefully placed it on the windowsill before getting up. Peeking down to the 1st floor of the hut, I saw both Jean and Hans slumped down on their beds while the travel club president had already left. Leaving the hut, I walked towards the education area of the clearing in search of an archery range. Ignoring the spiteful gazes of some elves, I finally found an archery range, but I was immediately stopped before I could near the area. In front of me stood 2 elves, who seemed to be around the same age as me despite being much shorter than me. Need something? Shaking their heads, the elf on my right said. Tisk, the food hall is over there. Really? Trying my best to keep a civil smile on my face, I replied. Oh, don't worry, I know exactly where I'm going. Stepping out of my way, the 2 elves smirked before saying in unison. If you say so. Confused, I stepped past them and continued towards the archery range. Why had they let me through so easily? I had expected a full-on confrontation. I mean, I had already manifested my corrupted daggers in my jacket pocket. Since there were no walls, I could see the archery range from even this distance as I saw countless elves practicing from the outside. In particular, the ones to the right side caught my eye. Their bows had a soft silver lining along the elegant white surface, and the bow's wood was perfectly carved to suit each person. Even their arrows looked like they took ages to craft, as each was painted soft white and had a golden tip. Looking at the stack of crummy practice bows to my side, I immediately manifested the corrupted bow and my maximum of 2 arrows. I could shoot the arrows, disperse them, and then remanifest them in my hand, so the number didn't matter. Noticing all the good spots were filled, I headed to the archery range's left side, where the quality was significantly worse. The targets had holes and stains, and even worse, the bow elf's form was disgusting, even to me, a beginner. As I manifested the arrows, I ensured the tips were soft enough so the targets wouldn't immediately collapse. Turning back around, I saw an open spot on the right side of the archery range as one of the elves slammed his bow on the ground before angrily walking away. Bad archery day, huh? Unnoticed by the other elves, who were so focused on aiming, I slipped into his spot before selecting the option for a 25-meter target. Knocking an arrow, I pulled back the black string before using my eyes to calculate the exact route my arrow should take. After finalizing my calculations, I released the string, allowing the arrow to fly forward so fast that unawakened people could not see it. Watching as the arrow perfectly hit the center of the target, I went back to the control panel to add a couple more targets and make them mobile rather than stationary. Firing my 2 arrows in quick succession, I watched as each one perfectly went through 2 targets by perfectly timing the point at which the targets were lined up. Unfortunately, these new targets did not survive my arrows. When my arrows made contact, the wood targets shattered into tens of pieces. Thankfully, my arrows made no noise, so I could spawn another set of targets from the control panel without being noticed. Changing the arrow size so that it was more aerodynamic and less wide, I knocked another arrow and allowed it to gracefully glide through the air, once again hitting the dead center of the target. Unfortunately, this single shooting process took well over 30 seconds, as I had to calculate the route necessary for my arrow perfectly. But there was nothing I could do about it. Ultimately, I was an assassin, not a sniper or marksman, so there were no shortcuts to improving my bow proficiency. To decrease the time needed for an arrow shot, I just needed to practice, and practice every single day. There was also no way to check my progress in the short term, as sometimes my shooting rate would be inexplicably faster before immediately dropping to below average. My main reason for coming to the arrow range today was not to shoot my bow, but to analyze how the elves around me used their bows and then incorporate their techniques. After glancing around for a minute, making sure not to keep my gaze on the same elf for too long, I found the perfect specimen. Adorned in an elegant white cloak with a visible symbol of the world tree, the elf has a crowd of people gathering around him and watching his every move, even though he hadn't even begun to shoot yet. Pretending to drink some water, I watched the elf with long white hair draping down to his waist and amber-brown eyes walk toward my section. Following the lead of the other elves, who were no longer focused on shooting and instead on the white-haired elf, I stepped back and dropped my bow. As the section was full, there was no spot for the elf to use. However, in the next moment, the elf next to me bowed before immediately giving up his spot. He didn't seem mad at giving up his spot, rather, he looked like he was honored to have done so. Well, he was giving up his spot to the prince of the Elven Kingdom and the first successor to the kingdom, even in front of Alia. But, sadly, he would never actually ascend the throne. Well, I wasn't complaining about receiving first-row seats to the show. Actually, it wasn't just me who had dropped everything to watch the prince's performance, as the elves around me also carefully observed the prince's form. Watching him take his first shot, which took less than 3 seconds, but still managed to hit the dead center of the target, I opened my mouth in awe. Even though I observed his every movement and muscle twitch with my eyes, locking it down in my memory, I could not see myself replicating it. The bow was naturally drawn to him, like it was a part of his body rather than a physical item. Like a hand, the bow appeared to be an extension of his body. Despite being a physical object, the bow seemed to be able to read the prince's mind and follow his every instruction. The prince was a marksman who had practiced for over 10 years with his specialized weapon, receiving the best training and teachers possible. Just what was his weapon proficiency? Even Alia's proficiency with this sword did not compare, and of course, my measly dagger proficiency was leagues below. That 3-second shot of his did not even use any mana or incorporate any of the techniques he had learned through progress in his bow art or weapon proficiency, yet it was already perfect. My corrupted daggers could probably stop it, though, couldn't they? Snapping me out of my thoughts, I suddenly felt countless gazes on me before a soft and bright voice emerged. "Oh, and who might you be?" Showing proper etiquette, I bowed before gesturing to the Academy symbol on my jacket and replying. "A student of the Celestial Academy here on a visit." Scratching his chin, the prince warmly replied. "Oh, I did hear that a couple of visitors would be coming, but this soon? Well, no matter, I hope your time thus far has been pleasant in the kingdom. I'm Albiz, the first prince." Nodding my head, I was prepared for this conversation to end as the disgusted gazes of the other elves was starting to piss me off. However, the prince had other plans as he glanced at my control panel, easily spotting my pitch-black bow, which stood out amongst all the other pure white-colored bows. Oh? Did you, by any chance, come here to practice with your weapon? Why else would I be at an archery range? As those last words escaped my mouth, I immediately felt the atmosphere around me shift as the disgusted gazes transformed into anger. I had said that out loud, hadn't I? Discreetly picking up my bow and arrow upon realizing the hostile reactions of the elves, I carefully observed Albert's reaction. Activating the usage period of the dash, I prepared for the worst-case scenario as I looked up. But there was nothing to observe. *PFFT**, HA, PFFT, you are really AR. Was it a fake laugh? Or was he laughing? However, my worries quickly faded as Albert, still laughing, dispersed the crowd and casually walked over to me, his figure devoid of the previous elegance. Was this another person? Well, let's have it. Have what? An archery competition, of course. Instantly, I heard countless elves around me break into gasps while staring at me, their eyes now wide. Well, they say losing is the best way to learn. Slinging the bow around my shoulder, I curiously asked. What's with all of them? Well, you are the first living being I've ever challenged to an archery battle. Breaking into laughter upon seeing my reaction, Albert gestured to two elves, who dashed over to our control panels and set up the competition. A competition like this had taken place in the book between Liam and some elven general, so I practically knew the rules. Well, it wasn't hard to understand. You shoot as many targets as possible within 2 minutes, and the closer to the center you hit, the more points you receive. Without further talking, the competition started as countless targets, moving as fast as the luxury bus, appeared before me. Knocking my arrow, I partially calculated the arrow's route, decreasing the process to 10 seconds, however, my arrow hit near the edges of the target instead of the center as a result. Shooting 3 more times, I glanced at the scoreboard, my expression immediately stiffening immediately. Home, 110. Visitor, 12. But, the score wasn't the reason for my expression change. In front of the scoreboard stood Albert, who was casually sipping a cup of tea while staring at me, his bow nowhere in sight. There were still 30 seconds left in the competition. After gaining a mere 10 more points in the last 30 seconds of the competition, I glanced at Albert's bow, which was lying a few meters away from me, and the corrupted bow in my hands. Why the hell couldn't my bow do that? Of course, I knew it was a skill difference, but blaming myself wouldn't do anything, so I needed to blame something else. Well, even if I couldn't copy Albert's technique, this trip wasn't completely useless as I now know what a real bow looks like. Engraving the image of Albert's bow, I dismissed the bow in my hands before remanifesting it to mimic Albert's bow completely, except for the color. Clap. Clap. Clap and. Hearing the thundering applause and sneers, I considered putting my new elegant bow to use. Getting angry at losing now wouldn't do anything. Anyway, my primary weapon was a dagger, so who cares about the bow? Not me, that's for sure. Raising his hand to silence the crowd, Albert approached me with a smirk, not a condescending one, but a genuine one. With his pure white cloak and long blonde hair rustling in the breeze of the wind, Albert picked his bow off the ground before turning to me. It was a good match. Are you ahem? It was indeed. Walking up next to me, Albert placed his hand on my shoulder, and pat me on the back before returning to his original position. Either not noticing or pretending not to notice my foul and confused temper, Albert continued in his joyful tone. So, how was your academy's trip through the forest and into the kingdom? Dismissing the bow from out of Albert's sight, I slung my backpack around my back before replying. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a simple walk through the woods to get here. Rubbing his chin with his hand, Albert seemed to think briefly before asking again. Nothing abnormal? Is something abnormal happening inside the forest that I don't know about? Recalling the incident where some stacks of wood had blocked our path, I stayed quiet, simply shaking my head at Albert's question. It was not because I had lost miserably to him. I didn't want to add unnecessary variables to the event by divulging this information. If it were that important, Albus would ask the other students, like Liam, and receive his answer. As the crowd again encircled Albus once again, congratulating him on his win against me, I slipped out amongst the noise. Albert could be quite a useful resource in the future, just like Liam had Alia, but at the same time, the relationship was to be built slowly, didn't it? Tap, tap. However, as I walked farther and farther away from the training range, I heard the sound of rapid footsteps approaching me. Turning around, surprising Albert, who was rushing talkie me, I asked. What is it now? Seeing that Albert wasn't the type of person to be offended if I didn't use a civil tone and no other elves were around, I dropped the act from earlier and spoke to him normally. Taking a second to regain his composure, Albert brushed back his hair, revealing his amber eyes, and replied. Did you have any plans after this? None in particular. Beaming with brightness, Albert nodded his head up and down before responding. How would you like to visit the royal palace? Being able to scout out the palace in advance would be nice, but what exactly was this prince planning? Challenging me to duel could be seen as him merely trying to test my skills, but inviting me to the royal palace was entirely different. In the book, even Alia had to convince the current elven queen to allow the main cast into the palace when we had first arrived. Once again, patting me on the back, Albert did not wait for my response as he said. No need for any thanks. I felt that the bow competition might have gone too far, so this is my way of making it up to you. Gone too far? Aren't you the one who scored 110 points in the first 30 seconds, and then drank tea for the other 1 minute and 30 seconds? Considering I had nothing better to do, and knowing the layout of the Elven Royal Palace would be nice for my plans, I nodded and followed Albert. Fortunately, Albert seemed to know a secret route to the palace, as the two of us were able to find it without being noticed. Stepping before me, Albert knocked on the huge metal gate before it promptly opened without any identification measures. Did that work for everyone? As the gates opened, the fount sitting right before the entrance to the house entered my view. Taller than the hut I was staying in, the fountain was unnatural. Water flew out at incredible speed, and despite all the water pressure, no water leaked out. A fountain can be a magical artifact. Taking a moment to look inside the fountain, I was surprised to see countless leaves from the world tree inside. Seeing my confusion, Albert smiled before replying. For the royal family, it's a sign of good luck and prosperity if the leaves of the world tree enter the fountain. Well, I was here, so their good luck had worked. Following Albert's gaze, I looked directly above the fountain and saw a large branch of a world tree covering the royal palace. As we went deeper into the palace courtyard, I was also surprised to see that there were close to no guards, rather, only a couple of chiefs and servants were running about. Well, in the Elf Kingdom, revolts and tension were uncommon, if not non-existent, so they didn't have to worry about security. But, recently, there must have been some tension rising about the elves, due to our presence in the clearing. Though, as we can see from the Academy's terrible security systems, guards don't do anything to protect, so I understood their lack of security. Finally, the two of us crossed through the massive courtyard as two massive double doors stood before us. Raising his hand, Albert's hand shone a light green before he touched his glowing hand to the door, causing it to open immediately. That was what it looked like to anyone else in the world, but I could see a completely different story with my eyes. For a split second, I saw a light green spirit in the shape of a ball appear in Albert's hand before it merged with his hand, causing it to turn light green. Could I ever get one of those? Pretending I didn't see the spirit, I entered the palace immediately and noticed the countless glass chandeliers hanging above my head. One earthquake and all of this would be gone. Stopping in front of me, Albert turned around and curiously asked. Well, what do you think? Extravagant, but not in a bad way. You know, saying it just looks nice also works, right? Now you're just putting words in my mouth. Am I? Your expression says otherwise. Erasing my expression of awe, I walked past Albert, examining the painting in front of me, and replied. What? Are you going to challenge me to another bow duel? For your sake, I won't. As Albert led me around the massive palace, occasionally stopping to explain parts of the elven history, I used the time to examine as much of the palace as I could, specifically looking for the secret entrances. But, there was none. Was my only way in here with a spirit like Albert? Looking out one of the windows on the top floor of the palace with Albert by my side, I felt somewhat weird, as the light had remained safe throughout the entire day. Even though it was almost 9 p.m., it was still as bright as it was in the afternoon. Is there no control remote for that thing? Flustered, Albert stepped back before asking. By that saying, that thing, are you referring to the world tree? Yeah, you would think with all the elven history you've been telling me about, they would be able to figure out how to do some proper lighting. Not wanting to further this topic of conversation, Albert returned to the window and responded. I'll keep that in mind when I succeed to the throne. How does he say stuff like that without a single bit of sarcasm? After a couple more moments, Albert and I headed down the stairs as it was finally time for my departure. At this point, I had already extended my stay in the palace for over 3 hours, and any time Albert tried to hint at my leaving, I simply acted oblivious, asking him more questions about history. When the tree elves first left the forest and encountered the ice elves, there was a slight conflict. Speaking of leaving, do you beat Dash? Interesting. Tell me more about these so-called ice elves. Having surveyed most of the mansion, I had the blueprint of it in my head, so I was content with leaving. Also, I learned quite a bit about Albus. Despite being terrifyingly strong, he was somewhat of a pushover. I was sure he would forcefully kick me out after the second out, yet he still let me stay for another. Leaving the palace and heading out of the gates, I dropped by the hut for a quick meal. As I entered the hut, I realized both Jean and Han were nowhere to be seen while the travel club president was eating at the table. I'll eat later. As I reopened the door and headed out, I used my eyesight to quickly scan the entire hearing before catching a glimpse of the two walking around with one of the elven local specialties in their hand. The specialty large resembled ice cream from my word, however, the main difference was that you could bite right into it as the surface was made to be warm. Could an awakened even receive a brain freeze? Wasting no more standing around, I decided to head out of the clearing to scout to see if they had arrived yet. The world tree doesn't just randomly corrupt after being fined for over 1,000 years, there has to be a cause for it. That cause is the dark elves. Like humans, elves can also become jinns, but the number of dark elves is much lower than that of jinns. It's almost impossible for them to meet a demon, as they're always stuck in this forest. But when there's a will, there's a way. As a result, only elves with the most hate and desire could transform into dark elves. Using their dark mana, they slowly began to corrupt the world tree, hoping to wipe out the entire elven population. And while their plan worked perfectly, for now, they would soon realize something very important. The world tree, or in this case the world tree spirit, cannot be ended from the outside world. To completely corruption the tree and take control of it, they must directly enter the tree and corrupt it from the inside. That's why the Elven Queen has yet to take action on these dark elves. So far, they do not pose a significant threat. But she was soon to be proven very wrong. Considering the importance of this mission, the demons had personally sent their own, a B rank at that, to help the C rank dark elves. Unlike humans and other species who simply die, when a demon meets its demise, all the jinns contracted with it instantly die, all the demon's blood-related family dies, and finally, the demon itself meets its end. Simply put, sending a demon out of the Darklands right now was a huge risk, but they had decided to do it anyway. Well, with Lily on their side, the Queen should know about the demon and not underestimate the power of the Dark Elves. But that was exactly what I wanted. There were 2 goals that I needed to be accomplished. The World Tree needed to be saved. And the spirit needed to be replaced. While the first part would likely happen naturally with Lily and the main cast's help, our paths diverged in the second part. Looking at the guards, who were standing outside the only entrance to the clearing, I let out a sigh. There was only one problem. I was genuinely in the wrong here. In the book, the World Tree spirit hadn't been replaced and stayed the same, yet here I was trying to change that. Had I become my greatest nightmare, Lily? Well, technically, I was purposely changing the plot, but it was for good reason. Later in this story, Alya and the main cast are forced to return to the Elven Kingdom as the spirit of the World Tree is fading away. The corruption sent by the Dark Elves and his already long lifespan had already put it on death's door. But with the addition of the incoming wars and more demons leaving the Darklands, the spirit simply couldn't hold on any longer. So, they replaced her. The World Tree is essential for the elves as all their magic and power stems from it, so losing it would be incomprehensible. But then, who would want to volunteer to become the spirit of the World Tree? Well, I've already met him, Albert. Thus, that entire arc was spent with the main cast finding a way to replace the spirit with Albert before it dies. Of course, with Lily over there, they did not need for that long journey as she already knew the method. So, then, what's my job? I need to convince Lily that something changed, and now the World Tree is already more corrupt and on death's bed. She'll see that and immediately speed up the events by replacing the World Tree early. Why was I trying to change the book's events when my motto was to follow the plot? First, this change wouldn't significantly impact the plot, which centers around the human realm. As long as the elves retain their power, what happens in their realm won't have any significant impact. Sure, it would introduce some variables, but I was ready to accept that. But, the more important reason is, that it's my only option. During their attempts to replace the World Tree Spirit with avbutt, the Dark Elves would take advantage of this, by launching countless attacks. That was just a distraction, though. On the same day, for the first time in 10 years, the demons would make a public move as they would attack not the elven realm but the human one. As you can expect, the sudden attack caught the entire realm off guard, and with Liam, the story's protagonist, not here, it only got worse. Only after 2 days were the demons able to be stopped with the help of 2 top 100 heroes from the High Dominion. When Liam and the cast returned from the realm, completely oblivious to the events, they could only describe what they saw as a wasteland. Confusion and shock immediately enveloped them as they stared out the carriage window at the area of the demons' attack. A wasteland. Burned villages, trampled vegetation, no life to be seen in a 100-meter radius, and finally, the dead body of someone I knew very well. Han. What was his use in the story? Just like me, another character fated to die just to help the protagonist's personality advance. The village the demons attacked was the one that Han's family had control of. Liam's reaction to seeing a fellow academy student dead was to train even harder and become even stronger before the eventual counterattack. That was something that didn't require Han's death at all, though. Finally, my third reason was power. I knew I had to do something after seeing Albert's performance versus mine in that bow deal. Especially since I plan to complete my dream advancement to C rank soon, I need all the power I can get right now. You can never be too careful, I had learned that lesson too many times now. All I wanted was a fruit from the World Tree, which was very obtainable, considering my goal destination. Waiting in the bushes about 5 meters from the guards, I waited for the perfect moment when both of them were turned away before dashing ahead and out of sight. Now, once again surrounded by the tower trees, I moved the corruption inside my body to combine with my mana in the center. Manifesting 1 black and red wing attached to my right shoulder, I ignored the pain and flapped it 3 times. Instead of moving forward in any direction, I moved upwards, along the trunk of one of the trees. Sitting on a high branch of one of the trees, I kept my wing before using my eyes to scan the part of the forest I was in. Nothing. Flapping my wing again, I appeared on an elevated branch of another tree before scanning with my eyes. Taking advantage of my limited time with the wing, I did the same actions until finally, there was something. Although I couldn't see anyone or anything with the density of the trees, my eyes caught a faint sign. A misplaced leaf was sitting on the forest floor. Bingo! Sitting atop the elevated branch, I didn't immediately rush in, but I first seized my wing as I was running too low on time. With my wing gone, I manifested my 2 corrupted daggers alongside a mask to cover my face. Twisting my head, I tried to work around the tree's density by specifically peering through their gaps, but there were no more signs. Besides that 1 misplaced leaf, there was nothing. Yet, that was a good sign for me. Dark elves are pretty stealthy and sneaky, aren't they? Jumping off the tree, I stabbed my daggers into the trunk's bark to break my fall, the tree's leaves turning gray shortly after due to my corruption. Using the shadows cast by the towering trees and the tree's branches partially covering the sun's rays, I silently made my way toward the area. Climbing up a tree next to the misplaced leaf, I peered again through the forest, finding even more signs of a disturbance. While no footprints were left behind, I could see parts of the ground barely less elevated than others, indicating that pressure had recently been placed on that area. Jumping from branch to branch, I followed the path of the uneven area until the signs finally became clearer. Now clear footsteps were left in the ground, and the leaves were scattered about, indicating they no longer cared about hiding their presence. What had changed? Were they in a rush now? The attack on the World Tree was tomorrow, so what were they doing now? Speeding up, I manifested a blood red and night black wing on my right shoulder before raising my right hand. Tapping my hand, I flapped my wing 5 times in succession, using my eyes and the slowdown time to perfectly calculate the best route despite going faster than visible to a human eye. Releasing no noise, I appeared on 1 branch, perfectly avoiding another tree's trunk, before appearing on another branch over 10 feet away. I went so fast that speed mirages were being left behind on the previous branches. I went at maximum speed until finally, after 8 seconds, I felt my mana starting to run low due to the dragon's eye. On the other hand, the orb in my right shoulder, which was attached to my wing, seemed to be able to hold up for another 15 seconds. But that was because I combined the red substance with corruption instead of mana, so I wasn't using any mana but rather my corruption. This would mean that after 15 seconds, I could still use my wings, but I would begin losing corruption for every second it manifested. As for the difference between using mana or corruption with the red substance, that was something I had yet to figure out. The only visible one was that my wing changed to blood red and ocean blue or blood red and night black, depending on what I used. Feeling my perception of time slow back to normal, I almost crashed into a tree after flapping my wing a final time, as even my eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of these wings. Turning back around to spot more signs of unusual activity, I realized that in these seconds, I had sped through over half the gigantic forest of the elven territory. Yet, despite that long distance, the footsteps and scattered leaves remained. Why were they traveling this far? Seeing the trail of footsteps halt, with only a couple of trees in front of me, I stood still, perched on an elevated branch, and used my eyes to scan everything like a hawk waiting for its prey. Unfortunately, there was no prey in sight. Thump thump. Hearing the sudden sound of pressure on the ground, I pushed back my black mask, adorned with the same blood symbol I had used during the cruise ship and Colosseum incident, before immediately turning around. But there was nothing there. Using my eyes, I scanned the area below me for the source of the sound, but to my surprise, there was nothing. Nonetheless, sounds like that doesn't just magically appear and disappear. Every effect has a cause. After taking out my corrupted daggers, I equipped my cloak and prepared to use the shadow cage in case anything happened. With my hands enveloped with corruption and my mana a second away from colliding with the blood-red substance, I waited for any signs. Pure silence. Like a leaf in the wind, the sound had come before immediately vanishing. The trees rustled in the breeze of the soft wind, the sun's rays peeked through small holes in the forest to illuminate small spots, the occasional chirping of birds as they flew by, and the sound of squirrels gnawing at the wood. Something was wrong. Unable to put my mind onto whatever made me uneasy, I stood still, hunched over and perched on the tree branch with my daggers in hand, aware of any sudden attack. No. The sound. If whoever made that sound was trying to kill me, they wouldn't have made that sound in the first place. Why would they make the noise, then? They had to have known I was here. If they had the hiding skills to evade my eyesight, they could see through my guise easily. It couldn't be some passerby dark elf, could it? If it was a single dark elf, I could take them, but if they were multiple. Using my cloak to blend in with the darkness, I slipped down the tree trunk, hiding in its shadow. In front of me stood one of the small areas illuminated by the sun's rays, the grass being dyed orange instead of dark green. Leaning with my back against the tree, I studied the small circle of light in front of me and the footsteps that ended right inside it. Earlier, I thought there were multiple footsteps due to the countless lower elevation areas, but now there was just one set. There were multiple footsteps earlier. I was sure of it with my eyes. The path also had no diversions, this was the only way it led. Rather than being happy upon realizing there was only one set of footsteps, my suspicions grew. The other footsteps had been created by that one person as well, then. Why would he want to create false footsteps to indicate more people and that noise? A trap. If they were trying to catch my attention, it had worked perfectly. Rustle, rustle. Hearing the leaves around me rustle for a split moment, I immediately looked upward, keeping the mask on tightly, and spotted a figure. Levitating in the air right above the center of the illuminated spot, the figure of a tall man with a top hat and horns peeking out of it was visible. With the sun sitting right behind him, he looked as if he were some protagonist or chosen one, as the rays perfectly complemented his floating figure. Tilting his top hat downwards, the Jinn gracefully began slowly descending down from his spot before asking. "Oh? Did I keep you waiting for too long? You must have been quite fast to get here before I even realized someone took the bait." Ignoring his question, I locked my gaze on the upper part of his top hat. The symbol that Astrid showed me and the teacher held was sitting comfortably on the top hat, the sun's ray illuminating it perfectly. A trap. The thought had never occurred to me. How could I, a self-proclaimed variable, be trapped if my existence in this scenario was never planned? How could someone set a trap for someone they didn't know would be here? Traps had to be meticulously planned, well thought out, and personalized, so setting a trap for someone like me, whom you had no information about, would be impossible. Yet, it had worked perfectly at this moment, directly refuting my words. I was so focused on setting a trap for and hunting the dark elves, that I hadn't even realized I had walked right into another trap. As the figure descended into the forest, I got a better look at him, realizing his eyes were yellow, the key indicators of demons. He wasn't a djinn, he was a full-fledged demon. Was this one of the demons planning to raid the world tree? Snapping out of my confusion, I didn't wait for his complete descension as I slashed my daggers in the air, releasing an elemental slash barreling right at him. Since the figure was a demon, the odds of a mere D-rank elemental even touching him were zero, but the main goal wasn't to hurt him. It was to understand him, his tactics, way of dodging, way of attack, and personality. Would he be mad that I had attacked him before he landed? Staring at the elemental slash of night black, the figure snapped his figure, causing an Easter bunny to jump out of his hat. Staring at the bunny made of the fire manifested on his hat, I almost applauded as the flame bunny jumped right in front of the elemental slash, causing an elemental reaction between fire and dark. As a result, a sudden amount of smoke enveloped the illuminated clearing before clearing a moment later, leaving the demon now standing on the solid floor. Bit feisty, aren't you? He was amused at my attack? Trying to get more information before the battle started, I asked. Says the one who led me into a trap. Shrugging his shoulders, he pointed to the familiar symbol on his hat before saying, "Orders from the top." You are not, though, this isn't my style. They are the opposite. Magician acts should be done in front of an audience where people can applaud, cheer, and eventually cry at your actions. Talkative and a show-off? Seeing that he was still adjusting his suit and top hat without attempting an attack, I inquired further. Cry? Aren't magic acts supposed to be entertaining, not sad? Tying his tie around his neck, the demon responded. A play without drama and tragedy cannot be considered a play. Unfortunately, in this case, you are the tragedy. TSK, such a tragedy, there won't even be an audience here to witness this world-class play. Are you even a magician? That's a drama, not a magic act. I'm an actor, not specifically a magician, my dear little tragedy. Realizing that all the information spewing out of his mouth was useless, I readied my daggers, awaiting his attack. Even though he was the demon, I still held the advantage through various cheat abilities. I would only reveal these secrets and give up my advantage if I knew using them would guarantee my victory. Staring at me with a wide smile, the demon touched his hands to his cheeks before looking downwards. The demon slowly rose from the ground until he levitated about 2 feet above it. Not skipping a beat, the demon took off his top hat, causing 3 doves made of the air element to fly out. Swinging my 2 daggers, I replied with 3 of my elemental slashes, before stepping back. I knew that mere elemental slashes couldn't come close to stopping those covers, but the slashes were enough to trigger an elemental reaction. What happens when dark and air collide? Pollution and smoke in a forest. The perfect indication to the main cast and elves, who should already be on watch due to Lily's warnings about tomorrow. As smoke covered the clearing, blocking the sunlight and the demon's sight, I swiftly dismissed the 3 doves using my corrupted daggers and the new third movement I had obtained by upgrading my dagger proficiency. The cataclysmic burst. The movements channel a devastating amount of magic energy together to create a powerful explosion that takes care of everything around it. However, as it uses magic energy or mana, the explosion cannot damage physical objects but only magic spells or shields. Watching the doves disappear from the explosions, I activated the dash's usage period before peering through the smoke and spotting the demon, who was still levitating in the same spot. Jumping out of the smoke, I plunged my dagger into his levitating body, however, he was ready. Manifesting a pure red umbrella in his hands, he threw it forward, expanding it to full size, which completely blocked my dagger strike. Activating my dash, I appeared 10 meters backward and into the smoke, already beginning to disperse. An umbrella user. Haven't heard of those, have I? As the smoke finally disappeared, the demon dropped to the floor, the umbrella over his head, blocking the sun, and said, "Such a tragedy that there won't be an audience. I'll have to recreate this act when I get back to the theater, so don't mind me if you say me taking notes." Demons go to the theater. Who in the right mind would watch a demon perform? Seeing a moment to regain some mana, I stalled for time by further questioning. And who exactly is your audience eager to witness your plays? Shaking his head, the demon pointed into the forest while shaking his head and said, "Unfortunately, they're busy with the world tree. I don't know if you've heard of it. If you ask me, it's not all that. I mean, it's just a tree. My plays are much more interesting, yet everyone is obsessed with that damn tree." The attack had changed days from tomorrow to today. If this had happened over an hour ago, I would have thought Lily and company had already been prepared for an attack, even if it had happened a day early. But, now it had changed. The appearance of this demon and, most confusing, the appearance of the unknown organization. If there were only 3 demons in the book's battle, I was sure there would be at least 10 in the battle now. They had reinforcements. Enough reinforcements where they could spare a demon just to make some stupid trap and capture a single person. Ha ha. Snapping back to reality, I turned around to see the demon laughing hysterically in the middle of the illuminated area. Ha, so even you're more interested in that damn tree than my act when it's right in front of you. I'll have to teach you a lesson, won't I? Reaching into his pocket, the demon clenched his fist before reopening it, revealing countless cards between his fingers. Throwing the cards right at me like a shuriken, the demon turned away briefly, manifesting more cards and sending them right at me. Standing completely still, I looked forward, dismissing my 2 daggers and summoning my corrupted bow. At the same time, I had already begun to calculate the perfect route my 2 arrows would need to take to hit intercept every card. Knocking one of my 2 arrows, I sent it flying straight at the 5 cards nearest me, as they were all lined up perfectly. Not skipping a beat, I knocked another arrow and aimed towards the right. Release the soft and elastic string from my hands, I watched the second arrow hit the first 2 cards before bouncing off one of the trees at the edge of the illuminated spot and hitting the other 3 perfectly. Scanning the area, I frantically looked around for the demon, but he was nowhere to be seen, once again avoiding me despite my enhanced eyesight. If they could spare a demon to deal with outliers like me, there must be tons of demons attacking the world tree right now. Could Lily, the main cast, and the Elven Queen defend all of them? Or would they have underestimated the number of demons due to Lily's book knowledge and not been prepared, leading to their loss in the fight? In any case, I had to get back to the clearing as soon as possible. Thump thump. Instantly turning around to the source of the noise, I saw the demon perched on one of the trees like me earlier with an umbrella facing towards me, blocking his lower body. Knocking one of my arrows, I aimed at the demon and released the arrow, barreling right at him. Activating the dash's usage period, I prepared for his attempt to dodge by aiming my other arrow at his right side. But, he simply stood still. Keeping the arrow still knocked in my bow, I watched the demon stand unfazed in front of my streaking arrow. Holding my breath, I watched the arrow get nearer and nearer to the demon unit, and finally, it was right in front of him. Splunk, splunk. The arrow passed right through his body like he was a hologram before lodging itself in the tree behind him. A hologram. Under the pressure of my arrow, the tree's trunk instantly cracked, slanting to the right and on the verge of completely collapsing. Ignoring the tree, I gazed around the clearing before instantly finding the demon again, and another one. 3 demons were perched on a branch of a different tree, watching me as if I were a museum exhibit. Attempting to discern the identity of the real demon, I looked up at the one nearest to me and asked, "Aren't you the one supposed to be putting on the play? It seems like I'm the one doing all the work here." However, in response, they all opened their mouths at the same time, perfectly timing their voices in unison. "I need to set the exposition, don't I? Don't worry, you won't be ready for rising action." Freitag's pyramid? How did he know about that? Was that really a thing in this world, too? The pyramid describes the events that take place in a piece of literature, the exposition, which is the background and setting, and the rising actions, which are the time used to build up to the climax. He knew about all that, yet he got it wrong. Genuinely curious about whether he knew about the full Freitag pyramid, I corrected him. "I think you mean the inciting incident. Also, the pyramid is used for works of literature, not plays and dramas." Standing still, I watched the 3 figures open their mouths for a second, trying to dispute my claim before immediately closing them. How do you know that? Was the Freitag pyramid some rare concept in this world or something? That would explain why I didn't know about its existence, while a demon of some powerful organizations did. Because I do. Is there a problem? Staring at me with a dazed expression for a second, the 3 figures simultaneously shook their heads before stammering around. "And no, let's just continue this, alright? Are all demons this civil?" He's making sure I'm ready before he continues the fight. Was this an intermission or whatever it's called? "Yeah, I'm ready." As I nodded my head, the 3 figures instantly sprung into action. Each one of them took off their top hat, and their open umbrella began shining an elegant gold hue. After examining the 3, I decided that winning quickly was more important than keeping my abilities a secret. Even if they were winning, what if I returned to the world tree, and all the power-ups were gone? All of this would be for nothing. Conserving my mana for the fight, I combined the blood-red substance with my corruption, manifesting a mixed wing on my right shoulder. At the same time, each umbrella lost its gold hue as a beam appeared from the middle of each umbrella, steadily heading towards me. Staring at the three beams, one to my right, one to my left, and one right at me, I carefully decided my next actions. Since two of the figures using the gold beam were holograms, wouldn't their attacks also be holograms? So, 2 out of 3 of these attacks would do nothing to me, wouldn't that be true? If I wanted to, I could flap my wing several times to maneuver around all 3 beams to dodge them. But that just put me on the defensive again, as he could prepare another attack while I was dodging. Raising my head, I slowed, allowing myself more time to think as the gold beams slowed, still approaching me but at less than half their original pace. Recalling the initial time I had hit the holographic figure, I compared that scenario in my head to the one in front of me, using my eyes to examine all the abnormalities. After a moment, a smile, unconscious, appeared on my face. I think I got it. Well, even if I didn't, I still had a 66% chance of choosing the holographic ones. I had been quite unlucky recently, hadn't I? I guess some good luck has to balance it out now. The sun. Looking at the sun's rays, which overlapped with the 3 gold beams heading right at me, I saw something weird. The refraction created as the sun's rays passed through the gold beams was inconsistent throughout all of the beams. One handled it normally, while the other had unusual patterns as they interacted with the sunlight, creating an interesting visual effect. However, upon closer inspection, the inconsistent beams had different visual effects at the point where the sun's rays intersected them. Weren't they supposed to be the same? How were the holograms different? Looking at the 2 suspicious beams heading right at me and to my left, I decided to ignore them for now. Even if the holograms were somehow different from each other, it didn't change the fact that they were still holograms. I had confirmed earlier that the figures, aside from the demon, were holograms when I saw my arrow pass through one of them. As I raised my hand to speed up the backup time, I suddenly felt the area around me increase in temperature. Normally, a change like this would be unnoticeable to me, but it was to the point where I almost sweat from just standing still. Allowing my mana to drain further, I scanned my surroundings, instantly finding the source. Behind me, another beam, clearly not holographic, made of pure fire, barreling right at me. There were 2 demons, not one. The holograms were different because each one was of a different demon. How could I not have noticed the 2 demons then? There was only one way. He must have just arrived. Recalling my conversations with the original demon earlier, I realized something. It was quite clear I was stalling. Who would stop in the middle of a battle to ask some questions, but why had he gone along with it? Was he stalling as well? How many demons are here if they can spare 2 whole ones just to deal with some random exploring the forest like me? If they keep those 2 demons here instead of using them on the World Tree attack, their confidence in the attack succeeding must also be high. Reining back in my thoughts, I realized the situation was dire. I needed to get out of her as fast as possible. Deciding to take on the second devil who had just arrived, I sped back up time and ran through one of the holographic beams, avoiding both the real ones and using a dash to appear in front of the source of the fire beam. Taking one-on-one battles would be my best chance at winning this battle, so I needed to take care of one of them. But as I appeared at my destination, there was nothing there. The start of the beam seemed to float above the ground, somehow still going further and further into the forest. A magical artifact, shaped like a button and shining bright red, was sitting on the ground below it. Hearing the grass rustling behind me, I immediately manifested my 2 daggers, spreading my mana and corruption around me and creating a small mana cage that only surrounded me before inputting the corruption. This shadow cage blended in perfectly with my black clothes, and due to its small size, it could not be seen by anyone besides me. A true playwright is always prepared for any actor's mistakes. It appears a mistake was made when you did not die just then. Looking down at the button on the floor with my wing ready to flap at the sudden movement, I replied to the voice behind me. What about the holograms? Humans tend to believe the first answer they see without considering other options. The human brain is such a repetitive and boring thing. Out of mana from using Dragon's Eye for so long earlier, I saw the bright red button on the ground slowly sink, immediately causing me to flap my wings. But, as I moved forward at an insane speed, I realized that a mana cage completely encapsulated the area around the button, trapping me inside. Looking at the mana cage with my eyes, I immediately noticed that its composition was completely different from the teacher's. It used demon attributes, shown by the blood-red dots spread among the blue cage. Corrupting that cage would be impossible for me. Outside the mana cage stood the demon, staring at me with a wide grin while weighing a similar button in his hand. I would be quite the bad playwright if I didn't explain the scene to the audience, wouldn't I? Desperate for any sort of information, I nodded my head. From the start, I had backup plans upon backup plans set up. After all, this was my personalized trap. This cage around you was just one of them. This button in my hand will set off an explosion that can even kill a B-rank hero. Holding my 2 corrupted daggers, I walked toward the edge of the cage, my small shadow cage moving with me. The shadow cage was so perfectly sized that it was less than an inch from my clothes and head, surrounded by only me. So what if I couldn't corrupt and take over it? Looking at my walking figure, the demon curiously observed me before asking. Shouldn't an actor narrate their actions? That wing is quite interesting. Shaking my head, I kept my expression indifferent as I replied. This isn't a first-person narrative, is it? You do know I'm the scriptwriter. I have control over what it is. Is he still going along with this plaything act? It's getting a bit weird now. After activating the dash's usage period and getting my wing ready to flap, I walked right to the edge of the cage, and continued forward. Stepping through the barriers of the mana cage like it was nothing, I activated dash while simultaneously flapping my wings. The demon, who hadn't even registered that I just casually stepped through his cage, stood still with his mouth open. My daggers, already in the perfect spot, stabbed right into the demon's vital spots as I appeared before him. Not just 2 daggers, though. Using all of my corruption, I manifested over 7 daggers, each immediately appearing in the air before stabbing right into every part of the demon's body. Losing all control over his muscles, the demon stared at me, petrified, blood leaking out of his mouth as he attempted to talk. Seeing his body slump to the floor, I dismissed the shadow cage that perfectly surrounded my body and my daggers. Giving him one last stare as I headed in the direction of the world tree, I replied. I'm going to pick up my payment. An actor never goes unpaid, right? Walking back to the elven clearing, I used the rare moment of peace to catch my breath and recover. Although it hadn't seemed like it as I casually walked through his mana cage, it had taken a lot of corruption and energy as I had to strengthen the barriers of the shadow cage to the max. Guess I'm back to 1 arrow. Seeing the familiar path leading to the world tree, I quickened to a jog while occasionally scanning my surroundings for any more outlying demons. Fortunately, there were none around, so after a couple more minutes of jogging, the entrance to the clearing was in sight. No guards were at the entrance, and it was eerily quiet despite the clearing housing thousands of elves. Unable to peer through the entrance walls, I went through the entrance and immediately used my eyes to scan the entire clearing, but nothing was there. Looking through the windows of some huts, I could spot some frantic-looking elves shuffling about and staying quiet the best they could, but there was no one outside the huts. Looking inside one of the windows, I made eye contact with one of the children before he immediately stepped back and hurried out of sight with a terrified expression. Oh right. I'm still wearing a mask, that's why, isn't it? No demons. No Lily, no main cast members, and no elven fighters were visible. All that stood in front of me were the abandoned streets and areas of the elven realm. In the entire clearing, which was as big as the capital city of the human realm, it was just me who stood outside in the empty streets. Complete silence enveloped the city, and besides the lack of people outside, nothing was out of the ordinary. There were no damaged buildings, no signs of any fights, and finally, no dead bodies. My one fight with the demon from earlier did a shit ton more damage than this. Sighing as I realized that my rush was for nothing and I had put myself in danger for no reason, I strolled towards the trunk of the looming figure of the world tree, which stood in the center of the clearing. Peeking inside the shops and food stands scattered around the clearing, I was surprised to see that all the goods were still there despite the lack of people. Don't mind if I do. Grabbing the elf's local specialty snack, which resembled a snow cone from my world, I continued, slowing my pace every time I took a bite of the snow cone. The cold, refreshing ice mixed with the sweet and tangy syrup made the treat so delicious that I even stopped for a second to relish its flavor. With a simple cover made of tree bark, the ice from the snow cone piled up on my head as I held the bottom of the cover at chest level. As my tongue turned a dark blue from the syrup, I felt the hot temperature's effects wash away, leaving some coldness in its place instead. Seeing the massive and wide trunk of the world tree come closer, I took a step back, figuratively and not physically, to reanalyze the situation. The elves of the realm must have been in a rush as they left all their products and goods in the open. The only question was then, what were they rushing to get away from? Looking around the empty, silent clearing, I couldn't see any concerns or latent dangers waiting. However, I didn't doubt that a battle was taking place right now. Lily, the elven army, and the main cast members were all gone, so some fight or event had to occur. The elven queen must have also alerted all these elven citizens to hide in their houses. They wouldn't just run there and hide without specific orders. Or maybe the main cast and the queen were all coincidentally out on vacation at the same time. So now, I can enjoy life and forget about saving the world tree. Yeah, in my dreams, what would these stupid characters do with me? Reaching the base of the world tree, I once again scanned my environment, this time finding an abnormality. Visible to only my eyes, I could see the roots of the world tree shaking and rumbling every so slightly, as if people were fighting and attacking inside it. Confirming my theory, I placed my hand on one of the roots, marking its exact spot and coordinating with my eyes. A second later, when I re-examined my hand's location, I sighed as I looked down and saw that my hand had indeed changed locations due to the vibrations of the roots. The elven queen and main cast must have allowed the demons to infiltrate the world tree to prevent the outside clearing from being destroyed. Then, inside the world tree right now, they must defend the spirit inside the tree from the attackers. All my questions were answered now, yet I still had a problem. Staring at the root in front of me, which shook violently for a second before returning to normal, I placed my hand on it before removing it and placing it again and again. How exactly do I get inside this damn tree? Recalling how Albert, the elven prince, had previously used the spirits to unlock the elf mansion, I had somewhat of an idea. But where exactly was I going to get a spirit from? Hey bro, I need to borrow your spirit. Why? To save the world, you actually need to trust me, dude. Next time you're trying to steal or kidnap something, think of a better excuse, man, this is just sad. Feeling a sudden pressure exertion on my shoulder, I immediately snapped out of my thoughts and tilted my head. The black cat stood on my right shoulder, licking its paws, once again oblivious to the events happening right now. Staring up, I could see the branch of the world tree that the cat had jumped off as it had left some scratch marks. That's at least 25 meters. Looking at the black cat, who was now licking its fur, and at the world tree, a sudden thought came to my mind. Don't animals count as spirits? Both have a conscience, despite not being humans, and they both have wills and desires. Feeling the roots tremble even more, I stared at the cat on my right shoulder for a second. You must forgive me, whatever existence you are. After internally and externally to the cat sitting on my shoulder, I slowly lifted it up, carefully holding it in my hands. Lowering the cat in my hands, I walked closer to the world tree's trunk before carefully grabbing one of its paws and touching it to the trunk. Nothing. Absolutely nothing changed or happened. Turning back around, I attempted to back away, but even when I mustered half my strength, I couldn't move. Looking down at the cat, I found the reason. Its claws were embedded in the trunk, and it held on for some reason, like there was no tomorrow. That trunkswood was supposed to be harder than metal. Just what the hell is this cat? Letting go of the cat, I stepped back and watched the cat swinging its feet around with its claws attached to the tree like it was nothing. Ignoring the odd scenery of my cat, I recalled that Albert had hit the palace door with power combined with the spirit. Well, in this case, I assume I'll have to attack the tree simultaneously with my cat, as it's pretty much the same thing as both of us will still be attacking the world tree. Wasn't my cat technically already attacking the tree by clawing at it? Standing beside my floating cat, I manifested my 2 corrupted daggers before reaching back like I was throwing a spear and hurling my dagger at the tree's trunk. In the case I angered the world tree spirit by attacking it, I did not want to be right next to it. While dispersing my 2 daggers and ensuring my mask was on correctly, a sudden bright light enveloped me, forcing me to close my eyes. After a few seconds, I attempted to open them again, only to close them out of the pain immediately as the bright light was still there. This battle was a gamble on Lily's part. She had essentially gone all in. If she won, there would be no civilian deaths or damage to the village outside, but if she lost, the entire village would collapse, and the world tree would be gone. Finally opening my eyes again, I immediately scanned my surroundings, realizing I was surrounded by bark. In front of me stood the only way out. A path that seemed to lead me closer and closer to the center of the tree, where the spirit was held. Looking down, I saw my cat lying on the floor with its tummy upwards, so I swiftly scooped it up and placed it into my hood. Fastening to a jogging pace, I followed the path, occasionally feeling the tree rumble due to an attack. The closer and closer I got to these rumblings, the more I regretted my decision. This tree was my counter. The entire thing was surrounded by impenetrable walls, so even with my eyes, I could only see the area around me, like I was a normal person. The only good thing about this tree's inside was the lack of light, so it would be relatively easy to sneak around unnoticed even if I wanted to. Of course, the problem was that this space was so narrow that just one person blocked the entire path, so how was I supposed to sneak past people? As the split continued to diverge and split, I would quickly find the one leading the center of the tree by using my eyes to peer as far as I could into both paths and finding which one was directed towards the center. This strategy wasn't foolproof as it was possible that a path could loop around before heading to the center, but it was either testing or checking for 3 hours. As I silently walked through the path, a sudden rumble enveloped the tree, but this time a sound came with it. Brr, brr. The spirit of the world tree, the demons were already there. Immediately sprinting down the path, still silent but now leaving footsteps as my feet touched the ground, I manifested my 2 daggers. Had Lily and the main cast lost the fight already? Peering down the path once again, I found myself proven wrong. Ahead of me on the path, I saw Lily, Albert, and the main cast, similar to me, sprinting towards the tree's center. The demons had somehow gotten to the center before they did, and the Elven Queen is occupied with a fight, so she can't help now. Combining my corruption with the blood-red substance, I rapidly created a wing and flapped it several times, immediately closing the distance between Lily and I. Then, I stopped for a second and repositioned myself before using the wing to appear right below the roof and then dashing forward over the heads of the main cast members. Dismissing my wing to save energy, I continued my mad sprint to the center of the tree, and after a few more moments, I finally arrived. The path opened into a small cave, where a clearing was the size of a hut. More importantly, 2 demons were sitting down crisscross on the floor. Behind the 2 demons were the roots of the world tree, which were shining a malevolent red. I had 2 goals to accomplish. Ensure Lily and the main cast win the fight and corrupt the tree to the point Albert is forced to replace it. Of course, one goal was more important than the other, but that didn't mean I wouldn't try to complete both. Thankfully, the clearing had no walls or barriers, so my eyes were of some use. Walking to the entrance, I was about to sneak in and find a place to hide when a sudden force propelled me backward, almost causing me to fall. Picking myself off the floor, I realized a mana cage was blocking the entrance. However, this mana cage was somehow invisible. Unfortunately for the demons inside, they had used regular mana to create it instead of demonic infused, so I simply placed my daggers to the invisible barriers. Though I couldn't see the progress, I felt myself gaining more and more power over the barrier until I finally had complete control without the demons inside even knowing. Changing the barrier settings, I didn't completely dismiss as it could be useful but instead altered the properties so that anyone could just walk in. Still retaining control over the barriers, I could enter the clearing without being noticed, as the 2 demons were so confident in their barriers that they were staring at the spirit. Suspended in the air and floating in the middle was a foggy figure that even I couldn't discern with my eyes. However, it was better than nothing, as all the demons could see with their normal eyes was just a bunch of fog gathered up that stretched from the floor to the roof. But just looking at it, I could feel the presence of a mystical entity. Just like how an A rank gave up an imposing aura, this mystical entity emitted the same thing, but it wasn't damaging. One could struggle even to move or stand up under the pressure of an A rank's aura, but with this entity's aura, which was indisputably stronger than an A rank, you had no physical effects. In fact, it was quite calming. I felt a sense of serenity wrap around my brain, removing all the stress and worries clashing in my head. With the Elven Queen fighting the majority of the demons someplace else, only 2 demons were stationed here, despite it being the most important point in the entire tree. With Albert's insane bow skills, I was confident that the main cast could defeat these 2 demons quickly. Below the foggy figure floating in the air were the 2 demons, one holding a cube-shaped device. Thud, thud. As the sound of the main cast and Albert's rapid footsteps finally made it into the clearing, the demons still showed no signs of life as they remained below the fog. One of the demons held a cube-shaped device with a small hole on the top, emitting black smoke that flew upwards toward the fog. As the black smoke slowly mixed with the cloud of fog in the middle of the room, my vision of the figure inside became less clear, and the pure white fog began to turn light gray. They were corrupting not the physical world tree but the spirit and manifestation of the world tree. Staring at the corrupted daggers in my hand, I wondered why they had only brought one cube-shaped device to corrupt the cube. If they had brought about 100, the world tree would have been gone by now. Looking away from the figure inside the partially gray fog, I focused on the device in the demon's hand, perfectly capturing all its outward details. Searching around the clearing, I finally found a vantage point to stand on before discreetly climbing onto a rough rock protruding from the walls. Using the higher vantage point, I peered into the cube's inner portion using the hole on the top that was emitting the black smoke. Using my eyes to memorize the exact details of the cube-shaped device, I stored the information in my head before shifting my gaze to the clearing's entrance. Thump thump. As the main cast and Albert walked through the mana cage, which was now under my control, I stepped back into the shadows, dismissed my daggers, and manifested the same device the demons were holding. Using the last of my corruption, I created a lid covering the top so the black smoke wouldn't leak out. Since the device had so many intricate details and was so complicated, I had to use every single bit of my corruption to replicate it, so it worked perfectly. Unfortunately, that left me with no weapons or corruption for my wings. All I had was my mana in my chest, the blood-red substance flowing in my body, and my cat sitting in my hood. Reaching into my jacket pocket, I felt the cold and fragile glass of the countless potions lined up, each filled with a dark blue substance. All my preparation was really just finding a shit ton of mana potions. What would Raven say when he saw our expenses for this month when I get back? All his hard work and time spent distributing scrolls, putting up advertisements, and hiring and interviewing people were used in a single day. Would he believe me if I said I was saving the world? He wouldn't, but Zing probably would. Letting out a final sigh as I imagined Raven trying to hand in his resignation papers, I made sure I was out of sight before watching Albert enter the clearing. At the same time, the demons continued staring at the device on the ground with their backs turned away, still having complete faith in their mana cage. Wasn't I just the best person? I had set up the perfect sneak attack for them. At this point, shouldn't I basically be a main cast member? I sure as hell have done more for them than Zach. What does that guy even do besides provide emotional support? Wait, aren't I the entire main cast and protagonist at this point? I'm the one saving the world, not Liam. Me, Raven, Zing, and the cat in my hoodie. We were the new and improved main cast. A savior from another world, a money-hungry kid from the black market, a villain who became a good guy, and finally, a random-ass cat that could be a god with time travel magic. We even sounded like a real main cast from a magic book, didn't we? There was only one thing missing: none of us had good intentions. My goal was to leave this world and return to mine, and the rest of the members just wanted money or were animals who just wanted food. Unlike the pure-hearted Liam, the naive Lily, the humble Alia, and the good-natured Zach, who just wanted to save people and better the world with their actions. We were just a bunch of anti-heroes out for fame and glory, weren't we? Well, who cares about the journey there? It's only the end goal that matters. Our groups were both saving the world, but my group was doing a lot better. For now, that main cast spot was ours. Scrapping those thoughts out of my head, I began unscrewing some of the mana potions in preparation while watching Albert knock his first arrow. An hour ago. Inside the White Palace, more specifically, the ballroom, the Liana, also known as the Elven Queen, sat at the front of the dining table. Beside her, on a smaller and less extravagant chair, sat Albert, who was staring at the cold food on the plate in front of him. On the other side of the table sat Lily, Alia, Liam, and Kevin, but besides the primary members of the main cast, there were also two other guests. Ruby, who Alia had invited due to her saving them during the dormitory attack, and Irene, who had been coerced into coming by Lily, were awkwardly sitting side by side, staring at the countless utensils in front of them. Breaking the awkward silence, Liana stood up from her chair, which very much resembled a throne, with its countless gemstones and size, and turned to her son, Albert. Ahem now that everyone's here. As Albert's face turned a rose red, and he inwardly cursed the damned person who had stayed for over 3 hours, the Queen continued. Everyone here should have already been informed about the situation tomorrow. However, that is not to say that the details are certain. For now, all we confirm is that an attack will occur on our realm. The details, time, and location are all variables for right now, so do not blindly trust what you have heard earlier. Seeing the humans nod their heads, Liana delved into the defense and military side of things. He issued them special badges and explained the positions in which their defense forces would be located. For 10 years, she had not even spoken to a human, but here she was now, trusting them with most of their military secrets. Glancing at her daughter, Alya, mid-explanation, Liana recalled how her daughter had pleaded with her to at least listen to her fellow humans' words. Unable to resist her daughter, Liana agreed and heeded their words, learning about the inevitable attack on their city. Obviously, Liana did not fully trust the humans' words despite Alya's constant vouching, as she knew of humanity's terrible nature, but in the end, she decided it was better to be safe than sorry. If the attack happened, they would be prepared and ready to fight with strategies already set up. But if it were the opposite, it would just result in a lot of wasted time and resources. It was a simple choice: either be prepared for and save countless lives during a battle or lose some resources that they could regain later. However, Liana had specifically left out the existence of the inside of the world tree alongside the world spirit. Such information was too much to give to anyone, not even her daughter knew about those existences, as she had only disclosed it to avbutt, her successor and the future ruler of the Elven realm. Finishing up her explanation of the strategies, Liana sat down before continuing to dig into the food below them, prompting everyone else to follow suit. Within a few moments, the silence was already gone as Liam and Kevin were already arguing about which of them would be able to kill a demon first. On the other hand, Alya bombarded Lily with questions, trying to gather as many details as she could about the future attack. It was her hometown with all her family, so seeing the usually calm Alya stressed and nervous wasn't surprising to the others. Though, Alya didn't dare pry too far. Within the main cast group, there was an unwritten rule already established. Do not ask Lily where she receives this information. All 4 of them were among the smartest in the entire school, so they were able to see through Lily's flimsy excuses when she attempted to persuade them to help her. Despite all that, they still decided to believe in Lily due to their friendship, and it ended up being true. Time after time, every time Lily came to them with information about the future, the scenario would always occur, albeit with some changes. At this point, it was normal for the group when Lily came to them asking for help, and all of them were happy to agree. Thus, an unbreakable bond of trust and camaraderie was born within their group. From their perspective, it was easy to see Lily was hesitant and nervous about giving up her source of information, so the rest of the group created that unwritten rule to make her feel more comfortable. At this point, the 4 of them were inseparable, despite how it may have seemed to outsiders who only saw the constant arguments. Thus, Ruby and Irene were awkwardly left to eat their food in silence. Of course, having invited Irene, Lily tried her best to drag her into the conversation. Still, with Alya's constant, understandable questioning and Liam and Kevin's arguments, such a thing was impossible. Tired of the silence, Ruby turned to Irene before asking, "So, did you get invited too?" Irene, who felt so out of place, finally looked away from her food as she confusedly stared at Ruby. Invited to what? Impatiently tapping her figures on the table, Ruby pressed further. Their main party thing or whatever. Putting down a glass of water, Irene's expression turned sullen as she responded. "Oh, that? I was invited at the start of the SCO dash." Bang. 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 Flicking her head from her food to out the window, Liana immediately checked her pager and saw the emergency alarm going off. Using her exceptionally good sight, which she had been granted through one of her countless contracts with spirits, Liana peered towards the entrance of the clearing. Demons. Not 2 demons like the humans earlier had mentioned. Not 5. Not 10. Not 20. More than 20. 20 was just the max Liana could see with her eyes from this location. 2 demons could be taken care of quite easily, but 20 demons could destroy the entire clearing and the tree and the thousands of elves living inside without breaking a sweat. Not skipping a beat, she returned her gaze to the confused avbutt and others, before loudly announcing, "Lead the demons to the tree." A good ruler had to know how to choose between 2 bad options. Reveal the world trees inside or have thousands of civilians die from the demons, which would be roaming the streets in a matter of minutes. Now, she also had some trust in the humans, due to the demons' attacks. The demons hadn't publicly made a move in hundreds of years, so calling this a coincidence would be far-fetched. The humans in front of her had somehow predicted their attack. Albert, who had never seen his mother in such a frantic state, immediately followed her orders, rushing out one of the windows. Lily and others, who were somewhat surprised at the attack, immediately regained their composure and flooded out of the mansion through the double doors. Jumping out the open window, Albert rushed towards the designated location for the elven reinforcements, his bow already in his hands and a quiver full of arrows on his back. Navigating through the city streets and jumping from object to avoid obstacles, Albert finally made his way to the highest points in the clearing, excluding the top of the world tree. Heading up the hill, Albert felt a sense of relief as he saw over 500 archers lined up from the emergency alarm. Lifting his elegant white bow above his hand with his right hand, Albert stared down at his soldiers, who were either confused from the sudden alarm or nervous as they had realized this was not a drill. Silencing the cacophony of noises from his soldiers, Albert's voice rang out, even being heard from civilians in a nearby street. This is not a drill. For those who have not realized, this is not a drill. Raising his bow even higher, Albert grabbed an arrow from his quiver with his other hand and held it by his side. Looking down at his quivering soldiers, who had grasped the severity of the situation, Albert suppressed his unease and nervous emotions, maintaining an indifferent facade. The elven realm hadn't been attacked in hundreds of years. Sure, they had trained these soldiers and improved their weapon technology in that time, but they were still missing the most important thing. Experience. This was these elven soldiers' first time facing a crisis. A crisis where the death of themselves, their fellow elves, and their families were on the line. No amount of training or technological advancement could have prepared them for this moment. The clash of emotions inside their brain, their natural instinct telling them to run away to survive, and their nerves in doubt. All those things would simply drag Albert's soldiers down. His troops needed to be at their peak strength. As a leader, his job was to quash those emotions, leaving only fighting and battle imprinted in their minds, allowing for the most optimal performance. The thing was, Albert was never a good liar. Albert knew nothing about what was going on. Never in his life had he seen his mother that distressed, and she had even mentioned the tree, a secret that was only supposed to be known by the elven rulers. The implications of those words and her mother's expression were apparent to Albert. An unfathomable danger was approaching them. Would the elven realm fall today? How many of his fellow elves would die today? Was this battle even winnable? Would he survive this battle? How could he stand there and tell his elves that they and all their families would survive and to focus on the battle when he couldn't even convince himself of that much? Was he even qualified to be their leader? The future ruler of the Elven Kingdom, yet he could not even lead a single squadron of troops into battle. With his left hand raised, Albert placed an arrow in his upward-facing bow, carefully putting it against the bow's soft, elastic string. He was never a good liar, but he was an actor. Staring down at his troops, knowing damn well that there was a high chance that many of them could die today, Albert simply acted. Just as he had acted naive and kind to the human visitors, he could do the opposite. He acted as if he was oblivious to everything. His mother's odd behavior was pushed to the back of his mind. Who cared what danger was facing them? They were going to win this fight. It wasn't a thought or a question circulating in Albert's head. It was a concrete statement. Albert and the elves were going to kill whatever abominations were daring to attack their home and send them right to hell. One of them was dying today. Those abominations attacking them or Albert. As the emotions disappeared from Albert's head, leaving his pupils completely lifeless, he placed the arrow against the string before pulling the string back. With his hands on his bow, Albert turned his emotionless gaze to the shivering soldiers below him. I understand that you may all be worried, and there is a good reason for you to be worried. But worrying won't do anything. It will simply drag you down here. Focus on your weapons in front of you and win this battle. Responding to Albert's words, a single soldier spoke up from the crowd. What about our fam? Cutting him off mid-sentence, Albert locked his piercing gaze onto that soldier, speaking harshly. Win here, then. If you care so much about saving whoever, then win. You all want to survive, right? Lose, and you, alongside all your family, die. It's simple. What more do I have to explain to you all? Turning away from the soldier, who was still trembling, Albert refocused his attention on the bow above him. Even if they won, there was no guarantee that his soldiers and their families would survive, but all Albert had to do was convince them that there was indeed a guarantee, giving them a false sense of hope. And Albert had just done that. Even if they didn't know it, Albert's words were imprinted in their minds. After all, Albert was their prince and future ruler. Just like it was instinct for them to run, it was instinct for them to believe the words of their superiors unconditionally. Releasing the string of the bow and sending the arrow flying straight up at the fastest speed he could, Albert continued. Ready your bows. Knocking another arrow in his bow, now facing the incoming demons, Albert didn't turn around, not bothering to see if his soldiers were running or staying behind. As his earlier arrow began its descent, flying straight down at speed completely invisible to the regular eye and even some awakened eyes, Albert waited until the descending arrow was right in front of his face before shooting his second arrow. As Albert's arrow collided with his earlier one, they both were propelled at speed invisible to a sea rank and below sight towards the entrance of the clearing. Shoot! As Albert's two arrows reached the entrance, perfectly hitting the first demon who dared to enter the clearing, a barrage of over 1,000 arrows flew over Albert's head, heading in the same direction. Many elves could shoot up to 3 arrows simultaneously with their constant training, so Albert wasn't surprised or happy upon seeing 1,000 arrows flying over his head. Instead, he was shaken. He could now see the entrance of the clearing perfectly, where countless demons were already flooding into the clearing. The 2 guards stood in front of those charging demons, running as fast as they could away, but it was still too slow. His emotions emerged again for a short moment, causing him to clench his fists. However, in the next second, they disappeared. The loss of 2 people was a small price to pay for victory. Either lose 2 people and win the fight, or lose millions by being defeated. Just as the first set of arrows hit the ground, an urgent voice rang out throughout the entire clearing. Evacuate and find cover in your homes. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. The elven evacuation drill had been set off, marking the start of their battle. Of course, Albert still remembered his mother's words throughout all of this. Lead them to the tree. Albert's plan was simple. Shoot all their arrows at the demons, forcing them to take cover at the world tree's trunk, where the branches were lower down and would block their arrows' trajectory. Watching the thousands of arrows fly above them like stars falling from the sky, Lily stopped for a second, staring up in awe. Let's go. Interrupting Lily's stargazing, or arrow-gazing, in this case, was Alia, as she forcefully grabbed Lily's shoulder, dragging her through the streets of elves and running around chaotically. Only a few steps behind them were Kevin and Liam, who paused the arguing momentarily upon seeing Alia's seriousness. Though, this didn't stop them from throwing small jabs at each other. Yo, idiot, you almost tripped me. Liam sped up, before responding to Kevin's comment. Maybe if you watched where you were going, we wouldn't have this problem. What the hell are you on about? You purposely walked in front of M-. Ignoring Kevin's reply, Liam sped up even more, catching up with Lily and Alia in the front, and began discussing. Even though the Elven Queen had only given orders to Albert, Alia was determined to help, and of course, the rest of the main cast didn't dare refuse but insisted on helping. Even though the 4 of them had no idea about the enemy they were facing, they were still heading toward the attackers, saving and helping elves evacuate on their way. Seeing the burning desire and determination in Alia's eyes, Lily reminded her. Alia, our job is to help save the elves, Albert and the Queen's job is to defend the attackers. Even though Lily knew they could take out 2 demons she thought were attacking, she didn't want to take any unnecessary risk and instead left the job to the strongest characters. Forced by Lily to nod her head, Alia and the rest of the main cast rushed even faster toward the entrance to the clearing. Far behind the main cast were the 2 invitees, Ruby and Irene, who were still following the main cast, albeit from a far distance. Awkwardly turning to Ruby, Irene hesitated for a moment before asking. So what are we supposed to do? Ruby, staring at a particular stand, snapped out of her daze, before replying. Whatever we want to do. It's not like we're children, we can do whatever we want. Yeah. Leaving behind the dazed Irene, Ruby walked through the crowds of elves, before stopping right in front of a stand. On the abandoned stand's table sat the Elven Realm's local specialty, a bunch of ice topped with various syrups in a cone-shaped cover. A snow cone. Picking up the snow cone, Ruby licked the top of the ice momentarily, savoring the refreshing ice and sweet cherry syrup, before heading back to Irene. Well, I'm gonna go help them, are you going as well? Staring at the snow cone in Ruby's hand for a moment, Irene nodded, prompting Ruby to head toward the main cast with the snow cone still in her hand. Since the sun was entirely blocked out by the branches of leaves of the world tree, it didn't melt, so Ruby was able to enjoy the entire trip to the entrance of the clearing. Alia, who had rushed forward to help another elf, arrived at the main entrance before the rest of the main cast, immediately spotting the two elven guards running from the incoming demons near the entrance. Not skipping a beat or waiting for the rest of her friends to catch up with her, Alia pulled out her sword, summoned her wind-contracted spirits, and created an air current. Seeing Alia, the two guards screamed in unison. "Princess Alia, leave, it's too dangerous here." The two guards were on the verge of death, yet they stayed true to their duties and protected the princess to the very end. Alia, seeing this, only stretched the length of her wind current further, draining more mana and forcefully pulling the two guards toward her. However, when she increased the size of her wind current, Alia forgot one thing. The demons could also use the wind current. The first two demons, one heavily injured by Albert's arrow shots, emerged from the entrance and saw the opportunity, immediately catching the wind current behind the elven guards. Unable to cancel the wind current, Alia could only run and watch as the two massive demons flew towards her. The non-injured demon was to attack Alia as a gigantic orb of darkness appeared between his two horns before surging right at Alia. Swapping to her ice spirit, Alia created a massive ice shield to protect herself and the guards. However, the ice shield cracked under the pressure of the dark energy ball. Diving out of the way, Alia stared in horror as the energy ball charged right at the two elven guards, who were lying unconscious on the floor. Whoosh! An arrow that Alia barely managed to catch sight of appeared right above them before descending in a perfect spiral right at the non-injured demon. Then, Liam, with his light blue sword, and Lily, with her water magic, appeared in front of the dark energy ball, stopping it completely. Using the opening, Ruby teleported right in front of one of the injured demons, creating 3 birds made of fire while Irene cast an inferno tornado. Coupled with the barrage of arrows raining in every second, that demon quickly disintegrated under the fire attacks, falling on the ground with countless burn marks. On the other hand, Liam and Kevin took care of the other injured demon as they attacked in sync, giving the demon no time to counterattack or dodge. Their attacks were timed perfectly, so the demon had no time to think. After a few seconds, the demon eventually fell under the barrage of attacks. Feeling a page on her communication device, Lily gestured for everyone to gather up before taking the device out of her pocket and displaying it. "Albert, to the World Tree, the Queen and I have the rest of them there." In sync, the entire group voiced their thoughts. Rest of them. As their group glanced around, they didn't see any other demons apart from the 2 corpses lying on the ground. Hearing a beep on the page, the group returned their gazes to the navigator, which displayed another message of Albert hurriedly urging them to come to the tree before hurriedly dispersing. "Which way is the World Tree?" "Yo. Kevin, look up, you dumbass." Zack pulled out his swords and used a buff spell on the entire group to increase their speed, so Ruby, Irene, Lily, Kevin, Liam, Alia, and himself all sprinted toward the looming figure of the World Tree. Throughout the streets, the elves, who still hurriedly rushed to their houses, stopped momentarily before blinking to confirm their eyes were working. The scene of 7 students, all clad in school uniforms, sprinting through the streets could be seen, one of them even had a snow cone. Why were they evacuating and forced to take cover while a bunch of little humans were free to roam the city? Sighing, the elves continued their trip back to their homes, albeit less stressful and slower, as they no longer assumed they were in dire danger. As Ruby followed behind Alia, who was leading their group, she carefully examined the expressions of each elf they passed on their way to the tree. Those were not the expressions of elves who had seen demons. Their expressions seemed more annoyed than scared and nervous. But how was that possible? For the demons to have reached the World Tree, as Albert implied in his message, they must have crossed these same streets on their way there. There weren't even any signs of fight or damage, everything looked the same as yesterday. Slowing down her pace, Ruby fell to the second last place or right in front of Irene. Running alongside Irene, Ruby was about to ask Irene about her suspicions when she saw Irene running ahead with an unusual smile. Curious at the change in attitude, Ruby turned to Irene midstride and asked, "Are you coming to help them fight even if there are more demons?" During the carriage ride and dinner, Ruby and Irene developed a sense of camaraderie as they were in similar situations regarding the main cast. Ruby just didn't want to join the main cast, but she was practically being forced to be. Lily bombarded her with invites and requests every second. On the other hand, Irene did want to join the main cast, just not this way. Sure, she had been invited months ago, but Irene knew it was a pity invite. It was clear that, unlike Alia, Liam, and Kevin, she had done nothing particularly special to prove herself. After the cruise ship incident, Lily asked if she would like to join their group without giving any tests or asking questions. Irene didn't even remember being useful at all during the cruise ship incident, whereas Liam was able to block the final attack, and the others were each able to at least contribute to the fight. It was clearly a pity invite, but was that so bad? At this point, Irene herself didn't know what she wanted. Life had been much simpler when she could simply force herself to cling to Kevin and follow him around. At least then, she had a purpose, even if it was a dog or something like that. But as she spent more and more time at this school, she discovered that she could no longer force herself to do things like that. Did she even want to join Lily's group anymore? Was that just another thing that she had forced herself to do? She had lost her sense of identity, grappling with the thoughts in her head, trying to discover which memories and thoughts were forced and natural. However, she could never find the answer, because it was right in front of her all this time. Even if the thoughts were forced, there were still her thoughts. Whose head were those forced thoughts in? Irene's, and nothing in the world could ever change that. Whether forced or not, those thoughts belonged to only Irene, thus, they were part of her, a foundation on which her personality and behavior were built. So, why did it matter if the thoughts were forced or not? Irene's thoughts were still there at the end of the day. After this realization, Irene was finally able to realize what she wanted. Using both her forced and natural thoughts, Irene concluded that she didn't want anything. Why did she have to want something? Why did she have to have a goal that she needed to complete? Why did she have some overarching goal that made all her decisions? Why couldn't she live in the present instead of worrying about the future? Live moment by moment and make decisions based on what you want, not on how they will affect the success rate of your goal. And at this very moment, Irene wanted to kill some demons and save some elves. Was there some moral obligation that forced Irene to decide that? Was there some peer pressure from the main cast? Nope. It was just what Irene wanted to do. Decisions didn't need to have reasons behind them. Why did she have to prove herself and defend her decision against anyone? At the end of the day, who cares? It's her life and her decisions. Turning to Ruby, Irene shrugged her shoulders, a small grin appearing, and replied. I guess I am. Seeing the unusually motivated Irene, Ruby dropped all thoughts of revealing her suspicions out of fear that it would dampen Irene's attitude. Friends. They were a weird thing for Ruby, but she was certain of one thing about friendship. She didn't want to lose it. The time she had spent chatting to Irene in the corner of the carriage while the rest of the main cast were off discussing antics about saving the world, the time she had spent playing hide and seek with Irene yesterday when the main cast was off talking to the Elven Queen, and countless other memories surfaced in Ruby's head. It brought a sense of serenity and peace to her always stressed and chaotic mind. A peace that she didn't want to lose. Replying to Irene, who had suddenly sped up, Ruby said. Well, someone looks joyful today. After saying that, Ruby used her teleportations to move past the rest of the main cast and catch up to Alya at the front. The odds of the pagers being stolen or hacked are 0, so if Ruby's suspicion is true, Albert or the Queen must be defeated. Or a betrayal, but Ruby highly doubted that. But then there was the fact that Ruby was a traitor herself. An evil villain boss turned good is now invited to a group of crazy students who are determined to save the world from any danger. Sighing and scratching her head, pondering how this all started in the first place, Ruby turned to Alya and asked. Say, Princess, how strong are the prince and queen? Looking straight ahead at the looming tree, Alya replied. One single arrow from the prince could destroy a B-rank beast and my mother, I don't even know. Since Ruby was already a part of their group in Alya's eyes, she had no qualms about sharing such important information, however, that didn't stop her from being curious. And why do you ask? My curiosity got the best of me. Heard the saying, curiosity kills the cat? Putting her hands on her head to form cat ears, Ruby replied. And do I look like a cat to you? Letting a slight laugh, Alya regained her composure before saying to herself. If only we had cats back at the academy, but of course, they have to be banned. What did you say? Interrupting their conversations, the trunk of the world tree came into sight, looking the same as it did yesterday, except for one thing. Albert was slumped against the tree, drenched in sweat, his bow and quiver resting next to him. Running past Ruby, Alya sped up for the next minute until she finally reached the exhausted Albert. Grabbing his hand and pulling him up, Alya asked. Where did all your troops go? Scratching the top of his head, Albert gave a smirk, which was clearly forced, and replied. Huh. I guess our mother is a better person than me. Here, I thought I was being a perfect ruler by lying to the soldiers earlier. Recalling the memory of his mother, Lyanna, frantically sending all the elven reinforcements away and telling them to evacuate with the citizens, Albert almost fell back onto the ground. He wasn't a true leader, he was a fraud, once again. Leaders didn't need to be emotionless and cold-hearted, well, they could be. There was only a requirement that a ruler needed to fulfill, and somehow Albert failed in that. Care about your subjects' lives. What an actor he was. After waiting for the rest of the group to catch up to Alya and him, Albert pointed at the world tree, and in the most serious tone he could muster, he said. In there is where we have to go. Seeing the group's confused expressions, Albert didn't even bother to explain but moved on to the next topic. Well, I'm sure you're wondering where all the demons are, huh? Well, they're in that tree as well. Breaking the silence, Kevin's annoying voice sounded once again. So you're telling me that we're going inside a tree that is filled with demons? Seeing Albert nod his head at his question, Kevin was just about to ask another question when Liam suddenly slapped him on the back. Ow. What the hell, man? Sighing, Liam said to Kevin. Oh, come on, man, you do this every time. You complain about how hard the task is, and how we're all going to die, and we're all stupid for doing this, but then you end up doing it anyway. Let's just skip the complaining part, alright? With a serious expression that did not fit his face in the slightest, Kevin turned to Liam and placed his hand on Liam's right shoulder. I'm about to risk my life to do this shit, and you're saying I can't even complain about it? The whole group went silent. For once. Kevin might be right. Shouldn't he be at least allowed to complain a bit? Opening his mouth in triumph and complaints already on the tip of his tongue, Kevin was about to speak when Albert, completely oblivious to Kevin's attitude, interrupted him. Alright, let's move on. I'm taking you to the world tree, and the 8 of us have one job, get to it and save it. Lily, who was also suspicious of the whole situation as she had come to the same realization as Ruby after seeing no elven civilians scared in the slightest, asked. Then, what about the demons? Patting Alya on the shoulder, Albert replied. That's our mother's job. Following Albert's lead, the 8 of them placed their hands on the rough and unpolished bark of the world tree. Not explaining anything else, the group was about to enter the world tree under Albert's guidance when they heard a sudden sound. Meowwww. Since the sound came from the other side of the massive trunk, they could not see the source, and with their hands already on the world tree, it was too late to back out and find it. Was that a C8 dash? As their surroundings distorted, and the 8 of them appeared inside the world tree, in a completely different place than Ren, another sound caught them off guard. Bang. Bang. As the sound of gunshots and cannonball shots echoed throughout the trees inside, the 8 of them, even Albert, stepped back and instinctively covered their ears. Bzzzt. Blinding their eyes, a sudden flash of bright purple appeared before dispersing right before them. In front of them stood a lady dressed in all black, with 2 revolvers in each hand and a lighting purple current surrounding her entire body, making her look like some sort of mythical figure. Breaking the silence first was Alya as she rushed towards the figure with no weapons in her hands. Mom. Taking Alya into her embrace, Lyanna tilted her head upwards and stared at the rest of the group before asking. Let's save the thanks for later. Trust me, you 8 will be rewarded and revered at the very least. Bang. Releasing Alya from her embrace, Lyanna tilted her 2 revolvers up at the roof before asking. Best of luck to you all. My appreciation cannot be expressed in words, but may the world tree guide your path. Get back here alive, all of you. Or trust me, you'll regret it. Bzzzt. Just like that, Lyanna was gone before the students could even blink. Leaving behind only a single spark of purple for the students, a streak of lightning could be seen deeper into the tree, following Lyanna's back as she dashed back toward the dozens of demons.